Then it became a screaming wail that made Senior Monitor vex up. The duffel bag hit the floor before she even walked through the door. I heard it first, a heavy, dense sound, like something packed with iron had been dropped from a height, and then she followed it in, stepping over the threshold without looking up, dragging her boot across the floor to clear a smear of mud she had tracked in from somewhere outside. The classroom was already full. Every seat had been taken for 20 minutes. The Galactic Combat Academy did not tolerate late arrivals, and Commander Vreth 9 had a reputation for making examples. She did not seem to know this, or perhaps she simply did not care. She found the last open seat at the back of the room, sat down slowly, and looked around at all of us with the calm, flat expression of someone who had just walked into a room full of furniture. Not threats, not peers, furniture. Something to be noted, filed away, and largely ignored unless it became necessary. My name is Kael Veth Soren. I am Theron, which means I come from a mid-gravity, mid-temperature world with a stable atmosphere, moderate predator pressure, and about 12,000 years of recorded civilization. We are not considered a warrior species. We are considered a scholarly species, which is a polite way of saying we survived by being clever rather than strong. I enrolled at the academy as an exchange student with a focus on tactical theory, not because I wanted to fight, but because I believed that understanding combat on a deeper level would make me a better strategist. I mention all of this because it explains why I was sitting near the front, carefully reviewing my notes when she walked in, and why I turned around to look at her at all. My threat assessment gland, a small organ just below my second jaw, had started producing a low, steady warmth the moment she entered the room. It was not alarm. It was something quieter than alarm. It was the body's way of saying, "Pay attention to this." So I paid attention. She was human. That much was immediately clear. The build was unmistakable. Bilaterally symmetrical, forward-facing eyes, a single pair of arms and legs, a ratio of muscle to frame that seemed, at first glance, unremarkable. Humans were not the largest species at the academy. They were not the fastest, not the most armored, not the most visually imposing. The Vorkai cadet sitting 2 rows ahead of me was taller by nearly a full meter and outweighed her by a significant margin. The Ghoulian pair near the window had 4 arms each. The Felian at the end of my row moved with a loose, fluid quality that suggested she could cross the room before anyone registered she had started moving. Compared to all of them, the human seemed almost ordinary. Almost. I had read the academy briefings on human physiology before enrollment, the way any careful student reads background material. The documents were thorough, detailed, and written with the slightly apologetic tone that xenobiological reports often used when the data was difficult to contextualize. Humans came from a world called Earth. Earth, by almost every ecological measure, was extreme. Not in the way that made a planet uninhabitable. It was well within the range for carbon-based life, but in the way that made survival there a daily, active, full-body problem. High atmospheric oxygen, aggressive microbial environment, gravity on the higher end of comfortable, and the fauna. The briefing had dedicated 4 full pages to Earth fauna alone, which was unusual. Most planetary profiles gave fauna a paragraph. Earth had insects that could dissolve tissue. It had mammals that could track a living target for 3 days without stopping. It had marine life that had been largely unchanged since before complex land creatures existed, because nothing had managed to improve on their original design. It had weather systems that could flatten structures. It had plate tectonics that regularly reshaped coastlines. And it had humans, who had started as prey and ended as the planet's apex species through a combination of endurance, adaptability, and what one researcher described, in a footnote, as a willingness to persist in situations where the logical outcome is cessation. The briefing had used the word Death World 3 times in the opening paragraph. I had thought the language was dramatic at the time. I thought about that word now, watching her pull a small dark object from the front pocket of her jacket and begin working on it with her thumbnail. She was sharpening something. In the middle of orientation, while Commander Vreth 9 walked to the front of the room. The commander was Ghoulian, which meant he was large, blue-gray, broad across the shoulders, and possessed of 4 arms that he used with the kind of unconscious coordination that came from a lifetime of instinctive use. He had served in 3 separate military campaigns before retiring to teach. His record was available in the Academy library and ran to 41 pages. He had the calm, unhurried manner of someone who had long ago stopped needing to prove anything to anyone. He set his materials on the lectern and looked out at the room. His gaze moved across us in a slow, deliberate sweep, cataloging each face. When it reached the back, it stopped for just a moment, barely perceptible, and then continued. He did not mention the late arrival. He did not mention the duffel bag still sitting in the middle of the aisle where she had dropped it. He simply began. "You are here," he said, "because your species, your governments, or your academies believed you had potential. I am not going to tell you whether that belief is correct. That is not my function. My function is to give you the clearest possible understanding of what combat is, what it requires, and what it will cost you. Everything else, courage, will, instinct, you either have or you do not. I cannot give it to you. What I can give you is knowledge." He paused. "Let that settle. This semester covers advanced melee doctrine. We will study close quarters engagement across 12 different combat frameworks, spanning 19 species-specific methodologies. We will train physically, but more importantly, we will train conceptually. A soldier who can swing a blade but does not understand why they are swinging it is less useful than a soldier who understands the geometry of a fight and has never held a weapon in their life." Around me, cadets were writing notes. I was writing notes. Seuss, the Felian who had taken the seat to my left, was writing notes so fast his stylus was almost humming. Even Grook, the Vorkai cadet ahead of me who I had already identified as the kind of person who preferred doing to thinking, was at least holding his stylus. I glanced back. Mara Voss. I had seen her name on the roster when I checked in, listed simply as Voss, M, Earth, Origin Classification, Death World, was not writing notes. She had set the small dark object on the desk in front of her. From my angle I could not quite see what it was, but it caught the room's light in a way that suggested an edge. She had folded her arms across the desk and was watching the commander with an expression I found difficult to read. It was not inattentive. She was paying close attention. But she was not writing anything down. She noticed me looking. Her eyes moved to mine with the speed of someone who never fully stopped scanning their environment, and she held my gaze for exactly 2 seconds before looking back at the commander. It was not aggressive. It was not unfriendly. It was simply observational, the way you might glance at a tree to confirm it is still there. My threat assessment gland pulsed once, warm and clear. I looked back at the commander. "Before we begin the structured curriculum," Vreth 9 said, "I want to address something. Many of you are coming from species that have developed unique combat traditions. Some of you come from cultures where certain techniques or styles are considered legendary, even sacred. I respect that. I want you to know that I will always respect the origin of a technique." He clasped 2 of his 4 hands behind his back. "What I will not respect is the assumption that your tradition is complete. Every species develops its doctrine in response to its own environment, its own threats, its own physical limits. What works on your homeworld may work here. What works on your homeworld may also be irrelevant here. My job is to help you tell the difference." It was a good speech. It was the kind of speech that felt fair and even-handed. Looking back, I think it was also the speech that planted the first small seed of a very large disagreement. After the commander finished, we were given time to introduce ourselves by row. Most cadets kept it brief. Name, species, homeworld, reason for enrollment. The Vorkai gave his name as Dashek and added, without being asked, that he had placed first in his home system's combat trials. Nobody responded to this except Seuss, who made a small sound beside me that I later came to recognize as his version of a skeptical note. When we reached the back row, Mara Voss stood up. She was not as tall as I had expected from the build described in the briefing files. Medium height, a little broader in the shoulders than average for her species. She wore plain training clothes, no insignia, no marks of rank or accomplishment. Her hair was pulled back in a simple, functional way. Her voice, when she spoke, was level and unhurried. "Mara Voss," she said, "Earth. I'm here because I want to understand how people who didn't grow up on my world think about fighting. I already know how people from my world think about it." She sat back down. There was a brief silence. Commander Vreth 9 looked at her with an expression that was, for the first time since he had entered the room, genuinely interested rather than professionally attentive. Then he moved on to the next cadet. After the session ended and the room began to empty, I lingered to organize my notes. Seuss waited for me. We had already fallen into an easy companionship, the natural alliance of 2 people who are more comfortable observing than acting. Gruk, somehow, had also ended up at our side, largely because he had seen us talking and apparently decided that we were his group now. Gruk was enthusiastic and not very subtle, but he was not unkind, and I had learned quickly that his instincts, while blunt, were usually correct. "The human," he said quietly, jerking his chin toward the back of the room where Mara was slowly repacking her jacket. She said she already knows how people from her world think about fighting. "Yes," I said. "That means she came here to learn something she doesn't already have," Seuss said. "Yes," I said again. Gruk thought about this for a moment. "So she already has everything else." We all looked at each other. Mara picked up her duffel bag, lifting it the way you lift something that weighs nothing, and walked out without looking back. The bag had hit the floor like a bag of iron. She carried it like it was empty. My threat assessment gland was warm for the rest of the afternoon. I wrote in my personal log that night, first day at the academy, met several interesting cadets. The Vorkai named Dashek believes very strongly in himself. The Felian, Seuss, is sharp and worth knowing. The human named Mara Voss arrived late, said almost nothing, sharpened something in class and left carrying a bag that sounded like it was full of metal. I do not know yet whether she is very brave or very foolish. I suspect, though I cannot say why, that those two things may not be as different as I have always assumed. The thing about Commander Vreth 9 was that he never wasted words. In 4 days of class, I had come to understand this about him. He spoke precisely. He moved precisely. He taught with the focused economy of someone who had long ago stripped away everything unnecessary and kept only what worked. So when he announced on the 4th morning that we were going to spend the entire session on what he called the doctrine of biological maximums, I paid close attention. Not because the topic sounded interesting, though it did, but because the way he said it suggested that this was the session he considered most important, the foundation under everything else. The room filled faster than usual. Word had spread, the way it always spreads in tight communities of people who are all quietly competing with each other, that today's lecture was the one that mattered. Even Dashek arrived early, which was unusual enough that Seuss noticed and mentioned it to me under his breath. I had my notes ready. Seuss had 2 styluses, prepared for speed. Gruk had his single stylus and the expression of someone who had decided he was going to understand this, even if it took him longer than everyone else. At the back of the room, Mara Voss had a single blank sheet of paper and a pen. An actual pen, not a stylus. I had not seen a physical ink pen used for writing in 3 years of academic study. She set it beside her paper and waited. The commander began. "Every species in this room," he said, "has a body. That body was built by millions of years of evolution on a specific world with specific pressures. Your muscles, your reflexes, your bone density, your nervous system, all of it was designed, not by choice, but by survival. And that design has a ceiling. Every one of you, without exception, operates within a set of biological parameters that you did not choose and cannot exceed." He pulled up the first holographic display. It showed a Vorkai skeleton, labeled in detail. Bone composition, density figures, joint flexibility ranges. "Vorkai," he said, "have the highest natural bone density of any bipedal species in the known survey. This makes them extremely difficult to injure in close combat. It also means their skeletons carry significant weight, which limits acceleration and changes the geometry of how they fight. A Vorkai does not dodge, a Vorkai redirects. These are not the same thing. Trying to fight like a Felian if you are Vorkai is not inefficient. It is structurally impossible." He moved to the next display. Felian. Lighter frame, longer limbs relative to body. Joint structure that allowed ranges of motion most species could not achieve. Felian, he said, are built for speed and range. Their reflexive response time is among the fastest measured. Their skeletal structure allows striking angles that most opponents cannot anticipate, because most opponents cannot physically replicate those angles and therefore do not train to defend against them. However, their mass is low. Impact force is a function of mass and acceleration. What a Felian lacks in mass, they compensate for through speed, but there is a ceiling on what that compensation can achieve against a target with significantly higher density. Display after display, species after species. Each one with its own graph, its own range of capability, its own specific wall. It was, I had to admit, compelling. Not because any of it was surprising, I had studied xenophysiology in my preparation for the academy, but because of the way Vreth 9 connected the data to practical combat application. He was not just listing biological facts, he was explaining why those facts meant certain fighting styles belonged to certain bodies, and why trying to cross those lines was not ambition but confusion. Then he reached the section on dual wielding. "This," he said, setting down his stylus and looking at us directly, "is the topic I want you to carry with you for the rest of your training here, because it is the one that generates the most persistent misunderstanding." He put up a new display. It showed data from combat trials across 37 species, all attempting to use two weapons simultaneously. Dual wielding, he said, is a concept that appears in the pre-contact history of almost every species that developed edged weapons. It appears in folklore, in legend, in entertainment media. It is romantic, it looks impressive, and across 37 species tested under controlled combat conditions, the average performance improvement over single weapon use was -4%. He let that number sit. Not zero, negative. The fighters who attempted dual wielding performed worse than they did with a single weapon, even when controlling for practice time. And when we examine why, the answer is not surprising once you understand the biology. He pointed to a diagram of a neural pathway map. Dual wielding requires three things simultaneously. First, independent hemispheric motor control, meaning the ability to give each hand a genuinely separate movement instruction at the same time, not sequentially, not with one hand leading and one following, but simultaneously and independently. Second, a skeletal structure with enough natural dampening to absorb and redirect the competing forces generated by two weapons moving in different vectors. Third, the cognitive ability to track and process two independent threat relationships at the same time, not alternating between them, but holding both in active, tactical awareness simultaneously. He crossed two of his forearms. No species in the known survey achieves all three. Some achieve one, a few achieve two, partially. None achieve all three at the level required for dual wielding to become a net positive in combat. I was writing fast. This was exactly the kind of foundational theory I had come to the academy to find. Not just the how of combat, but the why. The biology underneath the technique. The reason why certain things were true, regardless of how much you wanted them not to be. I finished a sentence and looked up. Mara Voss had raised her hand. The room noticed this before Vreth 9 did. There was a slight shift in posture from several cadets, the way a room moves when something unexpected happens. Vreth 9 looked up from his display and found her. "Cadet Voss," he said. "Earth isn't on the list," she said. Her voice was the same as it always was, level, unhurried, entirely without challenge or aggression. She was not arguing. She was, as far as I could tell, simply pointing out a fact. Vreth 9 looked at his display. 37 species. He looked back at her. "Correct," he said. "Earth was not included in this particular study set. The data available at the time of the study's compilation did not include a sufficient sample of human combat trials to meet the statistical threshold for inclusion." "Okay," Mara said. She picked up her pen and wrote something on her paper. One line. I could not see what it said from my angle. Vreth 9 continued. He finished the lecture on dual wielding with his conclusion that the doctrine was to be treated as a historical curiosity, a technique that had emerged independently across cultures for reasons related to aesthetics and symbolism, rather than practical effectiveness, and that cadets should focus their training energy on mastering a single weapon to the highest level their biology allowed. It was a clean, logical conclusion. Every piece of evidence pointed to it. I agreed with it completely. Under my agreement, though, somewhere quiet, I was thinking about that one line Mara had written on her paper. The first physical training session happened that afternoon. We were divided into pairs for sparring. The format was simple: single weapon, light contact, 5 minutes, rotate. The goal was not to defeat your partner but to observe them, to begin building the instinctive read of how different bodies moved, how different species used their specific physical advantages, how a fight shifted when you were facing someone built differently from yourself. Commander Vreth 9 circulated, watching, occasionally stopping to correct a stance or point out an opening that had been missed. I was paired first with a Felian cadet named Veth, who moved exactly as the lecture had described: fast, angular, unpredictable in the direction of strikes. I did not land a single clean touch in 5 minutes. What I learned was that I was good at reading movement I had seen before, and completely unprepared for movement I had not. After the rotation, I ended up beside Seuss, and we watched the other pairs together. Grook was paired with Mara. This had happened, I suspected, because the rotation was alphabetical, and Voss and Grook's species name, I could never quite spell it correctly, happened to fall near each other. It was not arranged as a test or a demonstration. It was simply the order of things. Grook outweighed her by roughly double. He was broader, taller, and moved with the confident solidity of someone who had spent a lifetime being the largest thing in most rooms. He rolled his neck once, settled into his stance, and brought his training blade up in the standard Vorkai guard position, weapon forward, body angled, weight low. Mara looked at him. She was holding her training blade loosely at her side, not raised, not in any guard position I recognized. She was just standing there, holding it down, watching him. Gruk moved first. It was a good move, a lateral step combined with a forward press, designed to close distance and use his size advantage before she could create space. The technique was sound. Against most opponents it would have worked. Mara moved. I almost missed it. She went to her left, not backward as most opponents would go, but sideways and slightly forward, inside his swing, close enough that his blade arm had to fold rather than extend. Her training blade came up not in a strike but in a redirect. She caught the inside of his wrist with the flat of the blade and turned his arm with his own momentum. Then she stepped back. It had taken less than 2 seconds. Gruk was still standing, still holding his weapon, but his stance had been completely broken. He looked down at his wrist, then at her. He tried again. Same result, different direction. This time she went right. This time the redirect was against his elbow. Again, 2 seconds. Again his stance was gone. The third time she let him complete the move and simply was not where he expected her to be. She had moved backward and to the right in a direction that required him to completely reorient, and when he reoriented, she tapped his weapon arm with the flat of her blade. Touch. Point. Reset. Gruk stood very still for a moment. "You're not fighting me," he said. His voice was not angry. He sounded genuinely puzzled. "No," Mara agreed. "You're fighting where I'm going to be." "Yes?" He thought about this. "How do you know where I'm going to be?" She tilted her head slightly. "You telegraph. Your left shoulder drops before you go right. Your right knee bends before you push forward. I've seen it 3 times now, so I know what to wait for." Gruk looked at his left shoulder, then at his right knee, then back at her. "Can you not do that?" he asked. "Stop telling me what you're going to do before you do it," she said. "Yes, it'll take you a while. Most people don't notice they're doing it until someone points it out." Gruk nodded slowly, as if he had just received information that was going to require a significant amount of processing time. "And then you'll fight me differently." "Then I'll have to actually work," she said, and she sounded like she meant it as a compliment. The rotation bell rang. They separated. Seuss was very quiet for a moment beside me. Then he said, "She wasn't using her full speed." I looked at him. "How do you know?" "Because I watched her feet," he said. "When she moved at about 60% of her available acceleration. She was holding back." I thought about this. Why would she hold back? "Because she didn't want to injure Gruk," Seuss said, "and because she was reading him, not fighting him. She was learning, not performing." I looked across the training floor to where Mara had already moved on to her next partner, who happened to be one of the Gulian cadets. 4 arms, significant size, a completely different set of challenges. She watched him for about 10 seconds before she was ready. She had the expression of someone doing a puzzle they found mildly interesting. That evening, in our shared common area, Gruk sat with his training notes and added a new section at the bottom. I could see the heading from across the table. Things I do not know yet. The list was long. He had clearly spent some time on it. Seuss was reviewing his own session notes. After a while he looked up and said, "Kale, you remember the lecture this morning? The part about dual wielding being impossible?" "Yes," I said. "Do you think she heard it?" "She was in the room," I said. "Yes," Seuss said. "But she wrote something down when Vreth 9 said Earth wasn't in the study." He paused. "She only wrote one thing the entire lecture. One line. Everything else, she just listened." I thought about that. About what a person writes down when they only write one thing. Not information they need to remember. Not facts. Something else. A question, maybe. Or a plan. Outside the common area window, the Academy's training lights were still on in the main hall. The hour was late. Most cadets had finished their practice for the day. Through the glass, at the far end of the hall, I could see a figure moving in the low light. Alone. Running forms. The precise, repetitive movement patterns that built the physical memory of technique until it became instinct. One figure. One training blade. Moving through positions slowly, cleanly, deliberately. And then, on about the 12th form, a second blade appeared in the other hand. She moved through the form once with both blades. Then she stopped. She looked at her hands. She said something to herself that I could not hear through the glass. Then she started again. I watched for 4 minutes before I made myself look away. When I described it to Seuss the next morning, he was quiet for a long time. "She's not trying to prove Vreth 9 wrong," he said finally. "No," I agreed. "She's trying to find out if he's right." That was, I thought, precisely the difference between someone who fought doctrine and someone who tested it. One was rebellion. The other was science. My threat assessment gland was warm again. But this time, mixed with the warning signal, there was something else. Something adjacent to it that I did not have a word for in my own language. I had to look it up in an interspecies emotion index later that evening. The closest translation in Standard was admiration, though the Theron original carried a secondary meaning that Standard did not quite capture. The specific feeling of watching something exceed what you believed was possible, and being glad that you were wrong. The bet started, as most problems do, with someone who was very confident and not quite as informed as they believed. Dashek had been, for the first 2 weeks of training, a reliable fixture of the Academy's social landscape in the specific way that a large rock in the middle of a path is a fixture. You noticed it, you worked around it, and you occasionally wondered how it had come to occupy so much space. He was skilled. That was not in question. His combat trial results from his home system were genuine. His technique was solid, and he had a natural aggression that translated well into controlled sparring. When he entered a room, he entered it the way certain species do when they have always been the most capable thing present, with a quiet, unconscious assumption of centrality. The problem was not his ability. The problem was what he said about Mara Voss at dinner on the 14th day of the semester. I was at the far end of the long mess table with Seuss and Grook when I heard his voice carry over the general noise of the room. I did not catch the beginning of what he was saying, only the shape of it. He was holding court at the center of the table, surrounded by several cadets who were either genuinely interested or did not yet feel confident enough to disagree with him. "All muscle memory," he was saying. "She's fast, I'll give her that. But speed without intelligence is just instinct. Put her under real pressure, multiple vectors, real threat geometry, and the reflex stops working. She'll collapse." I looked at Seuss. He had heard it too. "He hasn't sparred her yet," Seuss said quietly. "No," I said. "He should, before he forms opinions." "He has formed opinions," I said. "He is not interested in adjusting them." Gruck, who had been eating steadily through this exchange, put down his fork. "She made me look like a new student," he said. He did not sound bitter about it. He sounded like someone who had correctly processed an experience and filed it under things to learn from. "If Dashek has not worked with her, he does not know what he is talking about." "We know that," I said. "Yes," Gruck said. "But the point is whether she knows he said it." "She did. Of course she did. I have since come to understand that this is a consistent quality of people who grow up in environments where missing information gets you removed from the living. They are always, always paying attention. Not in an anxious way, in the way of something that has evolved to notice everything as a basic operating condition. Mara Voss was always in the room, and she always knew what the room was saying, even the parts the room thought were quiet. We found out she had heard it the next morning. She walked into the common meal hall and set her tray down at the table next to Dashek's, not across from him, next to him, close enough that she could have reached out and touched his arm. He looked up. She met his eyes. "I heard what you said," she told him, simple and direct. No anger in it, just a statement of fact, the way you might tell someone you had received their message. Dashek did not look particularly uncomfortable. He was the kind of person who doubled down when confronted, not because he was sure he was right, but because backing down felt like losing. "And," he said. "And I'm not offended," she said. "You're probably working from limited data. That's not your fault." She picked up her cup. "But if you want to find out whether you're right, I'll give you a chance to find out. Real pressure, multiple vectors, whatever you want." The table had gone quiet, not just Dashek's section. Most of the immediate area had registered the exchange and was now listening without looking like it was listening. Dashek smiled. It was the smile of someone who had already decided how this was going to go. "When?" he said. "Training floor, open session, Saturday." She looked at him steadily. "I'll make it easier to watch." "You want an audience," he said. "You want an audience," she corrected mildly. "I just want conditions where everyone can see clearly." She picked up her tray. "One more thing. I'll do it with 2 blades." The silence that followed was the specific silence of a room that has just processed information it does not quite know what to do with. Then Dashek laughed, not unkindly, but dismissively, the laugh of someone who has just been told something they find improbable. Commander Vreth 9 said no species can. I know what he said, Mara agreed. Saturday. She walked away. The meal hall had a very particular energy for the rest of breakfast. Conversations were quiet and slightly sideways, the way conversations get when everyone is talking about the same thing without wanting to be the one who brings it up directly. Seuss leaned toward me. The commander's lecture, he said. She's going to test it. Yes, I said. In front of the whole training program, apparently. He was quiet for a moment. What if she can't, he said, not cruelly, genuinely. It was the question I was already turning over in my head, the one that made the whole situation feel heavier than a straightforward sparring match. What if Vreth 9 is right and she tries it in front of everyone and it fails? I thought about the figure I had watched through the common room window, moving alone in the training hall late at night with two blades, starting and starting again, not performing, testing, adjusting. I don't think she would have made the offer, I said, if she didn't already have an answer. Seuss did not look entirely convinced. People who grow up on high-pressure worlds sometimes have a higher threshold for risk than the situation actually warrants, he said. It was a careful way of saying something I had also considered, that Death World origin species were sometimes confident past the point where confidence was earned, simply because they had survived so many things that confidence had become a default setting. But the more I thought about it, the less that framing fit. What I had seen in the training hall was not the confidence of someone who believed they could do something. It was the work of someone who was finding out whether they could, systematically, alone, without an audience, before the moment when it mattered. That was not the behavior of someone gambling on nerve. By Thursday, word had spread beyond our immediate cohort. The advanced melee program had about 60 cadets across 3 years of enrollment. By Thursday afternoon, all 60 of them knew about Saturday. By Friday morning, cadets from the tactical theory program, my primary cohort, were asking me about it. By Friday evening, there were people from the engineering track and the fleet operations program asking whether they were allowed to come to open floor sessions on weekends. Commander Vreth 9 said nothing about it during Friday's class. He taught the session on footwork and positioning geometry with the same focused, unhurried precision he always brought. He moved through the room, correcting, demonstrating, asking questions that forced cadets to think rather than just repeat. He gave no indication that he was aware of anything planned for the following morning. At the end of class, as we were gathering our materials, he stopped near the front of the room and said, without looking at anyone in particular, I understand there is a voluntary demonstration scheduled for tomorrow's open training period. All cadets are welcome to attend. Learning is not confined to formal instruction. That was all. He walked out. Seuss looked at me. I looked at Seuss. Guruk was already writing something in his notebook, and when I glanced over, I saw that he had written, "The commander knows everything," as if this were a new and important discovery. I did not sleep particularly well on Friday night. I lay on my bunk and stared at the ceiling and thought, in the somewhat circular way that sleeplessness encourages, about what I actually believed was going to happen. Part of me trusted what I had observed, the late-night practice, the systematic approach, the fact that she had clearly been working on this since at least the day of Vreth 9's lecture. Another part of me kept returning to the data, to the 37 species and the -4%, and the 3 separate biological requirements that no known species fully satisfied. Earth was not in that study, I reminded myself, missing from the data set. But missing from the data set was different from impossible. The study had tested 37 species and found them all wanting. It had not tested 38. Absence of evidence, as one of my old professors used to say, is not the same as evidence of absence. But the burden of proof still fell on the side making the positive claim. I finally fell asleep somewhere in the 3rd hour of the night and dreamed, vaguely, about footwork diagrams and the sound of a duffel bag hitting a floor. Saturday's training floor was packed before the session officially opened. I arrived early and still had to find a position along the wall rather than on the floor itself. Seuss was already there, near the left edge, with a clear view of the center. Guruk was beside him, standing very straight in the way he did when he had decided something was important. Around us, Thays, cadets I recognized and cadets I had never met were filling every available space. Pressed along the walls, some sitting on the equipment benches at the far side, a few standing in the doorway because the room had reached capacity. Dashek arrived with 2 cadets from his year who I recognized as training partners of his. He walked to the center of the floor with the ease of someone who was comfortable being watched. He was carrying a standard weight training weapon, the same type we all used for contact sparring. He rolled his shoulders, planted his feet, and waited. Then Mara walked in. She was carrying her training bag over one shoulder. She set it down by the wall without looking at the crowd and crouched to open it. The room was already quiet, but when she reached into the bag and drew out a training blade, the quiet deepened. When she reached in a second time and drew out another one, setting both of them side by side on the top of her bag, parallel, identical, each one a standard academy training weapon, the quiet became something close to total. 2 blades. She picked them up, one in each hand, and straightened. She rolled her wrists once, loosely, and the blades made a small arc in the air. Not a performance, not a display, just settling them into her hands the way you might flex your fingers to check that your grip is comfortable. Then she walked to the center of the floor and stopped 4 paces from Dashik. He looked at the 2 blades. I watched his face. He was still confident. I could see it in his posture, but there was something else there now, something slightly more careful, a reassessment happening behind his eyes. "Ready?" she asked. He raised his weapon. "Ready." What happened next? I have tried many times to describe, and I have never quite managed to do it correctly. The problem is that my reference points for combat were built from watching species fight in ways that made sense to me, ways that followed the logic of bodies and physics, and the geometry of reach and weight. What Mara did was built on the same physics, but the logic of it was different in a way that kept catching me off guard even as I was watching. Dashek moved first. He pressed forward with his right side leading, weapon extended, trying to establish range and control the center line. It was a good opening move, aggressive without being reckless, designed to test how she would respond to pressure. She responded by giving him the center. She stepped back and to the right, not retreating exactly, but yielding, and the distinction mattered. And as she did, the blade in her left hand came up not to block but to redirect, catching the side of his weapon and turning it slightly off-center, just enough to change his angle of approach. While that was happening, her right hand did something completely different. It moved forward, under the plane of the engagement, in a line that would have been a touch to his side if this had been a scoring match. She pulled it back before contact. This was practice, but she let him see where the blade had been. He reset, tried a different angle, a lateral cut, designed to force her to choose between the block and the step. Again, she did both, but the way she did both made no sense to me for a full second. Her left blade engaged his weapon, while her right hand did something I had no reference for. A short, tight arc that addressed the secondary threat he had not yet created, but was positioned to create next. She was not fighting what he was doing. She was fighting what he was going to do. Seuss made a low sound beside me, not quite a word. It went on for 40 seconds. In 40 seconds, Dashek attempted 6 separate engagement patterns, and in all 6, something happened that should not have been possible, according to the logic of the lecture from 4 days earlier. The 2 blades did not move together. They did not mirror each other. They did not take turns. They operated as 2 separate instruments, each with its own purpose, each addressing a different element of the fight, in real time, simultaneously. One managed the threat that existed, the other managed the threat that was about to exist. Independent. Simultaneous. On the 42nd second, Dashek's weapon was no longer in his hand. It had not been knocked away in any dramatic fashion. It had simply arrived at the floor by a sequence of events that had each seemed minor and manageable in isolation, until they were not. He stood with empty hands and looked at her. She lowered both blades to her sides and waited. The silence in the room had a weight to it, not the silence of a crowd holding its breath. That implies tension, the possibility of either outcome still alive. This was the silence that follows the resolution of something, when the outcome has become clear and everyone present is processing what they have just witnessed and trying to find the correct place to put it in their understanding of how things work. Grook, to my left, exhaled slowly. Seuss did not move. The cadets along the walls were very still. From the back of the room, Commander Vreth 9 walked forward. I had not noticed him come in. I do not know when he had arrived. He moved through the parting crowd slowly, unhurried, his forearms relaxed at his sides, and stopped at the edge of the marked floor. He looked at the 2 training blades in her hands. He looked at Dashek, standing empty-handed. He looked at Mara. His expression, for the second time since I had known him, was the expression of someone encountering something genuinely new. He did not speak for a long time. The room waited. When he finally did speak, his voice had the quality of a man thinking out loud rather than addressing a crowd. "The study," he said, "tested 37 species." "Yes," Mara said. "Earth was not in the data set." "No," she said. He was quiet again. He looked at her hands, at the 2 blades, then he looked up at her face, and whatever he was looking for there, he seemed to find. "How long?" he asked. "Not how long have you been practicing dual wielding. Something more specific than that. How long has your species been doing this? How deep does this go?" She seemed to understand the question. "We've been living on Earth for about 300,000 years, she said. "We've been trying not to get eaten for most of that." Vreth 9 nodded once, very slowly. "Cadet Voss," he said. "Yes, Commander?" "Be in my office Monday morning at the first bell." He turned and walked back through the crowd, which moved aside for him without anyone quite deciding to move. And then he was gone, and the room exhaled all at once, and every voice that had been quiet for the last minute started talking at the same time, and the noise was immediate and large. Through it, Mara was already walking back to her bag. She set both blades inside it, zipped it closed, and straightened up. Seuss pushed through the crowd to reach her before she left, which was not easy, and I followed him, and Grook followed me because that was simply what Grook did. "That was," Seuss started. "I know," she said. She did not say it dismissively. She said it the way you acknowledge a thing you have already thought about extensively. "How did you do the part where your right hand?" "Practice," she said. "A lot of it, more than I thought I would need." She paused. My right brain and my left brain had to stop arguing with each other about which one was in charge. That took the longest. I looked at her. "What does it feel like when it's working?" She thought about this for a moment, and I appreciated that she actually thought about it, rather than giving the first answer that came to mind. "Like two different conversations happening at once," she said finally. "Except you're having both of them at the same time, and you know which one each part of you is listening to." She picked up her bag. "Tell Grook his shoulder telegraph is getting better," she said. "I noticed this week." She nodded once at us, pulled the bag up, and walked toward the door. The crowd let her through without her having to ask. Outside the training hall window, the morning was clear and bright. I stood in the middle of the settling crowd and thought about 37 species and one missing data point, and I thought about what it meant to look at a conclusion and say, "Your evidence is real, but your sample is incomplete." I thought about a pen writing one line on a blank paper. I thought about two conversations happening at the same time, and knowing which part of you was listening to each one. My threat assessment gland was quiet for the first time in 2 weeks. What had replaced it was something steadier, something that felt less like warning and more like recognition. The feeling of watching a question get answered, and of understanding, finally, why it had been worth asking. Monday arrived with the particular weight that Mondays carry when you know something is going to change. The first bell rang at 7, and I was already awake, sitting at the small desk in my room with a cup of cold tea I had made an hour earlier and forgotten to drink. Seuss had knocked at my door at 6:45, which was how I knew he was also already awake, and we had sat together in a comfortable kind of shared alertness, not talking much. Both of us aware that in about 30 minutes Mara was going to walk into Vreth 9's office, and something was going to happen that would determine the shape of the next several months. I did not know what I expected. I think I was preparing for the possibility that Vreth 9 would walk back his reaction from Saturday, that in the intervening 2 days, with his lecture and his published doctrine and his 43 years of experience, he would have found a framework to contain what he had seen, to classify it as a special case, an outlier, a curiosity that did not require him to change anything foundational. I had seen it happen before with experienced academics. The mind builds strong structures for good reasons, and sometimes the structures become more important than the things they were built to contain. Mara did not look particularly anxious when I passed her in the corridor on my way to my own first session of the day. She had her bag on her shoulder and her hands in her pockets, and she was walking with the same unhurried pace she always used, as if the floor were exactly as interesting as anywhere else. "Good luck," I said, because I could not think of anything more useful to say. She glanced at me. "I'm not going to need it," she said, not arrogantly, factually. Then she turned the corner and was gone. I went to my first class, which was on tactical positioning theory, and spent most of it thinking about something else. We found out what had happened in Vreth 9's office gradually, in pieces, the way information moves through a small community. First from Seuss, who had a contact in the administrative track who had been in the corridor outside the office. Then from Grook, who had apparently simply asked Mara directly and received an answer. And finally from Mara herself, over dinner that evening, when enough of us had gathered the separate fragments that it made more sense to just hear the whole story from the source. She told it without drama. Vreth 9 had sat across from her with his notes from Saturday spread on his desk. He had apparently taken extensive notes during the demonstration, which had been happening out of sight of the floor, and which none of us had known about. He had asked her to walk him through the mechanics of what she had done, not a challenge, not a test, a request for information, delivered with the focused interest of a scholar who had encountered a gap in his knowledge and wanted to fill it. She had explained, as best she could, the experience of training each side of her brain to operate a weapon independently, the timelines, the specific failures along the way, the point at which the competing impulses stopped creating interference and started creating coordination. She had explained the difference between two hands doing the same thing in sequence and two hands doing different things at the same time, and why the first was instinct and the second was something built over a long period of deliberate, difficult practice. Vreth 9 had listened without interrupting. He had asked 3 questions, all specific, all technical. When she finished, he sat back and was quiet for a while. Then he had done the thing that none of us had quite expected him to do. Though in retrospect, I think we should have. He said, "The study was incomplete." The conclusion was overstated. I presented a finding derived from an insufficient data set, as though it were a universal rule, and that was an error in my scholarship. I want to correct it. Mara had looked at him. "Okay," she had said. "Not just in my notes," he had said. "In front of the program, publicly. The error was made publicly. The correction should be public." She told us this part of the story and then stopped. "What did you say to that?" Seuss asked. "Nothing. For a bit," she said. "It took me a second. I wasn't expecting it." "What were you expecting?" I asked. She was quiet for a moment, turning her fork in her hand. "I don't know, exactly. Something defensive, maybe. Or a smaller version of it. Like, privately revising the note in his records but not making a thing of it." She set the fork down. He didn't do that. He was bothered that he had told 60 cadets something was impossible when he didn't actually have the evidence to say that. Gruck had been listening to all of this carefully. "That is what a good teacher does," he said. "Yes," Mara agreed. "It is." I thought about that for a long time after dinner, while I was writing up my notes for the day and not quite concentrating on them. The part that stayed with me was not the content of what Vreth 9 had said, but the speed of it. 2 days. He had seen something that contradicted a foundational piece of his doctrine, and in 2 days, without anyone pushing him, without anyone demanding anything from him, he had processed it and arrived at the only conclusion his intellectual honesty allowed. Some people spend their entire lives not doing that once. The formal session happened on Wednesday. Vreth 9 called the full program together. All 3 years, all 60 cadets, plus several instructors from adjacent programs who had apparently been informed and invited. The room was close to the size of the main lecture theater, larger than our usual training space, and it was fuller than I had ever seen it for a class session. He stood at the front with his notes and his forearms crossed behind his back in the pose he used when he was about to say something he had thought carefully about. 2 weeks ago, he said, I delivered a lecture on what I called the doctrine of biological maximums. Within that lecture, I presented data from a 37-species study on dual weapon combat, and I drew a conclusion from that data. I said that no species achieves the combination of biological requirements needed to make dual wielding effective in real combat. I presented this as a settled finding. He paused. That conclusion was incorrect. Not because the data was bad. The data was accurate for the species it studied. The error was in the framing. I presented the results of a study that excluded the most physiologically extreme biological case in the known survey, as though those results were complete. The sample was insufficient, and the conclusion went beyond what the evidence actually supported. The room was very still. Cadet Voss, he said, looking at Mara directly, demonstrated on Saturday that a human practitioner, through training methods that address the specific biological requirements I cited as barriers, can achieve genuine dual weapon effectiveness in live combat conditions. Not as a novelty, not as a marginal improvement, as a distinct tactical mode with its own strategic logic. He uncrossed his arms and looked out at the room. I am revising my lecture notes. The revision will be available in the program library by end of week. The updated doctrine will acknowledge that the biological maximums framework is a useful starting point for understanding species-specific combat limitations, but it must be applied with awareness of its sample constraints. It is not a universal ceiling. It is a description of what has been tested. Another pause. We have not tested everything. He let that sit. Then his expression shifted. Not dramatically, but there was a shift. Something that looked like the professional face becoming, briefly, more personal. I have been teaching combat doctrine for 19 years, he said. In that time I have found it necessary to revise a foundational position 4 times. Each time was uncomfortable. Each time was also the most important thing I did that year. He looked at Mara again. Thank you, Cadet Voss. for providing the evidence that made revision necessary. Mara nodded once. She did not say anything. She seemed to understand that the moment was not one that required a verbal response, which showed a kind of social intelligence that I had come to recognize in her as consistent and underestimated. Vreth 9 straightened. We will resume the normal curriculum on Thursday. Additionally, beginning next week, Cadet Voss will lead a voluntary supplemental session every alternating Thursday, covering the specific training methodology she developed. Attendance is not required. I expect it will be full. He gathered his materials. One more thing. I want to be clear about what we are not doing. We are not adding dual wielding to the general curriculum as a technique all cadets should attempt. The biological requirements are still real. Most species in this room will not benefit from pursuing it. What we are adding is an honest acknowledgement that our model of what is biologically possible was built on an incomplete set of cases, and that the habit of checking our assumptions against the widest possible range of evidence is not optional. It is what distinguishes doctrine from dogma. He walked out. The room was quiet for another full breath after he left, and then it came alive, not with argument, but with the particular energy of a community that has just had something important happen to it, and is starting to process what it means. I heard conversations starting around me about the doctrine, about the revision, about what else might be in the curriculum that was based on similarly incomplete assumptions. Good conversations, the kind that meant something had shifted. Seuss was looking at the door Vreth 9 had walked out of. He has been teaching for 19 years, he said slowly. Yes, I said. And he has revised a foundational position 4 times in 19 years. 4 times, he calculated quietly. That is once every 4 or 5 years, on average. Which seems infrequent, I said, or very frequent, depending on your reference point. Which is exactly the point, Seuss said. It depends on what you're comparing it to. I thought about that for the rest of the day. I also thought about Dashek, who had been in the room during the session. He had sat near the front, near his usual group, and I had watched his face during Vreth 9's statement. There was a moment, brief, quickly managed, where something had moved across his expression that was not comfortable. But it did not become defensiveness. It became instead a kind of stillness, and after the stillness, an expression I had not expected to see on him, something that looked like consideration. When the room was emptying, I saw him move toward Mara against the flow of the crowd. They spoke for about 30 seconds. I was too far away to hear anything. When they separated, he nodded at her once and she nodded back, and then they went in different directions. I asked Grook later, because Grook had been closer. What did Dashek say to her? Grook thought about this. He said he was wrong about the reflex thing, about her collapsing under pressure. He paused. He also said she should have bet money on it. What did she say to that? She said she didn't need money from him. She needed him to see it clearly. I walked back to my room through the academy's late afternoon corridors, past the training halls and the study rooms and the bulletin boards with their program announcements, past the room where I had first heard Vreth 9's lecture and found it completely, persuasively correct. And I thought about what it felt like to have the frame of a thing shift without the facts changing. The facts had not changed. 37 species had been tested. They had all performed worse with 2 weapons. That was still true. What had changed was the invisible wall around the data, the assumption that 37 was enough, that the sample was representative, that the conclusion was as complete as the evidence. One cadet from one planet no one had thought to include had walked through the wall that was not actually there. That was, I thought, what Vreth 9 had really been teaching on Wednesday. Not that the doctrine had been wrong. That the doctrine had been sure of itself in a way that the evidence did not quite support, and that being sure of something and being right about it were related but not identical, and that the gap between them was where the most important learning usually happened. I sat down at my desk and opened a new document on my terminal. At the top I wrote, "Things I am currently sure of." Then I sat and looked at the blank space below it for a while. Then I started, slowly, to write. Not conclusions, starting points. Things I believed to be true, with the understanding that the belief was proportional to the evidence, and the evidence might not be complete, and the most important question to keep asking was not am I right, but what am I not seeing yet? It was a longer list than I expected. Through the wall, from somewhere down the corridor, I could hear the faint sound of the training hall, the rhythm of movement, the soft impacts of practice. Someone was working late. I had stopped needing to check who. I wrote until the hall sound stopped for the night, and then I wrote a little longer. And then I looked at what I had and thought, this is a beginning. Beginnings, I was learning, were the most important things to get right. They determined the shape of everything that followed. The Thursday sessions filled on the first day and never got smaller. Mara's supplemental class began the third week of the revised curriculum, and I arrived 20 minutes early because Seuss had warned me the previous evening that cadets from outside our program had been asking how to register. When I got there, the training floor was already half occupied by people who had, apparently, arrived even earlier. By the time Mara walked in at the exact moment the session was scheduled to begin, not late, not dramatically early, exactly on time, there were cadets sitting along the walls and standing 3 rows deep in the back. People from programs I barely knew existed. A pair from the engineering track who I recognized by their insignia but had never spoken to. 2 cadets from the year above ours who had been present during the Saturday demonstration and had not, based on their expressions at the time, forgotten a single second of it. Mara set down her bag, looked at the room and said, "Okay, I want to start by being clear about something. Most of you are not going to dual wield." A few people shifted. Someone at the back said very quietly, "Oh, that's not an insult," she said. "It's biology, and biology is not a judgment. The physical requirements for this technique are specific, and whether your body meets them isn't about effort or will or how good you are. It's about your nervous system, your joint structure, and whether your brain can be trained to manage 2 independent motor control loops simultaneously. For some species, that training path doesn't exist. For others, it exists, but the return on investment isn't worth the time. For a very small number of you, it might actually be something to pursue." She paused. "But that's not why I asked for these sessions." She looked around the room. "What I actually want to teach is the underlying logic. Because even if you can't do this yourself, understanding why it works will make you better at reading an opponent who can. And understanding the principles behind it. Threat splitting, vector management, the difference between reactive defense and predictive positioning. Those principles apply to single weapon fighting too. They apply to unarmed work. They apply to anything where you are managing more than one variable at the same time. Which is to say, they apply to every real fight that has ever happened." The room had been quiet before. It got quieter in a different way now, the quiet of people paying close attention, rather than the quiet of people holding their breath. I recognized the shift because I had sat in Vreth 9's best lectures and felt it there too. It was what happened when a room of people realized that what they were about to hear was actually useful. She taught for 2 hours without stopping except to demonstrate, and the demonstrations were unlike anything I had seen in formal instruction before. She did not just show the technique and then step back. She slowed it down to the point where the individual decisions were visible. She talked out loud while she moved, naming what each hand was doing and why, separating the 2 tracks of attention into something a listener could actually follow. Then she sped it back up and asked people to call out what they had seen. They almost always got it partly right. She corrected the parts they had missed without making the correction feel like failure. She had a way of saying, "No, that's not quite it. Here's the part you didn't see that made the missing piece feel like a discovery rather than an error." Seuss was taking notes faster than I had ever seen him take notes, and he was one of the fastest note-takers I knew. He filled 3 pages in the first 30 minutes, and when he ran out of space he started drawing diagrams in the margins. Grook, beside me, was not writing at all. He was watching with a concentration that I recognized as his highest mode of attention, the way he looked when something was going in deep enough that it didn't need to be written down, because it was going directly into the part of the mind where physical understanding lived. After about 40 minutes, he stood up quietly from his seat against the wall and asked if he could try something. Mara looked at him. "Which part?" "The part where the defensive blade doesn't block. It steers." He was searching for the right word. "Like turning a ship. Not stopping the movement, just changing its direction." "Yes," she said. "Come try it." He came to the center of the floor and picked up a single training blade. He tried the motion she had described, a lateral sweep that redirected rather than blocked, using the opponent's force rather than canceling it. He got it wrong 3 times. On the 4th try, he got it right, and the change in his face was immediate and precise, the expression of someone who has just felt a thing work correctly for the first time. "Yes," Mara said again. Not praise, confirmation. He went back to his seat and started writing very fast. After the session, I stayed behind with Seuss while the room slowly emptied. Mara was talking with a pair of cadets near the front, a Felian and a Ghoulian who had been asking questions throughout the session with the specific tenacity of people who had come with prepared questions and intended to get answers. When they finally left, Seuss and I were the only ones remaining. She looked at us. "Something you want to ask?" "Yes," I said. "Something I've been thinking about since the first session." "Go ahead." You told us when you arrived that you were here to learn how other species think about fighting, I said, not to teach, and then you ended up teaching. Yes, she said. That's a significant shift in your original plan. It is, she agreed. Does it bother you? She considered this, not in the way of someone working out how to answer carefully, in the way of someone who genuinely did not know yet, and was finding out in real time by thinking it through. I came here to learn how people who didn't grow up in my environment build their understanding of combat, she said. I thought the way I would do that was by observing and listening, by being a student. She was quiet for a moment. What I found out is that the most efficient way to understand how someone thinks is to try to explain your own thinking to them and see where it doesn't translate. Teaching tells you more about the gaps between systems than studying does. I turned this over in my mind. Because the gaps show up when someone doesn't understand something you assumed was obvious? Exactly, she said. When I'm sparring and I make a decision that is completely natural to me and the other person can't read it at all, that's information. It means the decision lives in a framework they don't have access to. And that tells me something about the shape of the framework. She picked up her bag. Vreth 9's lecture told me things no one on Earth had written down in quite that way. The biological specifics, the comparison data across species. I learned from it even though his conclusion was wrong. Maybe especially because his conclusion was wrong. It told me where the gaps were and what the rest of the galaxy understood about humans. Seuss, who had been listening with his stylus paused over his notebook, said quietly, "We have a lot of gaps." "Everyone does," she said, without unkindness. "That's not a criticism. It's just what happens when you're working from a limited sample. The sample is always limited. The question is whether you know it." She lifted her bag. At the door, she paused. "Tell me something," she said. "Yes," I said. "That Theron thing you do when something registers as important, the gland. I've seen you do it." I was caught slightly off guard. I had not realized it was visible. "You noticed that?" "I notice a lot of things," she said simply. "Does it hurt?" "No," I said. "It is warm. It is not unpleasant. It is the body's way of marking something as worth paying attention to." She said. She looked thoughtful. "Humans have something that might be similar. We call it a gut feeling. The older parts of the brain registering something before the conscious mind catches up." She tilted her head. "I wonder if the mechanism is the same." "I wonder the same thing," I said. She nodded once, then she walked out. Seuss watched her go. When she was out of earshot, he said, "She notices everything." "Yes," I said. "And she is always thinking about what it means." "Yes," I said again. He closed his notebook. "I think she is going to be difficult to surprise." That proved, over the following weeks, to be correct. But what also proved correct was something I had not quite articulated to myself until the fourth Thursday session, when I was watching her respond to a question from a Vorkai cadet, who asked whether the technique could ever be adapted for species with higher bone density and lower joint flexibility, which is to say, whether Vorkai could benefit from it at all, even partially. Most instructors, when faced with a question like this, would give a careful answer that covered the theoretical ground and avoided making a specific commitment. Mara looked at the cadet and said, "I don't know. I haven't worked with your specific physiology enough to have a real answer. But let's find out." And then she spent the next 20 minutes working with the cadet directly, adjusting the technique to accommodate the different range of motion, finding what translated and what did not, noting the specific points where the Vorkai skeleton created a different mechanical outcome. By the end of those 20 minutes, there was something. Not the same thing she did, something adjacent to it, smaller in scope, derived from the same principle, but adapted to a completely different body. The cadet had something they could actually use, and Mara had a new data point about how the underlying logic of her technique could be reshaped for bodies it was not originally built for. She was not just teaching, she was researching. Using the Thursday sessions the way a scientist uses a controlled environment, to test variables, gather data, find out what was true under conditions she had not previously tested. I understood, watching this, why she had been the one to break Vreth 9's doctrine. It was not just that she had the physical ability to do something his study had not encountered. It was that she approached every situation with the question, what do I not yet know here, and how do I find out? That orientation, that specific, persistent curiosity about the edges of her own understanding, was what had put her in a training hall alone at night with two blades, not performing, but testing. Asking a question with her body instead of with words. The weeks of the semester moved forward, and the Thursday sessions became, as Vreth 9 had predicted, the the most attended voluntary training of the program. The content evolved. Mara added a unit on reading multi-vector threats, which was relevant to every species regardless of physical capacity. She added a unit on the difference between pattern recognition and genuine adaptability, on how to train yourself to notice when a fight was following a pattern and when it had stopped following one. She added, in the 6th week, a session on how Earth-specific ecological pressure had shaped human combat intuition, and this session was so densely attended that cadets sat in the corridor outside with the door open and listened to the audio. I took notes in every session and filled 3 notebooks by the end of the semester. Gruck filled one notebook very slowly, with very large handwriting, and told me it was the most he had ever written voluntarily. Seuss produced a document of such density and organizational sophistication that I asked him if I could have a copy, and he gave it to me, and I still have it. Dashek came to the 5th Thursday session. He walked in quietly, found a space along the wall, and listened. He asked one question, a good one, about how to distinguish between an opponent reading your tells and an opponent setting up a trap using your response to a false tell. Mara answered it carefully and in detail. He nodded, wrote something, and left when the session ended without making a production of his attendance in either direction. After that, he came every week. The changes in him were gradual and not dramatic, the kind of changes that only show up clearly in retrospect. His sparring became less reliant on his size advantage and more reliant on timing. He started reading opponents before engaging rather than pressing immediately. He stopped losing to opponents who were faster than him by simply adjusting the angle at which he fought rather than trying to match their speed. He became, without anyone announcing it, one of the better cadets in the program. Not the best. He would probably not have accepted that assessment anyway, and accuracy mattered more than flattery, but genuinely, markedly better than he had been in the first week of the semester, and in ways that were clearly connected to the Thursday sessions. Near the end of the semester, he and Mara sparred again, not as a formal challenge, not for an audience, just the two of them in the open training floor during a free period, working through a pattern she was apparently using to test something she was thinking about. I was there because I trained during that free period most days, and I watched from the far side without interrupting. It was a long session. It went in both directions. He got touches she did not entirely see coming. She moved in ways he had clearly been working to anticipate and still mostly could not. They stopped and talked several times about specific exchanges, went back and ran them again differently, stopped and talked again. It looked less like sparring and more like two people collaborating on a problem. When they finished and separated, Dashek picked up his water and walked past me. He noticed I had been watching and stopped. She told me, the first week, that my left shoulder was telegraphing, he said. I know, I said. Gruck told me. He nodded. I worked on it. Spent 3 weeks not letting my shoulder move at all before I shifted direction. He paused. Today she told me I have a new telegraph. My eyes dropped to my opponent's center mass about a half second before I change angle. He sounded genuinely pleased about this, which I found interesting. I didn't know I was doing it. Does it bother you? I asked, having a new one. He thought about this. No, he said slowly. It would have bothered me at the start of the semester. Now I think, I always had it. I just didn't know about it. Now I know, and I can fix it. He picked up his bag. It's better to have information you don't like than to not have information. He walked out. I stood in the training hall alone for a while, in the space where the two of them had been moving 10 minutes ago, thinking about what the semester had added up to. Not just the technique. Not just the revised doctrine in the program library. Not just the Thursday sessions and the full notebooks and the data Mara had collected about how her methodology translated across species. Something larger than any single piece. The room was quiet. The equipment was still. Outside the narrow high windows, the day had moved into early evening, and the light was the particular amber of late sun through glass. I thought about the first day of the semester, and a duffel bag hitting the floor, and a room full of cadets deciding in the first 30 seconds what they were looking at. We had all been working from incomplete data, all of us. The difference was that most of us had not known it. Knowing, I had come to understand, was the thing that made the difference. Not just about the specific gap, but about the habit, the orientation of looking for the gap, of treating your own certainty as a starting point and not an end point, of being willing to say, my conclusion is based on my evidence, and my evidence might not be complete, and that is not a weakness. It is just the honest shape of knowledge, which is always partial, always provisional, always one piece of new information away from needing to be revised. My threat assessment gland had been quiet for weeks now, not absent. It still registered things, still marked important inputs, but it was no longer producing that steady low warmth that I associated with the first days of the semester, with the discomfort of proximity to something I did not have a framework for. I had a framework now. It was larger than the one I had arrived with. It had room for more things in it, including things I had not encountered yet. That, I thought, was probably the most important thing I had learned all semester. Not from a lecture, not from a demonstration. From watching someone treat every interaction as a question to be answered, rather than a conclusion to be confirmed. I picked up my own training blade and ran the defensive redirect form Mara had taught in the third Thursday session. I got it wrong. I ran it again. I got it slightly less wrong. I ran it a third time and felt, for a moment, the specific physical sensation of a thing clicking into the right position. The way a joint settles when it has been held wrong for a long time and finally finds its correct alignment. I ran it again, to confirm it was real and not accidental. It was real. I kept going until the room lights shifted to evening mode, and then I stayed a little longer, in the near dark, getting something right that I had not known how to do before. The end of semester review happened in the main lecture theater on the last Thursday of the term. All programs attended. It was a tradition at the academy, a formal closing session where the lead instructors presented their reflections on the semester's findings, updates to curriculum, and any notable additions to doctrine or methodology. Most years it was, by all accounts I had heard, a fairly routine event. Summaries of progress, acknowledgement of strong performers, a look ahead to next semester. This year, Commander Vreth 9 stood at the front of the theater, with a look on his face that I had come to associate with him doing something he considered important and was going to do correctly regardless of how it felt. He put up a single slide. It read, "Update to Advanced Melee Doctrine, Biological Maximum Framework, Revised." And below that, a single line that replaced the previous summary statement, the one that had ended 37 species studied. Conclusion: dual weapon viability not achieved. The new line read, "Assume the dataset is incomplete until proven otherwise." He spoke for 20 minutes. He did not summarize the semester's events in the way of someone reporting facts. He framed them as a methodological case study, an example of what happens when a doctrine is built on good evidence that is correctly understood but incorrectly assumed to be representative. He was precise and fair about his own role in it. He had made an error of assumption, not an error of analysis. The analysis had been sound. The assumption that the analysis was complete had been the problem. He talked about what a revised approach to the framework looked like in practice, not abandoning the data on biological limits, but holding it with an explicit acknowledgement that the dataset was always partial, and that the most important habit a practitioner could develop was the habit of asking what the dataset did not include. Near the end, he said something I wrote down immediately and have kept since. Every doctrine we teach here is built from what has been observed and tested. That is its strength and its limitation. We can only test what we have access to. We can only observe what we encounter. The correct response to this is not to distrust our knowledge, but to carry it with honesty. To know what the evidence actually says, separate from what we wish or assume it says, and to stay genuinely open to the encounter that changes our understanding. Not merely open in principle, open in practice. Able to say, when the evidence arrives, I was working from an incomplete picture, and now I am working from a more complete one, and that is not a failure. That is the work. He paused. I want to thank Cadet Voss, not for being right when I was wrong. That framing is too simple and also misses the point. But for treating this program as a place where questions were worth asking out loud, and for asking one that needed to be asked. Mara was sitting several rows ahead of me. I could not see her face, but I saw her shoulders move slightly when he said her name. Not surprise, exactly. Something quieter. Vreth 9 cleared his throat and returned to the formal summary, and the review session continued with the other programs and their updates, and the theater filled with the standard language of institutional review. Achievements noted, areas of focus for the coming semester, logistical announcements. I listened to most of it without fully registering it, still turning the last part of Vreth 9's address over in my mind. Not merely open in principle, open in practice. That difference had seemed abstract to me before this semester. It seemed very concrete now. After the session ended, the theater took 20 minutes to empty. I made my way through the crowd toward the corridor and found Seuss and Grook at the usual meeting point outside the main doors. Grook had brought food from the mess, which he did sometimes when he anticipated a long debrief. He had a practical quality that I had come to rely on without quite noticing when it had started. We stood in the corridor and ate and talked. Grook said that he thought the revised doctrine would be the most cited section of the program's published methodology within 5 years. Seuss said that was probably correct, and that the more interesting development was how the Thursday sessions had changed the way cadets in the program framed their own training questions. He had noticed, in the last few weeks, that the questions being asked in regular sessions had a different quality to them. More specific, more directed at the edges of what was known rather than the center. She changed how people ask questions, he said, not just what they know. Yes, I said, that is much harder to do. We found Mara near the end of the corridor, which turned out to be Grook's actual plan. He had spotted her leaving the theater and simply navigated us in her direction without announcing that was what he was doing. She was leaning against the wall with her bag at her feet, doing something on a small personal device. She looked up when we arrived. Grook brought food, I said. She accepted this as sufficient explanation and took what he offered. We stood in the corridor together, the 4 of us, in a comfortable quiet that had developed over the semester without anyone deciding it should exist. After a while, Seuss said, "What are you doing next semester?" She looked at her device. "Enrolling in the strategic theory track, not combat?" "I've been doing combat my whole life," she said. "I can always learn more of it. But I want to understand how people think about conflict at a distance. The scale above individual fighting." She put the device in her pocket. "What actually determines outcomes when you can't solve it with your hands?" "Theron are good at that," I said. "Theory, strategy. We have a long tradition of it." She looked at me. "I know. I read about it before I enrolled." She paused. "I was hoping you might be willing to help me with some of the theoretical framework. The parts that require understanding how Theron modeling systems work." I had not expected this. I took a moment to be sure I was understanding her correctly. "You want my help?" "You're good at it," she said simply. "I saw your notes from the tactical theory track. You think carefully and you explain things without adding words that aren't necessary." She shrugged. "I learn faster when someone explains things to me than when I read them alone, especially things that are built on cultural frameworks I didn't grow up inside." "Yes," I said. "I will help." She nodded, as if this had been arranged rather than offered and accepted, and finished the food Grook had given her. Grook, beside me, was grinning in the way he grinned when something had worked out in a way he found satisfying. It occurred to me, not for the first time, that Grook was more deliberate than his straightforward manner suggested. We stood in the corridor until the building began to quiet, until the crowd of cadets had dispersed and the institutional sounds of the academy, the distant rhythm of training, the low hum of environmental systems, settled into the particular texture of an evening in a building that housed people whose work never fully stopped. Eventually Seuss said goodnight and left. Grook left shortly after, taking the food containers with him. Mara picked up her bag and looked at me. "One question," I said. She waited. "When you arrived," I said, "you told the class that you already knew how people from your world thought about fighting, that you came here to understand how people from other worlds thought about it." "Yes." "Did you find it? What you were looking for?" She was quiet for long enough that I thought the question might have been too broad to answer directly. Then she said, "Partly. I found out that most species build their combat doctrine around the ceiling of what they can do, what their body allows, what their training permits, and they teach within that ceiling very well. They optimize for it, they study it, they develop it into sophisticated systems." "Yes," I said, "that is accurate. On Earth," she said, "we build doctrine around the floor." She looked at the corridor wall for a moment, as if the explanation were written somewhere there and she was finding the right words for it. "We start from, what is trying to remove me from the living, and what do I need to do to ensure that doesn't happen? The question is not what can I optimally do. The question is what do I need to be able to do that I cannot currently do, and how do I close that gap before the gap closes me?" She looked back at me. "You optimize from the top down, we build from the bottom up. Neither of those is wrong, but they produce very different instincts." I thought about this, and understanding both is better than understanding only one. "Everything is better when you're working from a larger picture," she said. She picked up her bag. "That's the whole point, isn't it?" She walked toward the exit, and I watched her go, and somewhere in my chest my threat assessment gland was entirely quiet for the second time that I could remember. But the absence of warning was different this time. Before, the quiet had meant that I had stopped perceiving her as something uncertain and unclassifiable. Now the quiet meant something more settled. Recognition. The calm of a thing understood, not completely, not finally, but well enough to stand on. The door closed behind her. I stood in the empty corridor and thought about 300,000 years and 8.7 million species, and a planet that had built its dominant life form from the ground up in a world that provided no guarantees. I thought about what kind of thinking that produced in the long run, not just the physical adaptations but the mental ones. The orientation toward questions rather than conclusions. The willingness to close a gap you had not known existed because existing beside it felt intolerable. I thought about a duffel bag hitting the floor. I walked back to my room and sat at my desk and opened my personal log. The last entry was from the first week of the semester, and reading it now felt like reading a document written by someone who had not yet understood what they were going to encounter, which was accurate. I wrote a new entry. It was long. I have it still. Near the end I wrote, "She came here to understand how other people thought about fighting." I think what she actually found was that the gap between how we think and how she thinks is not a problem to be solved but a resource to be used. That the difference in frameworks is itself information. That the most important thing two people with different models of the world can do is not agree on one model, but understand both well enough to move between them. I am not sure she would put it exactly that way. She would probably put it in fewer words and with more precision. But I think that is what she was doing. In every Thursday session and every after-hours sparring exchange and every quiet question in a corridor, building a picture wide enough to hold two kinds of thinking at once. I closed the log and went to sleep. The next semester began. By the end of it, I had helped Mara work through the Theron Strategic Modeling Framework, which was dense and required a kind of abstract spatial thinking that she had not previously developed and took to with a focus that I found both impressive and occasionally alarming. She absorbed it the way she seemed to absorb most things, completely, thoroughly, and then immediately began testing its edges, finding the cases where it did not quite fit reality, and asking what that meant about the model's underlying assumptions. Vreth 9's revised doctrine was cited in 2 xeno-military journals within the year. The Thursday sessions were eventually incorporated into the formal curriculum, which meant that cadets from every year and track could receive program credit for attending. Mara negotiated, at this point, for a larger training allocation and 2 additional floor hours per week. Vreth 9 agreed to 1 additional floor hour. She accepted this with the composure of someone who had asked for 2 specifically, so that 1 would feel like a reasonable compromise. Grook returned to his homeworld at the end of his enrollment and started, eventually, a training program that became regionally well regarded. He sent occasional messages. They were always brief, occasionally incoherent, and full of the specific warmth of someone who had not changed who he was, but had changed significantly what he was able to do. He wrote once, near the end of his first year home, that he had stopped telegraphing with his left shoulder entirely, and had developed a new telegraph involving his right ear, which he was now also working to eliminate, and that he suspected this was a process with no terminal point, which he had decided to find encouraging rather than discouraging. Seuss stayed at the academy for a second year of advanced study and became, eventually, a junior instructor. He was very good at it. He had the rare quality of being able to meet a student exactly where they were without making them feel they were being met, which is to say, he could find the right level without the student noticing there had been any adjustment. He and I kept in regular contact for years after we both left the academy, and he was one of the first people I told when I eventually published my own paper on cross-species strategic doctrine, which drew heavily on the framework Mara and I had developed together in the second semester. Deshek left the academy and joined a mid-tier security outfit, which he eventually rose to lead. By all accounts I ever received, he was a fair and effective commander. Not a brilliant one, but the reliable, competent kind that organizations need more than they need brilliance. He credited, in an interview I read some years later, the period at the academy as the one that had changed his understanding of what preparation actually meant. He did not mention anyone by name, he did not need to. And Mara. Mara finished her enrollment, shook Vreth 9's hand, thanked him in the specific and genuine way she thanked people for things that had actually mattered to her, and left. She went back to Earth for a time, to see her family, she had said once when I asked, and to run through the mountains, because running through mountains was, apparently, something humans did for reasons that were partly physical, and partly something else that she found harder to explain. After that, she took a contract with a border security organization operating in the Outer Verge, a region of contested territory at the far edge of surveyed space where the settled law was thin and the situations were, by all available reports, consistently more complicated than they sounded. Within 2 years, the Outer Verge had become significantly quieter than it had been before she arrived. I heard about this secondhand, and then from a short message she sent me that said simply, "Turned out strategic theory was useful after all." The Theron model was good for predicting escalation patterns. I adjusted the third variable and it fit the local conditions better. I wrote back and asked if she was well. She wrote back and said yes, and that she had picked up a new telegraph. She tilted her head to the right when she was deciding whether to push forward or hold position, and she had only figured this out because someone had managed to use it against her successfully, which she found more interesting than annoying. I wrote, "Are you going to fix it?" She wrote, "Eventually. Right now it's useful to know it exists." I thought about that for a while, about the specific equanimity of someone who had learned not to be disturbed by gaps, because gaps were information, and information was always useful if you knew how to read it. I still have all her messages. They are short and infrequent and invariably contain at least one piece of information that requires me to think about something differently after I read it. I have never told her this, partly because she already knows, and partly because the value of it is not in the telling. I graduated from the academy with a distinction in strategic theory. My thesis was on the integration of multi-species doctrinal frameworks, specifically on the gap between optimization from the top and construction from the floor, and what combining both approaches could offer strategic planners who were working across species contexts. Vreth 9 read it before submission and returned it with 3 comments. 2 were corrections of minor factual errors. One said, in his precise, economical handwriting, "This is the right question. Keep asking it." I kept asking it. I am still asking it. There is a recording in my personal archive, not of the Saturday demonstration, though I have that too. This one is from late in the semester, from one of the Thursday sessions, taken on my personal device from a seat along the wall. The room is full. The light is the flat institutional white of the training hall, and Mara is standing in the center of the floor talking about something I no longer remember. Some technical point about threat split timing, I think, or perhaps the unit on vector management. I would have to listen again to be sure. What I return to in that recording, when I watch it, is not anything she says. It is the quality of her attention, the way she is in the room, completely, without any apparent division between the part of her that is teaching and the part that is still watching, learning, registering, filing. She is listening to her own class. She is noticing things in the room that will become questions she thinks about later. She is, in the middle of explaining something she knows, still genuinely curious about what she has not yet found out. She once told me that Earth produced, in her words, a kind of person who could not stop paying attention because stopping had historically been the kind of mistake you only made once. I have thought about that sentence more times than I can count. About what it means for a species to have paid attention long enough, and consistently enough, and to enough of the right things, that the attention became structural, became built into the way the brain was organized, the way threat and opportunity were processed, the way uncertainty was held, not as something to be eliminated, but as information to be read. 300,000 years of not getting eaten had produced, in the end, not just a species that was difficult to threaten physically. It had produced a species that was constitutionally incapable of deciding they had already learned enough. That treated the gap in their understanding not as a problem to be resolved and set aside, but as the most interesting thing currently present, and worth going toward rather than away from. The instructor said no species can dual wield. He was right about every species he had studied. The sample was real. The analysis was sound. The conclusion was overstated by exactly one missing data point, and that data point walked in 20 minutes late on the first day of the semester, set a duffel bag on the floor, and waited quietly for the room to finish deciding what it was looking at. I think about what it meant that the room made its decisions so quickly, what we were all doing, in those first minutes, without knowing we were doing it, building a model from the data we had, in the time we had, with the categories already in our minds. It was not carelessness. It was not prejudice in the crude sense. It was just the way any mind works when it encounters something new. Pattern match first, adjust later. The thing Mara taught the program, the thing that outlasted the technique, outlasted the revised doctrine, outlasted the Thursday sessions themselves, was not how to use 2 blades. It was the habit of keeping the adjustment live, of treating the first model as the starting point rather than the conclusion, of knowing that what you have observed is real and also not complete, and that those 2 things can both be true at the same time without the first one being a lie and the second one being a failure. Some people learn that in classrooms. Some learn it from books. Some learn it, I think, the way Mara learned it, from a planet that declined to provide a stable enough environment for any other approach to be survivable. 300,000 years is a long time to practice anything. You get good at it. You get good at it in ways that go so deep you stop noticing you're doing it, the way you stop noticing you're breathing, because it has become as fundamental as that. She carried it lightly, which was perhaps the most instructive thing about her. All that history, all that depth, all those accumulated layers of hardwired attention and persistent curiosity, and sheer irreducible willingness to go toward the unknown gap, she carried it with the ease of someone who had never had the option of putting it down and had therefore stopped experiencing it as weight. She walked into a room full of cadets who had already made up their minds. She did not argue with their minds. She just waited and showed them something real and let the reality do the work. My threat assessment gland marked her as important on the first day. In the years since, I have thought many times about what that organ is actually responding to when it fires. Not just threat, not just power or danger in the conventional sense. Something more specific. The presence of a thing that is going to change something fundamental in your understanding before it is done. A category of experience that is not quite danger and not quite wonder but contains elements of both. The body knows, sometimes, before the mind has caught up. I have carried that lesson in one form or another through every year of work since the academy. Into every analysis, every collaboration, every moment when I sat down with a set of conclusions that seemed complete and asked myself the question Vreth 9 had eventually built into the revised doctrine. The question Mara had been asking since she picked up her second blade in a training hall and started finding out whether the gap in the data was the gap she suspected it was. What is not in this picture yet? The answer, always, is something. There is always something not yet in the picture. The work is in staying genuinely curious about what that something might be, not performing curiosity, not gesturing at open-mindedness as a quality you would like to be thought to possess, but actually wanting to know, actually being changed by what you find, actually going toward the gap with both hands open and your full attention running. I know a recording exists of the Saturday demonstration. Other cadets had devices out, and the Academy's fixed observation system had caught part of it from an overhead angle. I have seen the recording. It shows what happened with reasonable clarity. But the recording I returned to is not that one. It is the one from the Thursday session, where she is standing in the middle of a full training hall, explaining something she knows deeply to people who are just beginning to understand it. And she is still watching, still listening, still finding out. Still paying attention the way something pays attention when attention is the only reason it is still here. That is what I saw on the first day, standing in a corridor, watching a door close behind someone who had come to the Academy to learn and had, in the process, changed what the Academy understood about learning. That is what the body knew, before the mind had words for it. That is what the gland was marking. Worth attending to, it said. And it was right. The galaxy used to be a quiet place. For centuries, the Galactic Federation, a group of 5 advanced alien races, ruled the stars. When humans first arrived from Earth, we were the new kids. We weren't the strongest, and we didn't have the oldest technology, but we had something they lacked: adaptability. When the Void Eaters, a mindless swarm from outside the galaxy, attacked, the Federation was terrified. Their high-tech shields were failing. Their logic-based tactics were useless. They turned to us. "Help us," they said. "If you fight on the front lines, we will give you a permanent seat in the High Council. We will share our energy technology with Earth." We believed them. For 5 years, human soldiers bled in the cold dark of space. We lost millions of lives. We used our primitive but effective kinetic weapons to tear through the Void Eaters. We saved their homeworlds. We saved their children. But the day the last Void Eater hive ship was destroyed, the Federation changed. The betrayal. I was standing on the bridge of the UEFS Retribution when it happened. Admiral Marcus Thorne, a man with more scars than medals, was looking at the view screen. We were expecting a celebration. Instead, we saw the Federation fleet, our allies surrounding us. The holographic projector flickered to life. It was High Counselor Varkas, a spindly blue-skinned alien from the Zool race. "Admiral Thorne," Varkas said, his voice cold and robotic. "The war is over. The threat is gone. But we have realized that humanity is too dangerous. You are too violent, too fast, and your population grows too quickly. You are a threat to the stability of this galaxy." Thorne narrowed his eyes. "What are you saying, Varkas?" "We just saved your skins." "We are saying," Varkas replied, "that your services are no longer required. All human ships must power down their engines and prepare for boarding. Your colonies will be dismantled, and your people will be relocated to a single system under our protection. If you refuse, we will fire." The trap. They didn't wait for an answer. Before Thorne could even speak, the Federation fleet opened fire. But they didn't use lasers. They used ion pulses. They knew our ships were weakened from the war. Bam! The Retribution shuddered. All the lights turned red. The hum of the engine died. "Status," Thorn yelled. "Engines are dead, sir. Shields at 10%. The comms officer shouted. "They've sent a virus into our network. They used the repair nanites they gave us last month to sabotage our systems from the inside. They hadn't just attacked us. They had planned this for months. While we were fighting their war, they were building a cage for us. Across the sector, thousands of human transport ships and colony hubs were being seized. They took our fuel, our food supplies, and our communication arrays. They left us with nothing. They thought that without their advanced technology, we would crawl back to Earth and slowly fade away." The human response. Varkas appeared on the screen one last time. "Do not be sad, Admiral. You are lucky we let you live. But from today, the stars belong to us again. You have nothing left to fight with." The screen went black. The bridge was silent. Everyone looked at Admiral Thorn. We were drifting in space, surrounded by enemy ships that were now moving away, laughing at us. We had no fuel, no long-range comms, and no advanced Federation weapons. Thorn walked over to a small locker at the back of the bridge. He pulled out an old-fashioned, physical cigar, a luxury from Earth, and lit it. "They think we have nothing," Thorn said, the smoke curling around his head. "They think because they took our shiny toys and our plasma cores, we are beaten." He looked at the crew. His eyes weren't full of fear. They were full of a dark, burning fire. "The Federation forgot one thing about humans," Thorn whispered. "We didn't start with plasma. We started with rocks and sticks. And when someone takes our house, we don't cry. We build a bigger one and take theirs." He turned to the chief engineer. "Sarah, can we still access the emergency manual overrides? The old mechanical ones?" Tara. "Yes, sir," she said, wiping grease from her forehead. "They disabled the digital systems, but they didn't touch the old hydraulic levers. They probably don't even know what they are." "Good," Thorn smiled. It was a terrifying smile. "Call all remaining ships on the shortwave radio frequencies, the ones used in the 20th century. The aliens won't be listening there. Tell them the plan has changed." "What is the plan, sir?" I asked. Thorn looked out at the glowing lights of the Federation's rich cities in the distance. "They took our future," he said. "So, we are going to take their everything. Every ship, every mine, every credit. We aren't going home. We're going shopping." That was the day the Great Reclamation began. The aliens thought they had won because they took our technology. They didn't realize that a hungry human with a wrench is much more dangerous than a soldier with a laser. The Federation made a fatal mistake. They assumed that because we were low-tech, we were helpless. They saw our ships as scrap metal floating in the dark. But to a human engineer, scrap metal is just a weapon that hasn't been put together yet. The secret frequency. For 3 days, the UEFS Retribution drifted. To the alien scanners, we looked like a dead ship. But inside, the corridors were buzzing with silent energy. We weren't using the Federation's glowing blue power grids. We were using old-school copper wires and backup diesel generators. Tech so ancient, the aliens didn't even recognize the heat signatures. "Admiral," Chief Engineer Sarah whispered, "the shortwave radio is working. I've reached the Ironclad, the Vanguard, and the mining colony on Asteroid 9. Thorn nodded. "Tell them to stay dark. No lights, no signals. We are going to hit the Zool Energy Depot on the moon of Xylos. That's where they're keeping the fuel they stole from us." "Sir," I interrupted, "Xylos is protected by a Class 5 AI defense shield. We don't have the codes anymore." Thorn smirked, tapping his temple. "We don't need codes. We have human viruses that no AI can calculate." The heist begins. We didn't fly to Xylos using engines. That would have alerted their sensors. Instead, we used a gravity slingshot. We turned off all power and let the gravity of a nearby gas giant pull us toward the moon. We were a 50,000-ton ghost falling through the sky. As we approached the depot, the massive alien structure came into view. It was a beautiful tower of glass and light, filled with millions of gallons of star fuel. "Now!" Thorn shouted. We didn't fire lasers. We fired harpoons. Massive, heavy steel cables with magnetic tips. Clang, clang, clang. The harpoons pierced the glass walls of the depot. The Federation's AI was confused. It was programmed to block energy beams and hacking attempts. It didn't know how to react to a giant piece of sharpened metal hitting it. It was like a supercomputer trying to fight a caveman with a club. The chaos. "Breach team, go!" I led the squad. We didn't wear fancy light armor. We wore heavy, thick, lead-lined suits. We swung across the cables like pirates from the old Earth oceans. When we hit the glass, we used thermite, a simple chemical mixture, to melt through their indestructible shields. Inside, the Zool guards were panicking. They reached for their DNA-coated pulse rifles, but Sarah had already done her trick. She hadn't hacked their system. She had simply overloaded the local gravity sensors. Suddenly, the Zool guards, who were used to perfect, stable gravity, were floating uncontrollably. But we humans? We had spent months training in zero-G gyms on Earth. We were used to the chaos. "Secure the tanks," I yelled, firing my old-fashioned lead bullet pistol. The sound was deafening. The Zool had never heard a gun before. To them, it sounded like a thunderclap. Taking everything. We didn't just take the fuel. Thorne's orders were clear. Take everything. We attached massive thrusters to the entire fuel storage wing of the building. We literally cut the building in half. "Admiral, the storage wing is detached," Sarah reported. "Hook it to the ship," Thorne commanded. The Retribution fired its old mechanical thrusters. With a massive groan of metal, we began to tow the entire alien fuel depot away into the darkness of space. By the time the Federation's warships arrived, we were gone. All they found was a half-destroyed building and a note painted in giant white letters on the remaining glass wall. "Thanks for the gas. We'll be back for the tires." The aftermath. Back at our secret rallying point, the human fleet was cheering. We now had enough fuel to power our ships for a year. But more importantly, we had captured their repair droids. Thorne stood in the cargo bay, looking at the thousands of tiny alien robots we had kidnapped. "They thought they could lock us out of the galaxy," Thorne said to the crew. "But they forgot that humans are the best thieves in existence. We aren't just going to fight them. We are going to dismantle their empire, bolt by bolt, until they are the ones drifting in the dark." The betrayal had hurt us, but it had also woken up the apex predator of the stars. The humans were no longer soldiers for the Federation. We were the owners of the Great Reclamation. Next on the list, the Zool Central Bank. After the fuel heist at Xylos, the Galactic Federation was in an uproar. They called us space pirates and primitive thieves. High Counselor Varkas put a massive bounty on Admiral Thorne's head, but they still didn't take us seriously. They thought we were just desperate. They were wrong. We were calculated. The target, Ethelgard. Ethelgard was the jewel of the galaxy. It was a planet-sized city that acted as the central banking hub for all 5 Federation races. Every digital credit, every physical Lumina crystal, their version of gold, and every trade contract was stored in the great archives of Ethelgard. If we take the crystals, we can buy any weapon we want from the black market dealers in the Outer Rim, Admiral Thorne explained to the commanders of the human fleet. But if we take the data, we own their history. The low-tech Trojan horse. The Federation's security was legendary. They had life sign scanners that could detect a single heartbeat from orbit. They had logic gates that could block any AI-driven hack. So, we didn't use a ship, and we didn't use an AI. We used a comet. We found a massive ice comet heading toward Ethelgard's sun. We hollowed out the center of it and stuffed it with 50 of our best infiltrators, led by me. We turned off every single electronic device. We sat in the freezing dark, breathing through old-school oxygen tanks for 12 hours as the comet drifted past the planet's orbital defenses. The Federation scanners saw the comet. Their AI labeled it as natural space debris. They didn't even look twice. When the comet entered the upper atmosphere, we hatched. The drop. We ejected from the ice shell in wingsuits, simple fabric suits that allowed us to glide through the air without engines. No heat signature. No radar footprint. We looked like giant birds falling from the stars. We landed on the roof of the central bank at midnight. "Thermal charges ready," Sarah whispered over a wired headset. "No radio waves for them to track." Pfft, crack. The roof didn't blow up. It melted. We dropped into the main vault chamber. It was beautiful. Rows upon rows of glowing blue Lumina crystals, worth trillions. But we weren't there for the shiny rocks. The data ghost. While the team started loading crystals into vacuum bags, I ran to the central core. This was the heart of the Federation's economy. I didn't try to hack it. You can't hack a Zool core with a human laptop. Instead, I pulled out a magnetic pulse induction coil, a device that creates a massive, localized magnetic field. "Sarah, start the mirror program," I commanded. We weren't stealing the data by downloading it. We were using the magnets to print a physical copy of the server's magnetic state onto a blank lead plate. It was like taking a giant stamp of the entire bank's memory. Suddenly, the alarms screamed. The Zool guards, tall, four-armed aliens with glowing stun staffs, burst into the room. "Human scum," the leader yelled. "Drop the crystals and die." The human trick. I looked at the guard and smiled. "We aren't here for the crystals, buddy." I hit the eject button on my belt. Suddenly, the entire bank floor began to vibrate. We hadn't just come to steal. We had brought a gift. Outside, on the street level, the human mining ships, the ones the Federation thought were scrap, had attached massive industrial magnets to the building's foundations. Rumble. Crash. The entire vault floor, 10 floors of solid metal, was ripped downward, falling into the sewer tunnels we had spent 2 days digging with industrial lasers. The Zool guards fell with us, screaming as they lost their balance. We used our magnetic boots to stay upright. In the darkness of the tunnels, our night vision goggles gave us the advantage. Pop, pop, pop. Our silenced pistols took them down before they could even see us. The Great Disappearance. By the time the Federation police reached the sewers, we were gone. We had loaded the vault floor onto a massive underground maglev train, an old piece of infrastructure the Zool had abandoned centuries ago. We didn't just take their money, we took the property deeds. The next morning, High Counselor Varkas woke up to a galaxy-wide broadcast. It wasn't a threat. It was a legal notice. Admiral Thorne appeared on every screen in the Federation. He was holding a glass of wine and a stack of digital papers. "Attention, citizens of the Federation," Thorne said calmly. "According to your own laws, Section 4, Article 9, the owner of the physical, original deed owns the land, and well, I'm currently holding the deeds to your 3 biggest mining planets, 2 sun collectors, and the High Counselor's private summer villa." He took a sip of his wine. "Technically, you're all trespassing on human property now. You have 24 hours to pay rent, in the form of military tech and warships, or we start the evictions." The Federation had betrayed us to save their power. Now, they were realizing that in a galaxy run by laws and money, the humans had just become the ultimate landlords. High Counselor Varkas made a televised speech. "The human landlords are a joke," he sneered. "We do not pay rent to monkeys. We pay in fire." He sent 20 Zool dreadnoughts, massive, sleek ships that could crack a planet's crust, to the human rallying point near the Oort cloud. They arrived with their shields at 100% and their plasma cannons glowing red. The silent trap. When the Federation fleet arrived, they found nothing. No human ships, no stations, just empty space. "Scan for heat signatures," the Zool Admiral commanded. "Nothing, sir," the technician replied. "Wait, I'm picking up thousands of tiny signals. They look like frozen water?" The Federation's advanced sensors ignored them. To their AI, it was just space ice. But inside those blocks of ice were human saboteurs. We had covered our small boarding pods in layers of frozen CO2 and ice to match the temperature of deep space. We were invisible to their high-tech thermal cameras. The cold boarding. As the massive dreadnoughts drifted through the ice field, we fired small compressed air thrusters. No fire, no heat, just a puff of cold air to push us toward the enemy hulls. Thump. I was in Pod 7. We hit the side of the Zool flagship, the Star Crusher. We didn't use drills. Drills make noise and vibration. Instead, we used gallium liquid. We poured the liquid onto their indestructible aluminum alloy hull. In minutes, the metal became as brittle as a dry cracker. Crunch. We snapped a hole in the ship and climbed inside. Chaos in the corridors. The Zool were prepared for a space battle, not a hallway fight. Their ships were designed for long-range laser duels. The corridors were wide and built for comfort, not defense. We burst through the vents. We weren't using energy shields. We were using flashbangs and smoke grenades. "I can't see," My sensors are blinded, a Zool guard screamed as the thick gray smoke filled the deck. To an alien who relies on visual augmentation, smoke is a nightmare. To a human who grew up playing hide-and-seek in the dark, it's home. We moved like shadows. Using simple stun batons and zip ties, we neutralized the crew deck by deck. We didn't want to kill them. Dead pilots can't teach you how to fly. The hijack. On the bridge, the Zool admiral was frantically hitting buttons. Override. Lock the engines. Self-destruct. Too late, pal. Admiral Thorne's voice came over the ship's own intercom. Thorne hadn't boarded a ship. He was sitting in an old human, ham radio room on an asteroid. But he had Sarah. Sarah had found a backdoor. She hadn't hacked the Zool computer. She had hacked the maintenance droids we stole in Part 2. Thousands of those little robots were now crawling inside the Star Crusher's computer brain, physically pulling out wires and rerouting them to a human-made control box we had brought with us. Admiral, I called out into my radio. The bridge is ours. The Star Crusher is now a human ship. The Grand Theft Starship. Across the fleet, the same thing was happening. One by one, the glowing blue lights of the Federation dreadnoughts turned human orange. The Zool pilots were forced into escape pods and launched back toward their homeworld. They watched, crying in shame, as their own invincible fleet turned around and warped away. The message. An hour later, Varkas received a ping on his private terminal. It was a video from Admiral Thorne, sitting in the captain's chair of the Federation's own flagship. Varkas, Thorne said, leaning back comfortably. You said you'd pay in fire. Well, your ships have excellent firepower. Thanks for the donation. Thorne pointed the camera out the window. Behind him, 19 other stolen dreadnoughts were lining up. Now, Thorne continued, his voice turning cold. You've lost your bank, you've lost your fuel, and now you've lost your primary fleet. We have everything we need to build our own empire. But we're not done. You still have your food synthesizer hubs on Planet Ceres, and we're feeling a bit hungry. The Federation was officially in a panic. They had tried to treat us like a minor threat. Now, they were realizing that they hadn't just betrayed an ally, they had accidentally built and funded the most dangerous army in the galaxy. In the galaxy, nobody farms anymore. The Federation races the Zool, the Xylos, and the Krill rely entirely on molecular food synthesizers. These massive machines, located on the garden planet Ceres 2, turn raw energy and basic minerals into steak, fruit, and nutrient pastes. If we control Ceres 2, High Counselor Varkas told his remaining generals, the humans will have to beg for a biscuit. They can steal our ships, but they cannot eat metal. He was right about one thing. We were hungry. But he was wrong about how we would get our dinner. The dirty tactic. We didn't send our newly stolen dreadnoughts to Ceres 2. That would have been too obvious. Instead, we used our old Earth trash. During the Void Eater War, humanity had thousands of garbage barges, huge, ugly ships used to haul waste away from the front lines. The Federation ignored them. To them, garbage was invisible. Inside those barges, we hadn't stored trash. We had stored Earth soil and insects. The biological strike. We didn't drop bombs on Ceres 2. We dropped ecopods. As the garbage barges flew over the vast synthesizer fields of the planet, we released millions of tiny, genetically modified Earth locusts and a fast-growing earthweed known as kudzu. Admiral, I reported from the surface of the planet, hidden in a forest of alien purple trees. The green menace has been released. Within hours, the alien synthesizers began to choke. These machines were designed to work in sterile environments. They couldn't handle the messy biology of Earth. The vines grew into the cooling vents. The locusts crawled into the circuitry. The Federation's perfect food machines began to grind to a halt. The service call. The Zool scientists panicked. They didn't know how to deal with pests. They had lived in clean labs for thousands of years. Suddenly, a signal broadcasted across the planet's comms. It was Sarah, pretending to be an automated Federation repair service. Attention Ceres 2 hub. Her voice was disguised by a modulator. Biohazard detected. Please evacuate all personnel to the safety bunkers. We are sending the cleaning drones to sanitize the facility. The terrified Zool workers fled. They didn't check IDs. They just ran. The takeover. The cleaning drones were actually human engineering teams in white hazmat suits. We walked right through the front gates of the galaxy's largest food factory. "Look at this," Sarah said, pointing to the massive central processor. "They have enough protein stored here to feed Earth for a century. And the best part? They've encrypted the food recipes, but they left the bioprints open. We didn't just steal the food. We did something much worse for the Federation. We reprogrammed the synthesizers. The bitter taste of defeat. 24 hours later, the Federation army arrived to take back the planet. We were already gone, vanishing into the clouds in our barges. Varkas ordered the synthesizers to be restarted immediately. "Feed the troops," he commanded. "I want them ready to hunt the humans." The machines hummed. The first batch of food came out. It looked like the usual Zool delicacies, but when the High Counselor took a bite of his favorite xylo fruit, he immediately spat it out, gagging. "What is this?" he screamed. Every single machine on the planet, the only source of food for trillions of aliens, had been locked into a single setting. No matter what button you pressed, the machines only produced one thing: human, Marmite, and ghost pepper sauce. It was edible, but to the sensitive taste buds of the aliens, it was like eating liquid fire mixed with salty tar. The hostage situation. A message appeared on the High Counselor's screen. It was Admiral Thorne, eating a very juicy, perfectly synthesized Earth-style apple. "Hey Varkas," Thorne said, wiping his mouth. "I heard the new menu is a bit spicy. Don't worry, we kept the sweet and savory codes for ourselves. If you want your taste buds back, you're going to have to give us the navigation charts for the Great Nebula." Thorne took another bite. "Or you can get used to the spice. I hear it's great for the sinuses." The Federation was now hungry, angry, and humiliated. We had taken their fuel, their money, their ships, and now we had taken their very ability to enjoy a meal. Humanity wasn't just winning the war. We were making the Federation regret they ever met us. The Federation High Command was in a state of emergency. High Counselor Varkas was trying to organize a Grand Alliance meeting. He needed to talk to the kings and leaders of the other 4 races to convince them to launch a final, desperate attack on Earth. "Use the subspace array," Varkas ordered. "Send an encrypted priority signal. Tell them we meet at the neutral zone in 2 cycles." The weakness of light. The Federation's communication system was beautiful. It used pulses of light sent through artificial wormholes. It was nearly instantaneous, but because it was so advanced, it was incredibly fragile. It relied on sync stations, massive satellites that kept the light pulses timed perfectly. "Admiral," Sarah said, pointing at a holographic map of the galaxy. "If we take out those 3 sync stations, the entire Federation goes dark. They won't even be able to send a text message to the next room." "We aren't going to destroy them," Thorne said, sharpening a small combat knife. "If we destroy them, they'll just build new ones. We're going to reroute them." Operation Echo. We didn't use our stolen dreadnoughts for this. Instead, we used tugbolts. Small, powerful engines usually used to move space debris. We painted them matte black so they wouldn't reflect any light. I led the mission to Sync Station Alpha. It was a giant golden ring floating in the void. There were no guards, only automated turrets, because the Federation thought no one would be crazy enough to attack a station that didn't even have any gold or fuel on it. "Turrets are active," my pilot whispered. "Don't shoot back," I ordered. "Launch the chaff." We fired canisters filled with millions of tiny pieces of aluminum foil. The Federation's high-tech targeting lasers hit the foil and scattered. The turrets were blinded by their own reflections. It was a $5 solution to a $500 million defense system. The hijack. We landed on the station, and Sarah plugged in a device we called the human filter. We didn't stop the Federation's messages. We let them through, but we added a delay. Every message sent by Varkas was now being intercepted by our ship, edited by a human team, and then sent back out. The chaos begins. Varkas sent a message to the Krill Emperor. "We must unite to destroy the humans. Bring your fleet to the neutral zone." But the message the Krill Emperor actually received was, "The humans have paid us. We are going to attack the Krill homeworld tomorrow. Prepare to die." At the same time, we sent a message to Varkas, pretending to be the Krill. "We are joining the humans. Your empire is over, Varkas." The result: for the next 12 hours, the Federation fell into complete madness. Neighbors who had been allies for 1,000 years began to aim their guns at each other. They were screaming into their radios, but all they heard were insults and threats, which we were writing for them. "Admiral," I laughed, watching the scanners. "The Zool and the Xylos are currently arguing over who stole whose lunch money. They've completely forgotten about us." Thorn nodded. "Silence is a powerful weapon. When people can't talk, they start to imagine the worst. And right now, we are their worst nightmare." The final twist. Once the Federation was busy fighting among themselves, we did the final move. We didn't just edit their messages, we stole their identity keys. Every bank account, every door lock, and every automated factory in the galaxy required a digital signature from the High Council. By hijacking the sync stations, we now had those signatures. Varkas tried to log into his personal terminal to call for help. A message popped up on his screen. "Error. Identity not recognized. This terminal now belongs to the Human Reclamation Front. Please enter your password to continue. Hint. Your password has been changed to We Are Sorry Humans, 123. The High Counselor sat in his dark office, realized his lights were turned off, his bank was empty, his ships were gone, and now, he couldn't even prove who he was. Humanity had turned the entire galaxy into a giant prank call, and the Federation was the punchline. The High Council of the Federation kept their most prized possessions in the Vault of Ages on the planet Primus. This wasn't a bank for money, it was a bank for legacy. It held the original crowns of ancient kings, the first blueprints of their warp engines, and the soul cores of their ancestors, digital memories of their greatest leaders. "If we lose our history," Counselor Varkas whispered to his shivering guards, "we are nothing but ghosts. Protect the vault at all costs." The invisible invasion. We didn't send soldiers. We didn't send hackers. We sent the janitors. Because the Federation's economy had collapsed, thanks to us, they had fired all their expensive security droids. They were forced to hire cheap labor to keep their museums clean. A group of Xylo workers arrived at the Vault of Ages. They wore masks, carried mops, and spoke in low alien grunts. The guards didn't even look at them. Why would they? They were just cleaners. Except, under those masks were Admiral Thorn, Sarah, and me. The swap, we spent 3 hours cleaning the main gallery, while Sarah used a portable scanner to create perfect 3D holograms of the artifacts. I was busy with the human touch. We weren't just stealing the items, we were replacing them with Earth junk. We took the golden scepter of the Zool Empire, a symbol of their divine right to rule, and put it in a bag. In its place, we put a plastic yellow broom handle, spray-painted gold. From a distance, in the dim museum light, it looked exactly the same. We took the first warp engine blueprint and replaced it with a child's drawing of a rocket ship colored with crayons. We took the soul cores, the digital memories, and replaced them with USB drives containing nothing but a 10-hour loop of Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. The reveal. We walked out of the front door with the history of the galaxy in our trash bags. Nobody stopped us. Once we were safe on the Retribution, Thorn gave the order. "Turn on the planetary broadcast. Let's show them who really owns the past now." Suddenly, every screen on the planet Primus flickered. Instead of the usual Federation news, it showed Admiral Thorn standing in our cargo bay, surrounded by their most sacred treasures. "People of the Federation," Thorn said, holding up the real golden scepter. "You told us we were a minor race. You told us we had no culture, no history worth keeping. You tried to erase our future." He dropped the scepter into a crate marked Property of Earth. "Well, it turns out your history is pretty easy to carry. Since you couldn't protect your past, we've decided to look after it for you. If you want your soul cores back, you're going to have to ask nicely." The collapse of spirit. The news spread like wildfire. When the high-ranking Zool priests rushed to the vault to check their treasures, they found the plastic broom handle. When they tried to consult their ancestors for advice, they were met with a 1980s pop song. The psychological blow was more devastating than any bomb. The citizens of the Federation stopped believing in their leaders. If the High Council couldn't even keep a scepter from being replaced by a broom, how could they rule a galaxy? The new history. Thorn turned to me as we watched the Federation systems descend into riots. "You know what the best part is?" "What, sir?" I asked. We aren't just taking their stuff, Thorne smiled. We're opening a museum on Earth. We'll charge them admission to see their own history. It's called The Cost of Betrayal Exhibit. Humanity didn't just have their ships and their food anymore. We had their identity. The Federation was no longer an empire. They were just a group of people living in a galaxy that was rapidly being renamed the Terran Sector. High Counselor Varkas had retreated to the Zool homeworld. He sat in a bunker, watching the Aegis network on his screen. "Let them come," he hissed. "These satellites are hardwired. No hacking, no human filters. If a human bolt enters the zone, it is destroyed instantly." He was right, we couldn't hack them. But we didn't need to. The low-tech solution. "Admiral," I said, looking at the glowing red grid of the enemy defenses. "If we fly in there, we're toast. Those lasers can melt steel in half a second." Thorne didn't look worried. He was holding a small, shiny object, a simple hand mirror. "What happens when you shine a flashlight at a mirror, son?" "It bounces back, sir." "Exactly," Thorne grinned. "Sarah, bring in the glitter bombs." The silver cloud. We didn't send warships. We sent cargo containers filled with trillions of tiny, microscopic glass beads coated in highly reflective silver. We launched these containers from long range using railguns. When they reached the edge of the Aegis network, they exploded, creating a massive, shimmering cloud of space dust that surrounded the entire planet. The satellite's AI detected objects and fired their high-powered lasers to destroy them. Zap, zap, zap. But the lasers didn't burn the dust. Instead, the light hit the silver-coated beads and reflected. The lasers bounced off the dust, hit other beads, and eventually bounced back toward the satellites themselves. Self-destruction. It was a feedback loop of light. Within minutes, the Aegis network was blinded by its own power. The satellites began to overheat and explode as their own reflected beams melted their sensors. "The shield is down," Sarah shouted. "But more importantly, we've got a clear path to the atmospheric stabilizers, the ultimate ransom. Every advanced alien planet uses atmospheric stabilizers to keep the weather perfect. No storms, no heat waves, just 22 degrees Celsius and a light breeze every day. We didn't land our army. We sent a single drone to the main stabilizer hub. We didn't blow it up. We just installed a thermostat." A message popped up on the High Counselor's bunker screen. It showed a simple dial with two options: Ice Age and Sahara Desert. Below the dial was a note from Admiral Thorne. "It's getting a bit chilly in here, Varkas. We've locked your planet's weather. If you want us to turn the heater back on, we need the master keys to every orbital shipyard in the sector. You have 10 minutes before we start the snowfall protocol, the surrender of the skies." Inside the bunker, the temperature began to drop. The Zool, who were cold-blooded creatures, began to shiver. They couldn't fight a war if they were frozen solid. Varkas looked at his generals. There was no pride left in his eyes. He realized that the humans weren't just fighting a war. They were playing a game, and they had changed the rules at every turn. "Give them the keys," Varkas whispered, his teeth chattering. "Give them everything, taking the factories." By the end of the day, humanity didn't just have ships, we had the shipyards. We now owned the factories that built the Federation's technology. We weren't just the landlords or the pirates anymore. We were now the industrial powerhouse of the galaxy. The Federation was now officially working for us. High Counselor Varkas sat in the Great Hall of the Federation on the planet Primus. Around him sat the representatives of the 4 other races. They were wearing their ceremonial robes, but they looked pathetic. Some were wrapped in blankets because we still controlled their thermostats. Others were eating the spicy marmite we forced their synthesizers to make. "We must declare a state of total sovereignty," Varkas announced, his voice trembling. "We must pass a law that makes human ownership of our assets illegal." The legality trap. They thought they could use law to stop us. They forgot that humans have been practicing law for thousands of years. While they were talking, we were filing paperwork. Suddenly, the massive holographic doors of the Great Hall swung open. I didn't walk in with a gun. I walked in with a briefcase. Behind me were 10 human lawyers, men and women in sharp suits, carrying tablets and stacks of physical paper. "Who are you?" Varkas demanded. "This is a closed session of the High Council." "Actually," I said, leaning against the counselor's podium, This is a meeting of the board of directors, and you're sitting in our chair. The fine print. The alien counselors looked confused. One of the human lawyers, a woman named Elena, stepped forward. "Counselor Varkas," she said calmly, "when you signed the Mutual Defense Pact with Earth 10 years ago, you included a clause in the fine print, Section 88, Paragraph B. It states that in the event of a systemic failure of Federation logistics, the primary contractor, Earth, would assume temporary administrative control of all government assets to ensure stability. But there is no systemic failure," Varkas yelled. "Sir," Elena smiled thinly, "you have no currency, no military, no food supply, and your communication network is currently playing 80s pop songs. If that isn't a systemic failure, I don't know what is. The hostile takeover, we didn't need to fire a single shot. We had used the Federation's own obsession with order and process against them. According to the records we recovered from your archives," I added, "the High Council's building, the ground it sits on, and even the air you are currently breathing are technically leased from the Human Reclamation Front. And since you haven't paid rent in 3 cycles," I pulled out a small electronic device and pressed a button. Click. The holographic symbols of the Federation, the stars, and the ancient crests flickered and vanished. In their place, the United Earth logo appeared on every wall and screen. "The dissolution, effective immediately," I announced to the silent room. "The Galactic Federation is dissolved. It has been declared bankrupt morally, financially, and logically. This building is now the Human Administrative Office for Galaxy Sector 1. The guards looked at Varkas, then at us. They saw our lawyers, our technicians, and the human dreadnoughts visible in the sky above. They didn't raise their spears. They simply laid them on the floor and walked out. Varkas slumped into his chair. "You took everything," he whispered. "You didn't just kill us. You erased us." "No," I corrected him. "We didn't erase you. We just put you under new management. You're still here. You just don't own the chair you're sitting in anymore." The new order. By sunset, the High Council was gone. The leaders were given small apartments and pension plans, paid in our new currency. The galaxy didn't collapse into chaos. In fact, things started running better. The ships moved on time, the food was distributed fairly, and for the first time in centuries, there was no High Council taking a cut of everyone's hard work. Humanity was no longer a member of the galaxy. We were the owners. But there was one final thing left to do. We had the power. We had the assets. Now, we had to decide what to do with the betrayers themselves. The galaxy was quiet. For the first time in 1,000 years, there were no border disputes, no trade wars, and no secret alliances. Why? Because you can't argue with the person who owns your oxygen, your bank, and your history. The final meeting. Admiral Thorne stood on the balcony of the former High Council building on Primus. Below him, the city was bustling. Human engineers were working alongside Zool workers to repair the infrastructure. But today was a special day. Today was the day of audit. Varkas, the former High Counselor, was brought to the balcony. He wasn't in chains. He was wearing a simple, clean suit. He looked older, tired, but safe. "Look at them," Thorne said, pointing to the streets. "They're actually happy. The Krill are trading with the Xylos again. No more political taxes or galactic fees. Just honest work." "I even did," Varkas sighed. "You took our pride, Thorne. You made us beggars in our own homes." "No," Thorne turned to face him. "We took your greed. We made you realize that being advanced doesn't mean you get to step on the new kids. We were your allies, Varkas. We bled for you, and you tried to throw us away like trash." The sentence. "So," Varkas asked, looking at the human fleet patrolling the skies, "what is our final fate? Are you going to exile us to the dead moons, or are you going to use us as labor?" Thorne laughed. It wasn't a cruel laugh. It was the laugh of a man who had already won the ultimate game. "We're humans, Varkas. We don't like keeping slaves, it's too much paperwork. And we don't like exile, it's a waste of talent. No, your sentence is much worse." Thorne handed Varkas a digital tablet. "From today, the Zool homeworld is being rebranded. It is now a nature preserve and tourist destination. You and your people will stay here. You will manage the forests, you will protect the wildlife, and you will host the millions of humans who want to come here for vacation." Varkas blinked. You're making us. Tour guides? I'm making you responsible, Thorn corrected. You wanted to be the masters of the galaxy. Now you can be the masters of this one garden. We've taken all your weapons, all your warships, and all your high-tech labs. We've moved them to Earth, the capital of the stars. As Thorn spoke, a massive shadow covered the city. It wasn't an alien ship. It was the UEFS Legacy, the first ship built entirely in the captured Federation shipyards. Using human imagination and alien physics, Earth was no longer a minor planet. It was the central bank, the central armory, and the central library of the known universe. All roads, or rather, all warp gates, now led to Earth. We took everything from you, Thorn continued, so that we could give the galaxy a fresh start, a human start. We've turned your empire into a community. And the best part? We're charging a 5% service fee for everything. We are humans after all, the human spirit. I stood behind the Admiral, looking out at the stars. I remembered how we felt when they betrayed us. We felt small. We felt alone. We felt like the galaxy was a cold, dark place. But we didn't stay small. We grew. We adapted. We stole. We hacked. We bargained. And we fought until the cold dark belonged to us. Admiral, I said, the first transport of Earth students has arrived. They're here to study the ancient alien ruins in the museum. Thorn smiled and lit his cigar. Tell them to enjoy the tour. And remind them, if they see a blue-skinned guy named Varkas, they should tip him well. He's had a very long year. The Legacy. The story of the human reclamation became a legend that lasted for 10,000 years. It was a story told to every alien child. Never betray a human, because they won't just fight you. They won't just beat you. They will take your house, your car, your lunch, and your history, and then they'll hire you to keep the grass cut. The galaxy was finally at peace, and for the first time, it was a human peace.
Jake Dalton stepped off the transport shuttle and onto Station Kepler 9 with exactly two things: a duffel bag full of clothes and a sword strapped to his back. Not a plasma rifle, not a pulse cannon, not even one of those fancy disintegrator pistols that were all the rage in the outer colonies. Just a sword, a honest-to-God, forged steel, completely analog sword. The recruitment officer who'd hired him had been very clear. Humanity was the newest species to join the Galactic Coalition, and Earth needed representatives in every branch of the Alliance. The military academy was desperate for instructors who could teach close-quarters combat. Jake had 20 years of martial arts training, a background in medieval weaponry, and absolutely nothing to lose. Perfect candidate. What the recruitment officer had not mentioned was that every single alien species in the galaxy thought humans were adorable idiots. Jake found this out approximately 45 seconds after entering the Academy's main training hall. Commander Thraka stood at the front of the room, all 7 feet of him, with 4 muscular arms crossed over a chest that looked like it had been carved from granite by a sculptor who really hated subtlety. His scales were a deep purple, his eyes were the color of molten gold, and his teeth could probably bite through a shuttle door. He was addressing a classroom of about 30 cadets, representing a dozen different species, when Jake walked in. The room went quiet. Every eye turned to stare at the human. Thraka's mouth curled into something that might have been a smile on a creature that understood joy. On him, it looked like a predator spotting lunch. "Ah," Thraka said, his voice like gravel in a blender. "You must be the human instructor, Dalton, yes?" "That's me," Jake said, dropping his duffel bag by the door. "Sorry I'm late. Your station's gravity is a bit higher than I'm used to." One of the cadets, an insectoid creature with too many eyes, chittered, something that the translator rendered as laughter. Thraka's golden eyes drifted down to the sword on Jake's back. His smile widened. "Tell me, Instructor Dalton, is that your weapon of choice?" Jake knew a setup when he heard one. "It is. A blade," Thraka said slowly, savoring each word like expensive wine. "Made of sharpened metal, no power source, no energy field, no molecular edge, just metal that you swing with your arms." "That's the general idea, yeah." The entire classroom erupted in laughter. Not polite chuckles. Full-blown, doubled-over, wheezing laughter. One cadet, a blob-like creature that might have been liquid, actually jiggled so hard it nearly fell off its chair. Thraka raised one hand, and the room fell silent again. "Forgive me, Instructor. I mean no disrespect to your species. I am sure that on your primitive world, such weapons were very effective against other primitives." Jake smiled. It was the kind of smile that didn't reach his eyes. "No offense taken, Commander." However, Thraka continued, warming to his theme. "You should understand that we are training the finest warriors in the galaxy here. Our cadets will face enemies armed with plasma weapons, energy shields, and combat armor that could withstand a direct hit from an orbital strike. I am not certain how a sharp piece of metal will factor into their education. I guess we'll find out," Jake said. Thraka's expression shifted to something almost pitying. "Indeed we shall. Please, take a seat. We were just discussing advanced shield technology." Jake found an empty spot along the back wall and leaned against it, arms crossed. For the next 20 minutes, he listened to Thraka lecture about the latest developments in defensive equipment. The cadets took notes on holographic tablets. Nobody looked at Jake. That was fine. He'd been underestimated before. What Jake didn't expect was for Thraka to turn the lecture into a full-blown roast session with him as the guest of honor. "You see," Thraka said, gesturing at a holographic display of a shimmering energy shield. "Modern defensive technology has made primitive weapons completely obsolete. A blade like Instructor Dalton's would simply bounce off military-grade shielding. It would be like trying to cut through a starship hull with a butter knife." More laughter from the cadets. Jake said nothing. "In fact," Thraka continued, clearly enjoying himself now, "I would wager that Instructor Dalton's weapon could not even scratch the paint on standard Coalition armor. Perhaps we humans should stick to teaching history classes instead of combat tactics." A few cadets actually applauded. Jake pushed off from the wall and walked toward the front of the room. The laughter died down. Thraka watched him approach with an expression of mild curiosity. "Something to add, Instructor?" Thraka asked. "Just a question," Jake said pleasantly. "You seem pretty confident in your shield technology." "I am." "Confident enough to put your money where your mouth is?" Thraka's eyes narrowed. "What are you suggesting?" Jake unstrapped the sword from his back and let it rest casually on his shoulder. "A demonstration. You pick the toughest shield in your armory. If I can't leave a mark on it with this primitive piece of metal, I'll resign. Right here. Right now." The classroom went dead silent. Thraka stared at Jake for a long moment. Then, slowly, his smile returned. "And if you succeed, you apologize, in front of everyone, for calling humans primitive." The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife, or maybe a sword. Thraka's forearms unfolded. "Agreed." Thraka didn't waste time. Within 5 minutes, he'd sent a message to the Academy's administration, and within 10, the entire student body was being summoned to the main arena. Word spread fast on a space station. By the time Jake walked into the massive circular chamber, there had to be at least 300 aliens packed into the full observation decks. This was going to be either the best or worst first day of work in history. The arena floor was a flat expanse of polished metal, big enough to host full-scale combat exercises. Overhead lights cast everything in stark white. Jake could hear the murmur of the crowd, the clicking and chittering and warbling of dozens of different species, all discussing the crazy human who thought he could scratch Varelium. He'd heard that word at least 50 times in the walk from the classroom to the arena. Varelium, the hardest substance in known space, formed in the cores of neutron stars, harvested by drones that cost more than a small planet, completely, utterly, impossibly indestructible. Great. Thraka entered from the opposite side of the arena, and the crowd roared. He was carrying something that looked like a riot shield, oval-shaped and about 3 feet tall. Even from across the arena, Jake could see it shimmer with an opalescent sheen, like oil on water. The surface seemed to drink in the light and reflect it in colors that didn't quite exist. "Behold," Thraka announced, his voice amplified through the arena's speaker system. "My personal shield, forged from pure Varelium, gifted to me upon my promotion to commander. It has turned aside plasma bolts, kinetic rounds, and even a glancing blow from an antimatter rifle. Not a single mark upon its surface." The crowd cheered. Someone started a chant in a language Jake's translator couldn't parse, but the meaning was clear enough. They were chanting Thraka's name. Jake walked to the center of the arena, sword in hand. Up close, the shield was even more impressive. The Varelium seemed to pulse with an internal light, and the craftsmanship was exquisite. The edges were perfectly smooth, the surface flawless. It was, objectively speaking, a work of art. It was also apparently going to be his resignation letter if he couldn't scratch it. "Having second thoughts, Instructor Dalton?" Thraka asked. He wasn't quite shouting, but his voice carried. He wanted the crowd to hear everything. "Just admiring the workmanship," Jake said. "This is beautiful. Custom made? On Varela Prime, by the master smiths themselves. The molecular structure is a lattice of interwoven crystalline bonds, each one reinforced at the quantum level. There is quite literally no stronger material in existence. Thraka held the shield out. Please, examine it, touch it. Convince yourself of its authenticity. Jake stepped forward and ran his hand over the surface. It was cool to the touch, smoother than glass. He tapped it with his knuckle. The sound was a deep, resonant note that hung in the air. He walked around it, examining the edges, the back, the mounting handles. How thick is it? Jake asked. 2 inches at the center, tapered to 1 inch at the edges. And the crystalline structure you mentioned? That's consistent throughout? Thraka's expression flickered with something that might have been confusion. Yes. Why do you ask? Just curious about the manufacturing process. Do they grow these crystals or forge them? They are grown in zero-gravity foundries over a period of months. Each crystal is seeded and allowed to form naturally, then bonded to its neighbors through a process I do not fully understand. The result is a single, unified structure with no weak points. Thraka was clearly enjoying showing off his knowledge. The orientation of the crystalline bonds is randomized, you see, which prevents any directional vulnerability. Randomized, Jake repeated. Interesting. Indeed. Now, shall we begin this demonstration, or would you prefer to withdraw your challenge? The crowd started booing. Someone threw what looked like a snack food at the arena floor. The natives were getting restless. Jake stepped back and looked at the shield one more time. Then he looked at Thraka. Then he looked up at the crowd, shading his eyes against the lights. I'm going to need about 15 minutes, Jake said. The arena went quiet. 15 minutes? Thraka repeated. For what? To prepare. You know, sharpen my blade, get my head in the game. Maybe do some stretches. I'm not as young as I used to be, and your station's gravity is murder on my knees. Thraka stared at him. You want me to wait while you stretch? Unless you want me pulling a hamstring in front of all these people. That would be embarrassing for both of us. For a moment, Jake thought Thraka might refuse. The commander's forearms tensed, and his golden eyes narrowed to slits. But then he threw his head back and laughed. It was a booming sound that echoed off the arena walls. By all means, Instructor Dalton, take your 15 minutes. Take 20 if you need them. The outcome will be the same. Thraka gestured to one of the arena exits. There is a preparation room through that door. I will wait here with my shield. The crowd will wait. We all want to see this. The crowd laughed and jeered as Jake walked toward the exit. He could hear them placing bets, arguing about how quickly the human would fail. Some were speculating he wouldn't even try, that he'd just slink away and never come back. Jake smiled to himself as the door hissed shut behind him. He had 15 minutes to figure out how to do the impossible. Good thing he'd been paying attention during Thraka's lecture. The preparation room was small and functional. A bench, a weapons rack, a sink, and a full-length mirror. Jake set his sword down on the bench and pulled out his phone. Yes, his phone. The same device that had made the aliens on the transport shuttle look at him like he'd brought a stone tablet to a hologram convention. He opened his notes app and started typing everything he remembered from Thraka's bragging session. Crystalline structure, zero-gravity foundries, months of growth, quantum-level reinforcement, randomized orientation of bonds. That last part was the key. Thraka had said it like it was a feature. But to anyone who actually understood materials science, randomized crystalline bonds were both a strength and a potential weakness. Random meant unpredictable, sure, but it also meant inconsistent. And inconsistent meant there were patterns if you knew how to look for them. Jake had spent 5 years of his life studying Japanese sword-making techniques. Not because he was some kind of weeb, but because metallurgy was fascinating, and ancient bladesmiths had figured out things about material science that modern engineers were only just beginning to understand. They'd learned to read metal, to see its grain, to find the natural lines of stress and work with them instead of against them. He pulled his sword from its sheath and held it up to the light. The blade was folded steel, layered and hammered and folded again, more than 200 times. Each fold created thousands of microscopic layers, each one adding strength and flexibility. The edge had been ground and polished to a molecular sharpness. It wasn't a plasma cutter, but it was sharp enough to split a human hair lengthwise. More importantly, it was precise. That was the whole point of a sword. Precision over power, technique over strength. Jake looked at his reflection in the mirror. Okay, Dalton, you've talked yourself into a corner. Time to science your way out. He spent the next 10 minutes running through the physics in his head. Beryllium was a crystalline structure, which meant it had a grain, even if that grain was randomized. Crystals fractured along specific planes based on their molecular bonds. If he could identify the orientation of those bonds on the shield's surface, he could angle his cuts to exploit the natural stress points. It was the same principle as cutting a diamond. You didn't just hack at it. You studied the crystal structure, found the cleavage plane, and applied force at exactly the right angle. One precise tap in the right spot could split a diamond in half. 1,000. Random hits wouldn't even scratch it. The difference was, he didn't have time to study the shield properly. He'd have to read it on the fly, make micro adjustments with each cut, and hope his eyes were good enough to spot the patterns in real time. No pressure. When he walked back into the arena, the crowd's jeering had turned to impatient murmuring. Thraka stood in the center, still holding his shield, looking like a statue of military confidence. "Finished with your stretches?" Thraka called out. "All limbered up," Jake replied. He walked to the center of the arena, sword held loosely in one hand. "So, just to confirm the terms, if I scratch your shield, you apologize. If I don't, I resign. Correct. And you'll accept any mark on the shield as proof? Even a small one?" Thraka's smile was predatory. "Instructor Dalton, if you can make even the tiniest imperfection on this shield, I will not only apologize, I will personally recommend you for a commendation. I am that confident." "Great. One more thing. Can you hold the shield steady? I'd hate for it to move and mess up my attempt. I will hold it as still as stone." Thraka planted his feet and held the shield out at chest height, gripping it with two of his forearms. The other two arms crossed behind his back in a gesture of absolute confidence. The crowd leaned forward in their seats. Jake approached slowly, studying the shield's surface. Under the arena lights, he could see faint patterns in the opalescent shimmer. Lines of slightly different coloration, so subtle they were almost invisible. Crystalline boundaries, the places where different growth zones met and bonded. There, he could see them. Jake raised his sword and placed the edge against the shield's surface at a shallow angle, maybe 15 degrees. He didn't press down, just made contact, felt the material, let his hands read the feedback through the blade. "Any day now," Thraka said. Jake ignored him. He adjusted the angle, 20 degrees, then 18, then 19.5. There. He could feel a difference in the resistance, like the blade wanted to settle into a groove that wasn't quite there yet. He drew the sword across the surface in a long, smooth pull. Not a chop, not a stab, a draw cut, the kind you'd use to slice through a tatami mat. The blade whispered across the beryllium. Nothing happened. The crowd started laughing again. Jake repositioned, tried a different angle on a different part of the shield. Another draw cut. Still nothing. "Perhaps you need another 15 minutes? Thraka suggested. Jake didn't answer. He was too focused. The patterns were there. He could see them now, clearer with each attempt. The crystalline structure wasn't perfectly random. It couldn't be. Nature didn't work that way. There were patterns, fractals, repeating structures at different scales. Third attempt. He found a spot where 3 different crystalline boundaries met, forming a junction point. He placed his blade at exactly 23 degrees, rotated it slightly to account for the curve of the shield, and pulled. The sword bit. It was barely perceptible, a whisper of resistance. But it was there. The blade had found purchase. Jake's smile was microscopic. "Gotcha." He began to work in earnest now, making small, precise cuts. Each one built on the last, following the natural grain of the crystal structure. He wasn't trying to overpower the material. He was reading it, understanding it, and exploiting its own nature against itself. The crowd's laughter died. Someone in the front row stood up. Jake kept cutting. The blade moved in short, controlled strokes. He was carving now, following a pattern only he could see. The sword sang against the beryllium, a high, clear note that changed pitch with each angle adjustment. Thraka's smile faltered. "What are you doing?" Jake didn't answer. He was too busy carving the letter J into the shield's supposedly indestructible surface. The arena went absolutely silent. You could have heard a pin drop, or in this case, you could hear the whisper of folded steel cutting through impossibility. The J was perfect. Clean lines, smooth curves, about 3 inches tall, and carved a solid 1/4 inch deep into the beryllium. Jake stepped back to admire his work, then moved to the next letter. A was trickier. The diagonal lines required different angles, and he had to reorient his stance twice to maintain the proper cutting geometry. But once he found the right approach, the blade carved through like the shield was made of hard cheese. The crossbar of the A took 5 seconds. He didn't even break a sweat. "This is impossible," Thraka breathed. His forearms had gone rigid. The shield trembled in his grip. "Hold it steady, please," Jake said without looking up. "I'd hate to mess up the kerning." K was easier than the A. The vertical line followed a major crystalline boundary that Jake could see now as clearly as if someone had drawn it in marker. The 2 diagonal lines required some finesse, but his hands had found their rhythm. The sword felt like an extension of his nervous system. Every micro-adjustment was automatic. Someone in the crowd made a sound like a tea kettle whistling. Several cadets were standing now, pressing against the railings to get a better view. Jake could hear frantic whispers, the click and buzz of translator devices working overtime. E was practically therapeutic. 4 simple lines: horizontal, vertical, horizontal, horizontal. He finished it in under 30 seconds and paused to roll his shoulders. Thraka's gravity was still murder on his back. "You are cheating somehow," Thraka said. His voice had lost its commanding boom. Now it just sounded confused. "This is not possible. You are using some kind of Earth technology, a hidden energy field, a molecular destabilizer." Jake looked up at him. "Want to inspect the sword? No power source, no batteries, no circuitry, just about 3 pounds of folded steel, and a really good edge." "Then how? I'm not done yet. Hold still." D was a nice change of pace after all those straight lines. The curve required a different cutting motion, more of a rocking draw than a straight pull. Jake adjusted his grip and let the blade's natural curve do the work. The steel whispered secrets to the Varelium, and the Varelium, betrayed by its own structure, gave up its integrity, one crystalline bond at a time. The D took a full minute. Jake wanted it perfect. This was his signature, after all. Might as well make it look good. A again. Jake was getting efficient now. He'd mapped the major stress lines in the shield's structure. He knew where the crystal boundaries ran, where the growth zones overlapped, where the quantum reinforcement was strongest and where it was just slightly weaker. The second A took half the time of the first. L was a gimme. 2 lines, vertical and horizontal. Done. The crowd wasn't making any noise anymore. The silence was profound, almost religious. 300 aliens watched a human do something that violated everything they understood about materials, science, physics, and reality in general. Jake carved the T in long, confident strokes. The horizontal line at the top was perfectly straight. The vertical line bisected it with mathematical precision. He was showing off now, and he knew it, but he'd earned the right. O was meditative. A perfect circle, carved with a series of overlapping curved cuts that blended seamlessly together. Jake took his time, making each cut deliberate and smooth. The sword sang its high, clear note, and the Varelium surrendered in shavings so fine they were nearly invisible. When he finished the N, Jake stepped back and lowered his sword. His name, Jake Dalton, was carved across the face of Commander Thraka's personal shield in letters 3 inches tall and deep enough to feel with your fingers. The cuts were clean, professional, and absolutely permanent. Jake wiped his blade on his sleeve and sheathed it. There we go. 1 scratch. Well, technically several thousand scratches arranged in letter shapes, but I think it counts. Thraka stared at the shield. His golden eyes were wide. His mouth hung open. All 4 of his arms had gone limp, and he was holding the shield now like it was a dead thing, like it had betrayed him personally. The arena exploded. It wasn't cheering, exactly. It was more like the sound of 300 different species all having existential crises simultaneously. Jake heard shouting in at least a dozen languages. Someone was chanting something that his translator kept rendering as, "The human broke physics." Another voice kept repeating, "Impossible," over and over, like a mantra. A few of the cadets had their phones out, recording video. Jake made a mental note to check the station's social media later. This was definitely going viral. Thraka looked up from the shield to Jake, then back to the shield, then back to Jake. "How?" he finally managed. "Would you like the short answer or the long answer?" "Any answer, please." Jake gestured at the shield. "May I?" Thraka handed it over like a man in a dream. Jake held it up to the light, turning it so the crowd could see the carved name. "So here is the thing about crystalline structures," Jake said, projecting his voice so everyone could hear. "They are incredibly strong along certain axes and relatively weak along others. The strength comes from the molecular bonds, sure, but those bonds are directional. When you said the crystalline orientation was randomized, you accidentally told me the shield's weakness." "That makes no sense," Thraka said. "It does if you understand grain structure. See, crystals grow in predictable patterns. Even when you randomize the orientation, you get boundaries where different crystal zones meet. Those boundaries are the weak points. Not weak enough to matter against blunt force or energy weapons, but weak enough that a blade at exactly the right angle can exploit them." Jake ran his finger along one of the carved lines. "I spent 15 minutes thinking about everything you told me. Then I spent the first few attempts reading the shield's structure. Once I found the patterns, it was just a matter of precision. Cut along the grain instead of against it. Work with the material instead of against it. It's the same principle Japanese swordsmiths have used for 1,000 years. The arena was dead quiet now. Every eye was on Jake. Even Thraka seemed to be listening, though he still looked like he'd been hit in the head with a physics textbook. The sword is not about strength, Jake continued. It is about technique, about understanding your target better than your target understands itself. You can have the hardest armor in the galaxy, but if someone knows how it is made, how the molecules bond, how the structure forms, they can find a way through. Every defense has a weakness. You just have to be smart enough to find it. He handed the shield back to Thraka. So yeah, I scratched it. Several thousand times, in fact. My name is now a permanent part of your personal equipment. You are welcome. Thraka held the shield like it was evidence at a crime scene. His scaled face had gone through several colors in the last 30 seconds, settling on a pale purple that suggested either shock or a minor stroke. Jake couldn't tell which. Hava. But the quantum reinforcement, Thraka said weakly. The molecular bonds. The master smiths of Varela Prime spent centuries perfecting this material. And they did a great job, Jake said. Seriously, this is impressive work. But here's the thing about master craftsmen. They get really good at making something one specific way. And after a while, they stop questioning whether that way has any flaws. They just assume it is perfect because it has always worked before. Jake pulled out his sword again, not to threaten, just to illustrate. He held it up so the lights caught the rand, wavy pattern in the steel. See this? This is a Hamon line. It is created during the differential hardening process. The edge is hard enough to hold sharpness, but the spine is softer and more flexible. That combination gives you a blade that can cut and also absorb impact without shattering. It is a compromise, an acknowledgement that no material is perfect for every situation. He sheathed the blade again. Your Varelium smiths made their material optimized for one thing, stopping high-energy impacts. Plasma bolts, kinetic rounds, explosions, all the stuff you mentioned. And for that, it is fantastic. But they optimized so hard in one direction that they created a vulnerability in another. The crystalline structure that makes it great at dispersing energy makes it susceptible to precise mechanical stress along specific vectors. You are saying our greatest defensive material has been flawed this entire Androgis time? Thraka's voice was barely a whisper now. Not flawed, just specialized. There is a difference. Jake gestured at the crowd. How many people in this station do you think could have done what I just did? Actually carved through Varelium with a hand weapon? Thraka was quiet for a moment. I do not know. I am guessing not many. You need someone who understands both crystalline structures and traditional blade work. Someone who has studied material science and also spent years learning how to read metal. Someone crazy enough to bring a sword to a space station. That is a pretty specific skill set. Jake walked in a slow circle around Thraka, addressing the crowd now as much as the commander. Humans have been working with metal for about 7,000 years. We have been making swords for most of that time. We have had entire civilizations rise and fall, and through all of it, we kept making blades and figuring out better ways to make them cut. Not because we are violent. Well, not just because we are violent, but because we are curious. We want to understand how things work. He stopped and faced Thraka again. When you gave me that lecture about the Varelium crystalline structure, you thought you were showing off. And you were. But you were also teaching. You told me everything I needed to know to beat your shield. The growth process, the bonding method, the randomized orientation. You gave me a complete technical breakdown of your defense, and then you were surprised when I used that information. I did not think it mattered, Thraka admitted. I thought the material was invulnerable. Nothing is invulnerable. That is lesson 1 in any human combat doctrine. Everything has a weakness. Armor has joints. Shields have edges. Fortresses have gates. The stronger something appears, the more important it becomes to find that one critical flaw. Jake tapped the carved shield with one finger. Your shield's flaw was its own complexity. Too many crystalline boundaries. Too much structural variation. It made the material incredibly strong against random impacts, but vulnerable to someone who could read those variations and exploit them systematically. A voice called out from the crowd. It was one of the cadets, a tall, thin alien that looked like a praying mantis crossed with a giraffe. But how did you see the crystalline boundaries? We cannot see them. The shield looks uniform to us. Human eyes are pretty good, Jake said. We are persistence hunters. We evolved to track prey over long distances by spotting tiny details, broken twigs, disturbed dirt. changes in color or texture that most predators would miss. That same visual processing helps us spot patterns in materials. I am not saying my eyes are magic. I am saying they are trained. I have been studying metal grain for years. I know what to look for. Another voice, this one deeper and raspier. Could this technique work on other materials? On our armor? Our hulls? Jake shrugged. Maybe. I would have to study them. Every material is different. But the principle is universal. Understand the structure, find the stress points, apply force precisely. It works on metal, on crystal, on ceramic, on composite materials. Physics does not care what your armor is made of. Physics just cares about molecular bonds and force vectors. The crowd erupted in conversation. Jake could see cadets arguing with each other, instructors pulling out data pads and running calculations. Someone was already trying to contact the Varelium Smiths on Varela Prime, probably to tell them their entire product line had just been compromised by a human with a sharp stick. Thraka still looked shell-shocked, but something had shifted in his expression. The arrogance was gone. The condescension had evaporated. Now he just looked like a soldier who had learned something new and was trying to process the tactical implications. "You could have failed," Thraka said quietly. "You risked your career on a theory. On a guess. That was foolish." "Maybe," Jake agreed, "but I was tired of being laughed at. Sometimes you have to take a risk to make a point. Besides, it was not really a guess. I did the math. I knew it would work. I just was not sure I could execute it cleanly enough to make it impressive." "Impressive," Thraka repeated. He looked down at his shield, at Jake's name carved permanently into its surface. "Yes, I suppose that is one word for it." "So," Jake said, letting the word hang in the air, "we had a deal." Thraka's shoulders sagged. All four of his arms dropped to his sides. He looked like a man walking to his own execution. But when he spoke, his voice was clear and steady, a soldier keeping his word. "Attention," Thraka announced, his voice amplified through the arena. "I, Commander Thraka, do hereby apologize to Instructor Jake Dalton. I called his weapon primitive. I called his species primitive. I was wrong. I apologize to him, and to all humans, for my ignorance and arrogance." The arena was silent. Then, slowly, someone started clapping. Then another. Then a dozen. Then 100. Within seconds, the entire crowd was applauding, the sound echoing off the arena walls like thunder. Jake nodded to Thraka. "Apology accepted, Commander." Thraka managed a weak smile. "I suspect I am going to regret this demonstration for the rest of my life." "Probably," Jake agreed cheerfully. "But hey, at least you will never forget my name." Jake turned to leave the arena, sword slung casually over his shoulder, when he realized he wasn't going to make it to the exit alone. A wall of cadets had materialized between him and the door, not threatening, just incredibly, intensely interested. The praying mantis alien was at the front of the pack. "Instructor Dalton, you must teach us this technique. The pattern recognition, the angle calculations, everything. I want to learn human blade work," said a stocky rock-like creature that Jake was pretty sure was literally made of minerals. "Can you teach someone with no joints how to use a sword? Is it true humans spent thousands of years just fighting each other with metal sticks?" This from a floating jellyfish thing that pulsed with bioluminescence. That sounds extremely inefficient but also fascinating. Jake held up his hands. Okay. One at a time. Yes, I can teach you. That is literally why I am here. Class starts tomorrow morning at 0700. Bring questions. Bring enthusiasm. Do not bring plasma weapons because we will not be using them." The crowd parted as he walked through, but they followed him like ducklings. By the time Jake reached the corridor outside the arena, he had at least 40 cadets trailing behind him, all talking at once, all wanting to know more about Earth combat techniques and metallurgy, and whether it was true that humans used to settle disputes by hitting each other with swords until someone surrendered or died. "That last one is mostly true, yeah," Jake admitted. "We have mellowed out since then, mostly." Behind him, still standing in the center of the arena, Commander Thraka held his defaced shield and stared at it like it contained the secrets of the universe. Which, in a way, it did. The secrets were just written in a human name instead of ancient Varelian script. An instructor approached Thraka, a scaled creature with too many eyes. "Commander, what do you want us to do about this? Should we file a complaint with the Coalition? Demand the human be removed?" Thraka was quiet for a long moment. Then he laughed. It was a different laugh than before. Not mocking, not cruel. Just genuinely amused at the absurdity of the situation. "No," Thraka said. "We are going to keep him. We are going to learn everything he knows." And then we are going to make sure every cadet in this academy understands that technology is not a substitute for knowledge, and strength is not a substitute for skill. But your shield, sir. Your reputation. Thraka looked down at the carved letters one more time. My reputation will recover. My shield, however, is ruined. He paused. Or perhaps not ruined. Perhaps improved. After all, it now tells a story. The story of the day a human taught me that we have been fighting in space for so long we forgot how to fight smart. He tucked the shield under one of his forearms and walked toward the exit. Come, we have curriculum to revise. If one human with a sword can defeat our best defensive technology, imagine what he can teach our cadets about finding weaknesses in enemy defenses, about thinking creatively instead of relying on superior firepower. You want to integrate primitive Earth combat techniques into our advanced warfare training? Primitive, Thraka said, is clearly not the right word. Unconventional, perhaps. Unexpected. The kind of tactics that enemies with superior technology would never see coming because they would assume, as I did, that old methods are obsolete methods. He paused at the arena door and looked back one last time at this, the empty floor where Jake had done the impossible. The human said every defense has a weakness, Thraka said quietly. He was right, and now he works for us. That makes us either very fortunate or very dangerous. Possibly both. Meanwhile, 3 corridors away, Jake had finally escaped the swarm of eager cadets by promising to answer all their questions in class tomorrow. He found a quiet observation deck overlooking the planet below, a swirling blue and green world that wasn't Earth but reminded him of home anyway. His phone buzzed. A message from the Academy's administrative office. Contract confirmed. Permanent position as senior instructor of unconventional warfare. Generous salary. Full benefits. Housing provided. Congratulations on a successful first day. Jake laughed and typed back a reply. Thanks. It was definitely memorable. Another message appeared, this one from an unknown sender. When Jake opened it, he found a photo. It was his name, carved into Thraka's shield, shot in dramatic lighting with professional composition. Already it had 17,000 shares on the station's social network. The caption read, "Human defeats impossible material with ancient weapon. Full story at link." Jake saved the photo. His mom was going to love this. He looked out at the stars, at the endless black, punctuated by distant lights, and allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. He had come to Station Kepler 9 with a sword and a dream. He was leaving his first day with a job, a reputation, and the knowledge that somewhere in the galaxy, Commander Thraka was going to see Jake's name on his shield every single day for the rest of his military career. Not a bad start. Behind him, the observation deck door hissed open. Thraka stepped through, still carrying the shield. They stood in silence for a moment, watching the planet turn below. "I am going to display this in my office," Thraka said finally. "As a reminder." A reminder of what? That arrogance is a weakness. That assumption is a flaw. That the most dangerous opponent is not the one with the biggest weapon, but the one who understands the fight better than you do. Thraka glanced at Jake. Also as a reminder that humans are terrifying and should never be underestimated again. Jake grinned. "We grow on you. Like a particularly persistent fungus, yes." They stood together, human and alien, instructor and commander, watching the stars wheel overhead. Tomorrow there would be classes to teach, techniques to demonstrate, and a whole academy of cadets eager to learn the human way of war. But tonight, there was just this. A quiet moment. A mutual respect earned through steel and stubbornness. And somewhere in the station's maintenance bay, a weapons technician was going to have a very confusing conversation with his supervisor about why they needed to completely redesign their understanding of material vulnerability. Humanity had arrived in the galaxy, and the galaxy was never going to be quite the same.
The Galactic Council Chamber was the most impressive room in the known universe. That was not a boast. It was a fact written into the founding charter of the Interstellar Accord, carved in 47 languages across the entrance arch. The chamber floated inside a hollowed-out asteroid at the gravitational center of the Orion Arm, and every species that had ever touched the stars had a seat inside it. The air smelled different depending on which section you sat in. Thick and warm near the Vorkai delegation, cold and metallic near the Sindari, and faintly like ocean salt near the humans. Ambassador Elena Vasquez had served as Earth's representative for 11 years. She was not the loudest voice in the chamber. She was not the most decorated diplomat humanity had ever produced. But she had a quality that her colleagues in the foreign ministry had noticed early in her career. She never reacted the way people expected her to. When things got loud, she got quiet. When others rushed, she waited. It had made her difficult to read, and in diplomacy, that was worth more than a fleet of warships. The session had started normally enough. The Vorkai hegemony was presenting a territorial expansion proposal, their fourth in 6 years, and the usual arguments were being made across the chamber floor. Trade routes, resource rights, navigation corridors. Elena had her notes open, her earpiece translating the layered clicks and harmonics of Vorkai's speech into clean English. She was sipping cold coffee and making small margin annotations when High Speaker Draven Koss stepped to the central podium. Koss was the Vorkai's chief diplomat. He was also, by the understanding of most species in the chamber, something of a bully dressed in formal robes. He had 7 feet of gray-plated natural armor for upper arms, and a mouth that never seemed to close fully even when he was not speaking. He had been in his position for 30 years and had spent most of that time treating the council like his personal audience. He began his presentation calmly. Resource scarcity, he said. Population pressure. Historical claim to the disputed corridor near the Ashvale Nebula. Standard talking points. Elena kept taking notes. Then he turned. He turned toward the human section and pointed one of his upper arms directly at the delegation. And let it be formally noted, Koss said, his translator casting his words in crisp tones across the chamber, that humanity's presence in this corridor is not merely inconvenient. It is illegitimate. Humans are a young species. Untested. They stumbled into space barely 4 centuries ago and have been granted protections and courtesies far beyond what their development warrants. They are not peers. They are guests who have forgotten how guests are supposed to behave. The chamber went very, very quiet. It was the kind of quiet that happened when something crossed a line that everyone had privately known existed, but no one had ever dared to cross openly. 47 delegations held their collective breath. Several of the smaller species representatives looked immediately at their senior diplomats for guidance. The Sindari ambassador, a creature of polished chrome and cold intelligence, turned one of its optical sensors toward the human section with something that might have been curiosity. Elena Vasquez set down her coffee. She looked up at Koss. She looked at him for a long moment, long enough that several members of her own staff leaned slightly toward her, waiting. Her junior attaché, a young man named Torres, had his hand halfway to his translation pad, as if ready to help her draft a response. She said nothing. She picked up her coffee again, looked back at her notes, and made another small annotation in the margin. The silence stretched. Koss blinked. His translator had worked correctly. He knew the words had landed. He had expected an objection, a formal protest, perhaps a raised voice, a demand for retraction, a motion to censure. Those were the responses the council rules were designed to handle. He had a counter-argument ready for all of them. He had no counter-argument for silence. The council president, an elderly Farathi with 4 eyes and 60 years of procedural experience, cleared his throat carefully. The chair notes the statement by High Speaker Koss and invites any response from the human delegation. Elena looked up. She smiled politely at the president, the exact smile she used when someone asked if she needed anything and she was about to say no thank you. Earth passes at this time, she said. Her voice was calm and even. She said it the way someone says it in a card game. Not a retreat, a choice. And then she went back to her notes. The chamber buzzed. Not loudly, not openly, but in the way that 47 alien species make noise when they are deeply confused and trying not to show it. The Vorkai delegation huddled briefly among themselves. Koss returned to his seat with the particular stiffness of someone who had thrown a punch and hit air. After the session, in the wide marble corridor outside the chamber, the Sindari ambassador fell into step beside Elena without invitation. The Sindari did not typically initiate social contact. It was considered beneath their diplomatic culture, so the fact that Ambassador Sakharov had done so meant something. That was unexpected, Sakharov said. Its voice was a precise, measured tone that always sounded faintly like a formal announcement. What was? Elena asked. Your non-response. Koss insulted your entire species in front of the council. Convention required a reply. Convention recommended one, Elena said. There's a difference. Sakharov was quiet for a moment, processing. He will interpret your silence as weakness, as confirmation that his assessment was correct. Maybe, Elena said. She had reached the door to the human delegation suite. She paused with her hand on the panel and glanced back at the Sindari ambassador. Or maybe he'll spend the next 3 weeks trying to figure out what we're planning. Sleep well, ambassador. She went inside. The door closed. In the corridor, Sekarath stood still for a moment longer than necessary. Its optical sensors tracked the closed door with an expression that, in any species with a face, might have been called unease. Back on Earth, in the quiet offices of the Ministry of Interstellar Affairs, the session footage had already been reviewed. No emergency meetings were called. No statements were drafted. The minister herself watched the clip of Koss's statement 3 times, then watched Elena's non-response twice, and then closed the file and went back to her other work. In the various news streams that covered council activity, there were thousands across human space, ranging from dry procedural coverage to dramatic real-time commentary. The moment caught fire slowly at first, then all at once. Not because humans were angry, but because they were calm. Commentators across the alien networks had expected outrage. They had models for outrage. Humans had a reputation, earned over 4 centuries of interstellar contact, for emotional volatility. They argued loudly, protested energetically, and had a documented cultural tendency toward what the Vorkai academic literature called performative indignation. It was one of the reasons Koss had made his move. He had expected to dominate a noisy exchange and walk away looking powerful. Instead, every broadcast covering the council session spent its time trying to explain what the silence meant. And the more they talked about it, the less certain anyone sounded. 3 days passed. No human statement came. No formal protest was filed. No motion was raised at the next session. Elena Vasquez attended the following council meeting in her usual seat, with her usual cold coffee, and participated in 3 routine procedural votes without mentioning Koss or his words at all. On the 4th day, the Vorkai diplomatic staff quietly requested a private channel with their counterparts in Earth's foreign ministry. The request was acknowledged. A meeting time was proposed. Human ministry officials agreed to the time, suggested a neutral platform, and confirmed the channel in 4 sentences. They did not ask what the meeting was about. They already knew. Koss had insulted humanity in front of the galaxy, and humanity had not flinched, had not shouted, had not demanded apology or satisfaction. They had simply waited. And that patient, knowing, unbothered silence had frightened the Vorkai more than any protest ever could have. Because silence, when it came from something that knew exactly what it was capable of, was not the sound of weakness. It was the sound of a decision being made somewhere you could not see. The private channel meeting between the Vorkai diplomatic staff and Earth's foreign ministry took place in a data-secure conference format, hosted on a neutral Farathi communications node. It was a small meeting, 2 officials from each side, no aides, no recording unless both parties agreed. The Vorkai sent sub-speaker Varek and senior attaché Lorne. Earth sent Deputy Minister Harlan Cho and a career diplomat named Priya Nair, who specialized in Vorkai cultural analysis. The Vorkai opened by discussing trade route adjustments. Small items. Procedural things. Cho listened politely. He had a talent for listening that looked almost identical to boredom, which was intentional. He let Varek finish his prepared remarks, waited a beat, and then said, "We appreciate the technical discussion. Was there something more specific that prompted the request for contact?" Varek was quiet for a moment. The High Speaker's remarks at the last council session were characterizations of policy, not personal commentary. "We understand that," Cho said. Varek waited for more. None came. He adjusted his posture slightly, the Vorkai equivalent of a nervous gesture. Earth has not responded formally. We wanted to ensure that the lack of response was not indicative of a communications breakdown. Our communications are functioning perfectly, Priya Nair said. It was the first time she had spoken. Her voice was light and pleasant, the voice of someone discussing something unremarkable. Another silence opened up. The Vorkai officials filled it the only way they knew how, with more talking. They cycled back through the trade discussion, raised a minor point about navigation beacon maintenance, and eventually, cautiously, circled back toward the subject they had actually come to address without ever naming it directly. Cho and Nair answered every question fully and specifically and gave absolutely nothing about what humanity was thinking. When the meeting ended, Varek and Lorne sat in their private channel node for a moment before disconnecting. Lorne spoke first. "They know something. They always know something, Varric said. That is not useful analysis. They know something specific, Lorne clarified. The deputy minister brought Nair. She studies us. She knows our escalation thresholds, our internal political structures, our pressure points. If this was a routine reassurance call, they would have sent someone junior. Varric thought about that. They wanted us to notice who they sent. Yes, Lorne said. They wanted us to think about what it means that they sent someone who understands us very well to a meeting where they said nothing useful at all. Varric closed the channel without another word. He was already composing his report to High Speaker Koss. Koss read the report in his private office aboard the Vorkai delegation vessel, a massive ship that stayed parked near the Council asteroid rather than returning to Vorkai space between sessions. He read it twice. He was not used to being uncertain. He had spent 30 years in galactic diplomacy operating on a simple principle. You pushed until you met resistance, and then you measured that resistance to know how hard to push next. It was a reliable model. It had worked against the Farathi, the Ashvale Collective, the various small independent systems that dotted the Middle Arm. It was not working against humanity. He pulled up the historical archive his staff had prepared after the council session. 400 years of human interstellar history. He had read summaries before. Most senior Vorkai diplomats had. But he read more carefully now, looking for the pattern he had missed. What he found was strange. Humanity had a long record of conflict. They had fought wars among themselves for most of their documented history. Violent, costly, often destructive wars over land and belief and resources and pride. This was well known and had been used by multiple species, including the Vorkai, as evidence that humans were too primitive for full council status. What Koss read more carefully now was what had happened after those wars. Humans had a habit, after being pushed far enough, of responding not with equal force but with disproportionate, overwhelming, and often unexpected force applied in directions that their opponents had not anticipated. They did not mirror threats. They escalated in ways that restructured the entire situation. And before they did any of that, they went quiet. He found the pattern across centuries of their own history. A border skirmish would be absorbed. An insult would be absorbed. A provocation would be absorbed. And then, without clear warning, humanity would act. And the action would not be the protest or confrontation everyone had expected. It would be something structural, something that changed the rules, something that made the original provocation look very, very small. Koss set the archive down. He called his senior staff together. Meanwhile, the galaxy was watching. The council session clip had spread across every connected network in the Orion Arm. The image of Elena Vasquez setting down her coffee, looking up at Koss, and then simply continuing her work, had been viewed, shared, and analyzed billions of times. The commentary was remarkable for one thing. Almost nobody, across 47 species, knew what to make of it. The Sindari ran an internal analysis through their political modeling systems and produced a report that their council ambassador found troubling. The model assessed human behavior as following a pattern the Sindari called controlled delayed response, a strategy where a party absorbs an aggressive move, allows the aggressor to settle into their assumed victory, and then acts from a position of composure rather than reaction. The model gave a confidence rating of 78% that humanity was preparing a response. It could not model what that response would look like because, as the AI noted with clinical precision, insufficient data. Human strategic behavior in high-stakes scenarios shows consistent pattern divergence from established galactic diplomatic norms. The part that troubled the Sindari ambassador most was the footnote. The AI had flagged the human response pattern as the most unpredictable category in its system. Not unpredictable like random. Unpredictable like something that was making choices according to a logic the model hadn't encountered before. On the human colony world of New Carthage, a retired admiral named Cian Park was watching the council feed in her kitchen when her granddaughter, 7 years old, sharp as a blade, pointed at Elena Vasquez on the screen and said, "Why isn't she yelling?" Park smiled. "Because she doesn't need to." "But he was really mean," the girl said. "Yes, he was," Park agreed, wrapping both hands around her tea. "When someone's really mean and you yell at them, they get to feel like they caused something, like they mattered enough to make you lose control." She glanced at the screen. When you stay quiet, they don't know what to do. And not knowing what to do is the most scared a person can be. Her granddaughter thought about that. Is Auntie Elena scary? Terrifyingly, Park said, and took a sip of tea. The council met again 5 days after the private channel exchange. It was a routine session, a scheduled review of navigation corridor agreements in the middle arm. Elena attended. She sat in her usual seat. She had new coffee this time, hot rather than cold, which her junior attaché Torres noted with the private observation that this was either meaningless or significant, and he could not tell which. Koss was present. He did not look at the human section directly. He participated in the session with his usual volume and confidence, but his senior staff noticed that he had not prepared any new territorial expansion motions for this meeting. His schedule, which had previously mapped 3 months of aggressive corridor proposals, had been cleared of anything that touched human space. After the session, one of the Farathi observers, a retired diplomat who now wrote political analysis for a widely read interstellar commentary network, published a piece with a title that spread across the connected galaxy within hours. The title was a question: has Koss just made the worst mistake in a generation? The piece did not have an answer. That was, perhaps, the point. What it had was a careful review of humanity's last 4 centuries of behavior. The author, old enough to have been present at humanity's first council admission, wrote about a concept he had observed in human behavior that he had never seen adequately translated into any other galactic language. He called it strategic patience. He defined it as the ability to absorb damage, to sit with anger, to let an adversary believe they had won, and then, from a position of calm clarity rather than hot reaction, to respond in a way that was precise, structural, and lasting. He noted that the one consistent mistake other species made about humans was confusing their silence for absence. Humans were not quiet because they had nothing to say. They were quiet because they were deciding exactly how to say something that would only need to be said once. The piece ended with a single line that Koss's staff reportedly read 4 times. High Speaker Koss has given humanity a reason. The galaxy should spend less time wondering if humanity will respond, and considerably more time wondering what responding looks like when they decide they are ready. Koss was ready when the communication came, but not for what it contained. The communication that arrived in High Speaker Koss's office did not come from the human military. It did not come from Earth's foreign ministry. It did not come from Ambassador Vasquez or Deputy Minister Cho or any of the diplomats Koss had been watching and studying since the council session. It came from a human woman named Dr. Amara Osei, and her title was Chief Economic Architect of the Terran Development Initiative. The message was 3 paragraphs long. It was written in clean, polite language, the kind that said nothing threatening in any individual sentence, and yet left the reader feeling like the floor had shifted slightly under their feet. Dr. Osei was writing to notify the Vorkai hegemony that, effective in 60 days, humanity would be initiating a comprehensive review of all Terran infrastructure contracts currently servicing Vorkai space. The review was described as routine. The language was courteous. The timing was not accidental at all. Koss's economic advisor, a thin and usually unshakable analyst named Garrett, read the message and went pale in the specific way that Vorkai go pale, which involved a color change in the plates around the neck. He explained what the message meant in practice. Humanity had, over the past 2 centuries, quietly become the primary infrastructure partner for 11 of the Vorkai hegemony's 17 core systems. Not through aggression or negotiation leverage, through the simple fact that human engineers, construction firms, and logistics networks were reliable, affordable, and honest about their timelines. The Vorkai had never thought much about this. It was background noise, the operational reality of a functioning civilization. Power grids, communication relays, atmospheric processors, transit systems, deep space docking infrastructure. A significant portion of it was designed, built, or maintained by human contractors. A comprehensive review could delay maintenance cycles, delay contract renewals, pause new projects. All of it completely within legal operating parameters. None of it would be described as retaliation. Every piece of it would be described as due diligence. They are not threatening us, Garrett said carefully. No, Koss agreed. They are simply reviewing. At an extremely well-chosen time. Garrett was quiet for a moment. High Speaker, what did you say to them at the council session? Koss did not answer that question. What made it worse, truly worse, was that this was only one communication. Over the following 48 hours, Koss's staff identified 7 other quiet, polite, completely non-threatening actions that the human government had either initiated or were clearly positioned to initiate. A research partnership with the Ashvale Collective, humanity's proposed development of a new navigation relay station near the disputed corridor, a round of diplomatic outreach to 4 of the 6 smaller species that habitually sided with the Vorkai on council votes. Each item, taken alone, was ordinary. Taken together, they formed a shape. They were the early geometry of a world being rearranged. None of it was loud. None of it was angry. None of it could be formally protested. It was also impossible to respond to effectively, because any public response would require Koss to explain what had prompted it. And the only honest explanation was that he had publicly called humanity illegitimate guests in front of the entire council, and they had looked up from their coffee, said nothing, and then spent 3 weeks quietly restructuring the landscape around him. The Sindari ambassador Sakharoth monitored all of this from the careful distance of a species that was constitutionally allergic to making other species mistakes. Sakharoth had been in galactic diplomacy for 40 years. It had watched empires bluster. It had watched alliances collapse. It had watched species overplay strong hands and underplay weak ones. What it was watching now was something it could not cleanly categorize, and that bothered it in a way that it found professionally useful. It requested a social meeting with Elena Vasquez. Not a formal diplomatic exchange. Those had procedures and records. A social meeting, the kind that happened at the hospitality lounges adjacent to the Council Asteroids residential levels. The kind where 2 people could speak without anything being attributed or logged. Elena agreed. They met in a lounge that smelled like recycled starlight and whatever the Pharaoh staff used to clean the floors, which was faintly aromatic and completely unidentifiable. Sakharoth ordered a mineral compound it favored. Elena got tea. "You are making Koss uncomfortable," Sakharoth said. It was not an accusation. It was an observation made with genuine curiosity. "We're reviewing contracts," Elena said. "Several of us have noticed that the contracts being reviewed share a geographic pattern that correlates rather precisely with the infrastructure dependencies of Vorkai core systems." "Infrastructure reviews are complicated," Elena said. "The scope tends to be comprehensive." Sakharoth was quiet for a moment. This was, Elena knew, the Sindari equivalent of a long, meaningful look. "You are also extending development partnerships to 3 systems that border contested Vorkai territory. And your proposed relay station in the Ashvale corridor would, when operational, provide navigation advantages to human vessels that currently do not exist." "Navigation infrastructure is important," Elena said pleasantly. "You know how we feel about reliable transit." "Yes," Sakharoth said. "I do." Another pause. "Elena, I am asking, not as a formal inquiry, but as someone who has watched you for 11 years. How far does this go?" Elena held her tea with both hands and looked at the Sindari ambassador with the expression she used when she was deciding how honest to be. She decided on mostly honest. As far as it needs to. And if Koss issues a formal apology, if the territorial expansion proposal is withdrawn, then the contract's review concludes without significant findings, Elena said. The relay station project stays because it's genuinely useful infrastructure. The partnerships stay because they're mutually beneficial. But the pressure, the specific pressure, eases. She paused. "We don't want his destruction. We just needed him to understand something." "What did you need him to understand?" Elena set her tea down. "That calling us guests was a mistake. Not because it was offensive, though it was, but because it was factually wrong. We are not guests. We have been here for 4 centuries. We built half of what this corner of the galaxy runs on. We are woven into the operational fabric of this region of space. Koss treated us like newcomers who could be publicly embarrassed into accepting a smaller seat at the table. We needed to demonstrate, clearly and without drama, that the table itself has quite a lot of our fingerprints on it." Sakharoth processed this for a long moment. "You are not angry." "No," Elena said. "But you are serious." "Completely." The Sindari ambassador reached for its mineral compound and regarded Elena with its optical sensors. Most species, when insulted publicly, respond with public anger. It is predictable. It is manageable. It creates an argument that can be won or lost. What you have done instead is, it is harder to counter. There is nothing to argue against. There is no noise to drown out. There is only the quiet, steady demonstration of what you are. That was the intention, Elena said. It has been noticed, Sakharoth said. Not only by Kos, by everyone. Elena smiled. Good. That night, in his private office, Kos composed a message. It was addressed to the full council. He called it a clarification of terminology from his remarks at the prior session. In it, he stated that his use of the word guests had been intended in the historical developmental sense and not as a commentary on humanity's standing or legitimacy in the council. He noted that humanity's contributions to interstellar infrastructure and diplomatic process over 4 centuries were well established and valued. He did not use the word apology. He did not need to. The council had read enough diplomatic language to understand what the message was. 3 days later, the Vorkai territorial expansion proposal for the Ashvale corridor was formally withdrawn from the session agenda, pending further internal review. Garrett, Kos's economic advisor, marked the infrastructure review communication from Dr. Osei as resolved in the Vorkai diplomatic tracking system. He noted it with the code his department used for situations that had been carefully, silently, and effectively neutralized. Then he sat back in his chair and thought about a species that had been insulted in front of the known galaxy, had responded with complete stillness, and had moved every piece on the board before anyone had noticed the game had started. He updated his personal file on human diplomatic methodology. He added 1 sentence to the summary at the top. Do not provoke without understanding what provocation costs. He underlined it twice that Kos's clarification message spread through the council networks faster than his original insult had. That was interesting in itself. The original remark had traveled through interstellar channels as a curiosity, a piece of political theater from a species known for that kind of theater. The clarification moved faster because it carried something the original had not. It carried the weight of consequence. It was, in the language that the galaxy's diplomatic class read fluently, a message from a powerful actor admitting, without admitting, that he had miscalculated. 47 species watched this and drew their own conclusions. The Ashvale Collective released a brief, formal statement congratulating humanity on its continued constructive engagement with the council process. The statement was 5 sentences long and somehow managed to compliment humanity while very gently reminding Kos that the collective had been considering his corridor proposal for 6 months. The implication was quiet but clear. If Kos could misread humanity this badly, perhaps the council should be careful about accepting his assessment of other territorial matters. The Farathi Council President, at the next session opening, made a procedural announcement that the Council's Infrastructure Dependency Registry, a document that tracked which species provided core services to which others, would be updated and made publicly accessible for the first time in 40 years. He described it as a transparency initiative. Nobody in the chamber believed that was the only reason, but nobody said so out loud. Elena Vasquez attended the session, made 3 procedural contributions, voted on 2 resolutions, and at no point mentioned anything that had happened over the past month. Torres, her junior attaché, had started keeping private notes. He was 26 years old and had been assigned to the delegation 8 months ago, fresh from the diplomatic academy, under the impression that interstellar diplomacy would be loud and dramatic and would look like the historical feeds he had grown up watching. He was revising that impression rapidly. He wrote in his notes, in the plain language of someone trying to understand something clearly. It was never about the insult. It was about what we did after the insult. Kos expected a reaction he could manage. He got stillness he couldn't read, and while he was trying to read it, we just kept working. He read it back to himself. Then he added, the scariest part isn't what we did. It's that we do this naturally, like we've always known this is how it works. He saved the file, labeled it Observations, and kept it private for 2 years before it became part of his published memoir on Terran diplomacy in the Council era. On Earth, the response to the whole affair was characteristically uneven. Most citizens had followed the story at a medium level of engagement, interested, but not consumed by it. Editorial boards in major cities wrote about diplomatic composure and strategic patience. Some commentators were less academic about it. A columnist in New Mumbai wrote a piece with the straightforward headline, "We did not need to yell," that became one of the most widely read pieces of political writing that year. Her argument was simple. Humanity had grown up. Not in the way the Vorkai had meant, not in the developmental, we're still learning to walk since. Grown up in the way that any civilization grows up when it has survived long enough to know the difference between power and noise. The Vorkai had noise. What humanity was demonstrating, she wrote, was power exercised in a way that left the other party uncertain rather than wounded. Wounds healed. Uncertainty compounded. The retired Admiral Park read the column over breakfast on New Carthage and sent a short message to her old colleague in the ministry. They're finally writing it down. Her colleague wrote back, they've always known it. They're just less shy about it now. Park sent a single punctuation mark in response. A period, which, in the context of the exchange, meant exactly. Sakharov's internal report to the Sindari Council of Voices, their equivalent of an internal intelligence brief, was classified at the highest level and remained so for decades. Portions of it were eventually quoted in academic works on galactic power dynamics. The sections that were quoted most often were not the political analysis or the strategic assessment. They were from the final summary, where Sakharov wrote about what, in 40 years of diplomacy, had most surprised it about humanity. The section read, in translation, "We modeled human responses using frameworks built from every other species in the Council. All those frameworks assumed that an insult of this magnitude would produce measurable heat, raised voices, formal protests, public demands. Instead, humanity produced cold, deliberate, patient, entirely self-possessed cold. The most unsettling aspect is that they did not appear to calculate this response. They appeared to simply be this way. What Koss encountered was not a tactical choice. It was a character, and character, unlike tactics, cannot be countered or anticipated. It can only be understood, but only if you are paying attention before you make your mistake." The report recommended that the Sindari update their behavioral models for humanity. The new model had a flag at the top that had not existed before. It read, High Unpredictability Index. Not chaotic, disciplined. Treat silence as active, not passive. Koss served 3 more years as High Speaker. During those 3 years, he did not raise any proposals that affected human space. He did not speak directly to Elena Vasquez in council session. He was not, technically, diminished in his role. He still commanded the respect of the Vorkai political structure and continued to push other proposals on other corridors with other species. But anyone watching carefully could see the boundary he had drawn around himself. The line he did not cross again. He retired at the end of his term and returned to Vorkai Prime. His memoirs, published 2 years later, contained a chapter on the Ashvale corridor affair that was widely discussed. In it, he described the month after his council remarks as a lesson in the difference between a species that reacts and a species that decides. He did not name Elena Vasquez specifically. He did not need to. Everyone knew who the chapter was about. Elena served 4 more years as Earth's council ambassador after the affair, then moved to a senior advisory position in the foreign ministry. On her last day in the council chamber, she packed her notes, took her coffee thermos. She had never stopped bringing her own coffee, and made a quiet round of personal goodbyes. Sakharov was the last to receive one. They stood in the marble corridor where they had walked together the day after Koss's original statement. 11 years, Sakharov said. 12, Elena corrected. You are, in my assessment, the most effective diplomat I have observed in 4 decades of council attendance. That's very kind. It is not kindness. It is data. The Sindari ambassador's optical sensors tracked her with something that had evolved, over years, into something resembling warmth. Can I ask, and you may decline to answer, was the silence after Koss's statement planned in advance? Did you know you would respond that way? Elena considered the question. She gave it genuine thought, which was itself an answer of sorts. Not in the sense of a formal strategy, she said finally. I just looked at him, and I thought about what he was hoping I would do. And I thought, I'm not going to give him that. She paused. The rest of it, the infrastructure review, the relay station, the partnerships, that was planned. Carefully. But the silence? That was just knowing what we are. Sakharov was quiet for a moment. That is the part that frightens people, I think. The silence being natural. I know, Elena said. She smiled. Good. She walked down the corridor and out through the main entrance of the council asteroid, past the arch with 47 languages carved into it, and into the docking bay where the human transit shuttle was waiting. She was the last one aboard. She sat by the window. The shuttle lifted off from the asteroid and turned toward human space, toward Earth, toward a civilization that had been called young and untested and had responded not with anger, but with the quiet, comprehensive, unshakable demonstration of exactly what 4 centuries of work looks like when you finally stop explaining yourself. The stars outside the window were familiar. They were the same stars that had watched humanity stumble into space, build and fail and build again, argue with itself for generations, and eventually arrive here. Not at perfection, not at peace in every corner of the galaxy, but at something harder to achieve and harder to destroy. The knowledge of what it was. The patience to let that knowledge speak for itself. Elena Vasquez closed her eyes. The galaxy, she thought, would be fine. It had been paying attention.
Elena Vasquez stared out the viewport of the diplomatic shuttle as it approached the Concordat. The space station hung in the void like a small moon, its surface covered in lights from 1,000 different architectural styles. Spires reached out into space alongside massive docking arms that cradled ships of every conceivable design. Some were elegant and smooth like teardrops. Others were angular and brutal, covered in armor plating and weapon ports. The station had been here for over 3,000 years, the heart of galactic civilization. She had dreamed of this moment since she was a child reading about the stars. First contact, humanity's introduction to the wider universe. But now that it was happening, Elena felt a knot of worry in her stomach that wouldn't go away. Impressive, isn't it? Colonel Marcus Webb stood beside her, his military uniform crisp and formal. He was her security chief, though she suspected he was also meant to keep an eye on her for the generals back home. Makes our space stations look like treehouses, Elena nodded. That's probably the point. Show us how small we are before negotiations even begin. The shuttle docked with a gentle thump. Elena smoothed down her dark blue suit, checking her appearance one last time in the polished metal wall. She looked tired. The 3-week journey from Earth had been spent reviewing briefings, learning what little humanity knew about galactic politics, and preparing for every possible scenario. Except she suspected they hadn't prepared for the right ones. The airlock opened with a hiss. The air that flowed in smelled strange, like ozone mixed with something floral. Elena stepped through, followed by her team of 12 diplomats, scientists, and security personnel. They were humanity's first official delegation to the Galactic Council. The reception chamber was enormous. The ceiling stretched up at least 50 meters, covered in a shifting display that showed stars and nebulae. Hundreds of aliens filled the space, and Elena had to stop herself from staring. She had seen the videos, studied the files, but nothing prepared her for seeing them in person. There were beings that looked like walking plants, their leaves rustling as they moved. Creatures made of what appeared to be living crystal that chimed softly with each step. Things with too many limbs or no limbs at all, floating through the air. Some were humanoid enough to seem almost familiar, while others were so alien that Elena's brain struggled to make sense of their forms. A delegation approached, led by a being that stood nearly 3 meters tall. Its skin was covered in dark green scales, and its eyes were yellow with vertical pupils. It wore robes of deep purple that seemed to shimmer in the light. This was High Arbiter Zexthor, leader of the Galactic Council. Elena had memorized his file during the journey. Ambassador Vasquez of Earth. Zexthor's voice came from a translator device that floated near his head. The translation was smooth but carried a hint of a hiss underneath. Welcome to the Concordat. You are the first of your species to stand in these halls. Elena bowed slightly as her briefings had suggested. High Arbiter, on behalf of Earth and all humanity, I thank you for receiving us. It is our duty to welcome all species who reach the stars. Zexthor gestured with a clawed hand. Come, the council has assembled to meet you. They walked through corridors that seemed to shift and change. The walls showed scenes from 1,000 different worlds. Elena saw cities that floated in clouds, oceans filled with luminescent life, deserts of red sand under purple skies. Each image was a reminder of how vast the galaxy was and how new humanity was to all of this. The council chamber was even more impressive than the reception hall. It was circular and vast, with thousands of seats arranged in rising tiers. Each seat was occupied by a representative from a member species. At the center was a raised platform where Zexthor took his place. A smaller platform rose from the floor for Elena and her team. The noise was overwhelming. Thousands of voices in hundreds of languages, all filtered through translators that created a constant buzz of sound. But as Elena stepped onto the platform, silence fell. Thousands of eyes in every color and shape imaginable turned to look at humanity's representatives. Members of the Council. Zexthor's voice boomed through the chamber. Today we welcome the humans of planet Earth, the latest species to achieve faster-than-light travel and discover our community of worlds. As is tradition, we gather to offer them the protection and benefits of Council membership. There was a polite sound of approval from the assembled aliens. Elena noticed it wasn't enthusiastic. It was the sound of a routine being followed, nothing more. Zexthor continued. Humans, you have entered a galaxy that has known peace and prosperity for millennia. The Council maintains order across thousands of star systems. We protect trade routes, mediate disputes, and ensure that all species can thrive. This harmony exists because of cooperation and contribution from all members. Here it comes, Elena thought. She had read the reports from the few human ships that had made contact with Council vessels before the official invitation. Every species paid. The only question was how much. As a new member species, Earth will be required to contribute to the common good. This is not a punishment, but a privilege. You will gain access to technologies that would take your species centuries to develop. You will be able to trade with thousands of worlds. Your people will be protected by the might of the Council fleet. Zexthor's yellow eyes fixed on Elena. In return, Earth will provide tribute to the Council. This tribute ensures that all members share in both the benefits and the responsibilities of our community. A holographic display appeared in the air above the central platform. Numbers and categories scrolled past in multiple languages, with English appearing alongside the alien scripts. Elena's breath caught as she read the terms. 40% of Earth's rare earth elements to be delivered annually. Full access to all human artificial intelligence and quantum computing technology, including source codes and research data. And the part that made her stomach turn. 100,000 human soldiers to serve in Council military operations for a minimum term of 10 years, with rotations continuing indefinitely. Colonel Webb made a small sound beside her. She glanced at him and saw his jaw clenched tight. The rest of her team looked equally shocked. These terms are standard for species at your level of development, Zexthor said, as if he were discussing the weather. Other species have contributed more. You should consider yourselves fortunate. Elena forced herself to speak calmly. High Arbiter, these terms represent a significant portion of Earth's resources and population. May I ask what happens if we need time to consider them? A ripple of sound moved through the chamber. It might have been laughter. Zexthor spread his hands in what might have been a gesture of generosity. Of course, we are not unreasonable. You may have 48 of your Earth hours to consult with your government. But understand, Ambassador Vasquez, these terms are not subject to negotiation. They have been calculated based on your world's capacity and the standard requirements for new members. And if we refuse? The question came from Colonel Webb before Elena could stop him. The chamber went completely silent. Zexthor's eyes narrowed. Refusal is not a concept we encounter often, Colonel. Species who choose not to join the Council find themselves isolated. No access to galactic trade, no access to jump gate networks, no protection from pirates or hostile forces. Some have chosen this path. Most have changed their minds within a generation when they see what they're missing. He leaned forward slightly, and some have required corrective action when they became a danger to themselves or others. I trust Earth will be wiser than that. The threat was clear, even wrapped in diplomatic language. Submit or face the consequences. Elena bowed again, her mind racing. We appreciate the Council's generosity in giving us time to respond. With your permission, we will return to our ship and begin consultations with Earth immediately. Granted. Zexthor waved a hand in dismissal. Return here in 48 hours with your answer. I look forward to welcoming Earth as a full member of the galactic community. The platform lowered and Elena led her team back through the corridors. No one spoke until they were safely back in the shuttle and the airlock had sealed behind them. 40% of our rare Earths? One of the economic advisors, Dr. Sarah Chen, looked pale. That would cripple our technology sector. We need those elements for everything from phones to fusion reactors. And 100,000 soldiers. Webb's voice was tight with anger. To fight in their wars. For 10 years minimum. That's not membership, that's subjugation. Elena sat heavily in her seat as the shuttle detached from the Concordat and began the journey back to their ship, the UNSS Endeavour, which waited at the edge of the system. That's exactly what it is. I saw their faces in there. They weren't negotiating. They were dictating terms to primitives who should be grateful for the attention. So what do we do? Dr. Chen asked. We can't agree to this. But if we refuse, then we need to find out exactly what corrective action means, Elena said. She looked at Webb. Colonel, I need you to pull every piece of intelligence we have on Council military capabilities. I want to know what we're really facing if this goes bad. Webb nodded. Already planned to. From what I've seen, their technology is definitely more advanced than ours. But there's something that's been bothering me. What? The way they carry themselves. Did you notice? They move like people who've never been in a real fight. Their security forces had weapons, but they wore them like decorations. I've seen parade soldiers with more tactical awareness. Elena thought about it. He was right. For all their power and technology, the aliens in the Concordat had seemed almost casual about security. How long has it been since the Council fought a real war? According to the briefing files, over 800 years, said Lieutenant Yuki Tanaka, their intelligence officer. There have been minor incidents, pirate actions, and a few enforcement operations against non-compliant species, but nothing that could be called a peer-level conflict. 800 years of peace, Elena murmured. That's remarkable. Or it means they're complacent, Webb said. An army that hasn't fought in 8 centuries might look impressive, but would it hold up against an opponent who actually fights back? Dr. Chen looked between them, her eyes widening. You're not actually suggesting we refuse, are you? They have thousands of species, millions of ships. We have one world. Elena stared out at the stars as they began to accelerate away from the station. Earth was 3 weeks away at faster-than-light speeds. 3 weeks to decide the future of humanity, submit and become subjects of the Council, or refuse and face the consequences. But there was a third option, one that was forming in her mind as she thought about Zexuthor's casual arrogance, the complacent security, the 800-year peace. What if the Council had forgotten what it meant to face an enemy that refused to surrender? Humanity had never known true peace. Every generation had fought wars, from sticks and stones to nuclear weapons and beyond. Humans were very, very good at fighting. It was practically all they had ever done. We're going to present both options to Earth leadership, Elena said finally. Complete submission or complete refusal. But we're also going to present a full analysis of what refusal would actually mean, not just economic isolation, but the real possibility of military action, and we're going to make sure they understand what that would entail. You think Earth will fight? Tanaka asked quietly. Elena thought about human history, the countless wars, the empires that had risen and fallen, the revolutions and resistances. She thought about the nuclear standoffs, the guerrilla campaigns, the last stands that became legend. Humanity had a long history of looking at overwhelming force and choosing to fight anyway. I think humanity has never been very good at bowing, she said. And I don't think we're going to start now. The shuttle docked with the Endeavour 30 minutes later. Elena immediately called for a full briefing of all department heads. They gathered in the conference room, which suddenly seemed very small and cramped compared to the vast halls of the Concordat. For 6 hours, they analyzed the situation from every angle. Economic impact, technological gaps, military capabilities, diplomatic options. The more they discussed, the clearer the picture became. The Council's terms weren't just demanding. They were designed to keep humanity dependent and weak. The technology they offered would come with restrictions. The protection they promised would come with obligations. And the tribute would ensure Earth never had the resources to become truly independent. It's a system designed to maintain the status quo, Dr. Chen concluded. The founding species of the Council hold all the real power. Everyone else pays tribute and follows orders. New species are locked into the system from the moment they join. How many species have refused over the years? Elena asked. Tanaka pulled up data on her tablet. Records are incomplete, but at least 17 species attempted to refuse Council membership in the last 1,000 years. 5 eventually capitulated and joined. 7 were classified as isolated and haven't been heard from since. 5 faced Council military action and were forcibly integrated after their governments were replaced. The room fell silent. The Council's peace was built on submission. Those who wouldn't submit disappeared or were crushed. There's one more thing, Webb said. He brought up a star map showing Earth's region of space. We're not in a strategically important area. No major trade routes nearby. No resource-rich systems that the Council desperately needs. If we refuse and they decide to punish us, they'd have to commit significant forces across a long supply line to a region they don't really care about. That might make them more willing to just isolate us and forget we exist, suggested Commander Park, the Endeavor's captain. Or it might make them more determined to make an example of us, countered Webb. Show everyone that distance doesn't matter. Refuse the Council and you'll be dealt with eventually. Elena rubbed her temples, feeling a headache building. We need to transmit all of this to Earth and let them decide. But I want to make sure they understand one thing clearly. She looked around the table at her team. If Earth decides to refuse, we need to be ready for the consequences. That means assuming the worst-case scenario. A Council fleet shows up to enforce compliance. What would that battle actually look like? Webb smiled grimly. Now that's a question I can answer. Give me 12 hours and I'll have a full tactical analysis ready. But I can tell you right now, if the Council expects us to roll over like everyone else has for the last 800 years, they're in for one hell of a surprise. Elena nodded. Get me that analysis, Colonel, and make it detailed. If we're going to recommend that Earth says no to the most powerful organization in the galaxy, we'd better be damn sure we can back up that decision. As the meeting broke up and the team scattered to their duties, Elena returned to her quarters. She sat at her small desk and began composing her report to Earth. Her fingers hesitated over the keyboard as she tried to find the right words to describe what had happened at the Concordat. Finally, she began to type. She described the meeting, the terms, the casual arrogance of the Council. She explained the trap that Council membership represented, how it was designed to keep Earth weak and dependent forever. She outlined the risks of refusal and the possible consequences. And then she wrote something that surprised even herself. Recommendation: Earth should refuse the Council's terms, not because we can win a military confrontation, but because submission now means submission forever. The Council has forgotten what it means to face an opponent who fights back. They've grown complacent in their power. If we submit now, we'll never get another chance at independence. If we refuse, we might lose, but we'll lose on our feet, not on our knees. And there's a chance, however small, that we can show the Council that humanity is not like the species they've dominated before. She read over the words and knew they might be viewed as reckless, even insane, but they felt right. Humanity hadn't come to the stars just to become subjects of an alien empire. They had come to take their place as equals. Elena sent the report with full encryption and then lay back on her bunk. In 48 hours, she would return to the Concordat with Earth's answer. She had no idea what that answer would be, but deep in her gut, she knew what she hoped it would be. The same answer humanity had given tyrants throughout history. The same answer that defined what it meant to be human. No. The emergency session of the United Nations Security Council had been going for 6 hours straight. Elena watched from her seat via quantum-entangled video link as representatives from every major nation on Earth argued about humanity's response to the Galactic Council. The debate had grown heated more than once, and she was grateful to be 40 light-years away from the shouting. We cannot risk military confrontation with a civilization thousands of years more advanced than us. The Chinese representative, Ambassador Wu, was making his case again. The logical choice is to accept their terms and work within the system to improve our position over time. Improve our position? The American Secretary of State James Bradley shot back. With 40% of our rare earths going to them every year, with our best AI and quantum tech handed over, by the time we improve our position, we'll be so dependent on Council technology that we'll never be able to break free. This is colonialism dressed up in diplomatic language. It's survival dressed up in diplomatic language, Ambassador Wu replied. We've been in space for barely 50 years. They've had faster-than-light travel for millennia. This isn't a fight we can win. The Russian representative, Minister Volkov, leaned forward. Perhaps not a conventional fight. But throughout history, smaller powers have found ways to resist larger ones. Asymmetric warfare, guerrilla tactics making the cost of occupation too high to bear. We have options. We're talking about aliens with technology we can barely understand, said the British Prime Minister, Sarah Caldwell. Not armies we can ambush in forests. They could sterilize our planet from orbit if they wanted to. Then why haven't they? The question came from Admiral James Chen, who sat at the head of the military briefing table in Geneva. Elena had worked with him before. He was one of the architects of Earth's Space Defense Network, a brilliant strategist who had earned his rank through 3 decades of service. If they're so powerful, why offer us terms at all? Why not just take what they want? The room fell silent for a moment. Elena saw several representatives exchange glances. "The Admiral raises a good point," said the UN Secretary General, Amara Okafor. "Ambassador Vasquez, you were there. What's your assessment?" Elena had been waiting for this question. High Arbiter Zexthor made it clear that refusal isn't common. Most species either join willingly or capitulate after seeing the Council's power, but there was something in the way he presented the terms. It wasn't negotiation. It was a script he'd followed 100 times before. "I don't think they expect us to refuse, and I'm not sure they're prepared for what happens if we do." "Not prepared?" Ambassador Wu shook his head. "They control thousands of worlds. They've maintained peace for 800 years. How could they not be prepared?" Admiral Chen pulled up a holographic display. "Because peace makes armies soft, Ambassador. We've analyzed every piece of intelligence we have on Council military operations over the last century. They haven't fought a peer-level conflict in living memory. Their last real war was 800 years ago. What they call military operations are policing actions against pirates or enforcement missions against isolated colonies that can't fight back." He highlighted several incidents on the timeline. "Look at these response times. When they sent fleets to deal with non-compliant species, it took them months to mobilize. Their ships are powerful, yes, but their tactics are straightforward to the point of being predictable. They rely on overwhelming force and superior technology. They've never had to adapt to an enemy that fights back effectively. Are you suggesting Earth could actually win a war against the Galactic Council?" Minister Volkov sounded skeptical but interested. "No," Chen said bluntly. "Not a conventional war. They have too many ships, too many resources. But war isn't just about numbers. It's about will, adaptability, and the willingness to accept costs. Humanity has spent its entire history fighting. We're very, very good at it. The Council has spent 8 centuries not fighting. That's a significant advantage for us if it comes to conflict." Secretary Bradley leaned back in his chair. "Walk us through it, Admiral. What would a conflict actually look like?" Chen changed the display to show Earth's solar system. "If we refuse their terms, they'll likely send an enforcement fleet. Based on their standard procedures, probably 200 to 500 ships. Their goal will be to intimidate us into compliance, not to destroy us. They want our resources and soldiers, after all. Dead humans aren't useful." He zoomed in on Earth's defensive positions. "We've spent the last 20 years building orbital defense platforms, automated weapon systems, and a fleet of our own. We have roughly 400 combat-capable ships, plus thousands of smaller vessels that could be weaponized. Our technology isn't as advanced as theirs, but we've designed our systems specifically for defending our home system." "Numbers sound almost even," noted Prime Minister Caldwell. "That's misleading," Chen continued. "Their ships are individually more powerful, but we have advantages they won't expect. First, we're defending. We know every asteroid, every orbit, every hiding spot in this system. Second, we're unified. Every nation on Earth has agreed to combined defense command. They're probably used to divided opposition." He pulled up combat footage from various human conflicts. "Third, and most important, we don't fight the way they expect. Watch this." The display showed historical battles from World War II, Vietnam, Afghanistan, and other conflicts where smaller forces had held off or defeated larger ones. Humanity doesn't believe in fair fights. We use ambush tactics, guerrilla warfare, weapons of mass destruction if necessary. We target supply lines, command structures, and morale. And we're willing to accept casualties that would be considered unthinkable by most species. "You're talking about suicide tactics," Ambassador Wu said quietly. "I'm talking about winning tactics," Chen replied. "The kamikaze pilots of World War II. The suicide bombers in various 21st century conflicts. The nuclear standoffs where both sides were willing to destroy the world rather than surrender. Humanity has always been willing to pay terrible prices for victory. I suspect most Council species aren't." Elena watched the faces on her screen. Some looked horrified. Others looked thoughtful. A few looked grimly determined. "There's another factor," she added. "The Council isn't popular among many of its member species. We've picked up communications suggesting that a lot of them resent the tribute system. If we refuse and put up a real fight, it might inspire others to resist." The Council's whole power structure is based on everyone accepting that resistance is futile. If we prove that wrong, even if we lose, it could start something. Secretary General Okafor raised her hand for silence. Let me make sure I understand. You're recommending that humanity refuse the Council's terms, knowing it will likely lead to military conflict, a conflict we probably can't win in conventional terms, but hoping that we can make resistance costly enough that the Council backs down, or that we inspire other species to rebel. Yes, Elena said simply. That's insane, Ambassador Wu said. That's human, Admiral Chen replied. The debate continued for another 2 hours. Arguments flew back and forth about duty, survival, legacy, and what humanity's first action on the galactic stage should be. Should they be pragmatic and submit, or defiant and resist? Finally, Secretary General Okafor called for a vote. Not a binding one, but a sense of where the international community stood. The question was simple. Accept or refuse the Council's terms. The votes came in one by one. It was closer than Elena expected. Some nations voted to accept, citing the risks of confrontation. But slowly, the count tipped the other way. The United States voted to refuse. Russia voted to refuse. The European Union voted to refuse. India, Brazil, Japan, and dozens of other nations followed. When the count was finished, the result was clear. By a margin of almost 2-1, Earth's governments voted to refuse the Galactic Council's tribute demands. The room was silent for a long moment. They had just committed humanity to a path that might lead to war with the most powerful organization in the galaxy. Secretary General Okafor looked directly at the camera, her expression grave. Ambassador Vasquez, you will deliver Earth's response to the Galactic Council. Admiral Chen, begin immediate preparations for system defense. All member nations are to contribute forces to the Unified Defense Command. We may have just declared war on the galaxy, so let's make sure we're ready for it. The session ended, and Elena sat alone in her quarters on the Endeavor. In 12 hours, she would return to the Concordat with Earth's answer. An answer that would shock the Council and possibly change everything. Colonel Webb knocked on her door. Permission to enter? Come in, Marcus. He sat down across from her, holding a datapad. I've finished the tactical analysis you requested. If it comes to a fight, we have a decent chance of winning the first battle. After that, it gets much harder. Show me. Webb pulled up detailed projections. The Council will send what they think is an overwhelming force, probably around 300 ships. They'll expect us to take one look and surrender. Instead, we'll have pre-positioned nuclear mines along their most likely approach vectors. We hit them hard right at the start, take out maybe 50 ships before they can react. He zoomed in on Earth's orbital space. Then we pull back to our defensive platforms, force them to come to us into range of our ground-based weapons. They'll have better shields and weapons, but we'll have numbers and position. Most importantly, we'll have surprise. They won't be expecting us to fight this hard. Casualties? Elena asked. Webb's expression darkened. High. We'll lose a lot of ships and probably some platforms. If they decide to bombard population centers, we could lose millions. But if we can make them bleed, if we can make them doubt whether this is worth the cost, they might withdraw and rethink their approach. And if they don't withdraw, then we keep fighting until we can't anymore. But Elena, there's something else. I've been analyzing the Council's member species, their history, their cultures. A lot of them have been part of the Council for so long that they've forgotten what it means to be independent. They've never known anything but the tribute system. What are you saying? I'm saying that if we stand up to the Council and survive, even if we don't win, it might inspire others to question the system. The Council's power is based on the belief that resistance is impossible. If we prove that belief wrong, the whole thing might start to crack. Elena thought about that. Humanity's defiance might be about more than just Earth's freedom. It might be about showing the entire galaxy that the Council system wasn't inevitable, that species didn't have to accept subjugation. There's no going back from this, she said quietly. No, Webb agreed. But going forward is what humans do. We've never been good at accepting our place. We always want to see what's over the next hill, what's beyond the next horizon. Even if it gets us killed? Elena smiled slightly. Especially if it gets us killed. They sat in silence for a while, watching Earth slowly rotate on the view screen. From this distance, it looked peaceful. Beautiful. No signs of the frantic preparations happening across every continent as military forces mobilized and defense systems came online. "Do you think we can win?" Webb asked. "I think we can make them regret picking this fight," Elena replied. "Whether that counts as winning, I guess we'll find out." The next 12 hours passed in a blur of preparation. Elena reviewed her speech dozens of times. The message had to be clear, unambiguous, and strong. No room for the Council to think humanity was bluffing or could be persuaded to change their minds. Admiral Chen sent updated tactical data showing Earth's defense network going fully active. Every ship, every platform, every missile battery was ready. If the Council sent their fleet, humanity would be waiting. Finally, it was time. Elena and her team returned to the shuttle and made the journey back to the Concordat. As they approached the massive station, Elena felt a strange calm settle over her. The decision was made. Now came the execution. They docked and made their way back to the Council chamber. It was even more crowded than before. Word had spread about Earth's summons, and apparently many species wanted to see how the newcomers would respond. High Arbiter Zexthor waited on his platform, his yellow eyes tracking Elena as she walked to the central position. He looked confident, even amused, obviously expecting humanity to have accepted reality and prepared to join the Council on its terms. "Ambassador Vasquez," his translated voice boomed. "Welcome back. I trust Earth has had sufficient time to consider the Council's generous offer. What answer do you bring us?" Elena pulled out a small data chip. It was theatrical, old-fashioned, but she wanted there to be no mistake about what came next. She held it up for the entire chamber to see. "High Arbiter, members of the Council, I bring Earth's official response to your tribute demands." She inserted the chip into the central podium. Every screen in the chamber lit up, displaying the same message in thousands of languages. The file was small, incredibly small. Just a few bytes of data, because Earth's answer was only one word. The chamber erupted in noise as delegates tried to understand what they were seeing. Some laughed, thinking it was a translation error. Others looked confused, unsure if they were reading it correctly. Zexthor stared at the screen, his expression shifting from amusement to confusion to anger. "Explain this, Ambassador. Where is your acceptance? Where are the logistical details? For tribute delivery, what is this?" Elena stood straight, her voice clear and strong. "That is our complete response to your demands, High Arbiter. No tribute, no submission, no negotiation. Earth appreciates the introduction to galactic society, but we will not bow to threats or accept subjugation disguised as protection." The words still glowed on every screen in the chamber. Simple, direct, unmistakable no. The Council chamber descended into chaos. Thousands of voices spoke at once, creating a wall of sound that even the translation system struggled to process. Elena stood calmly on her platform, watching as the aliens reacted to something they clearly hadn't expected. Some were gesturing wildly at the screen, still displaying that single word. Others had turned to their neighbors, apparently trying to confirm what they were seeing was real. High Arbiter Zexthor raised his clawed hands, and the chamber's sound-dampening system activated. Silence fell immediately, his yellow eyes fixed on Elena with an intensity that might have been frightening if she hadn't already committed herself to this course. "Ambassador Vasquez," he said, his translator struggling to convey what sounded like barely controlled anger. "Perhaps there has been a translation error. Surely Earth understands the gravity of refusing the Council's protection. Let me be perfectly clear about what you are saying no to." He gestured, and a new holographic display filled the space above them. It showed maps of the galaxy, trade routes connecting thousands of systems, fleets of ships moving peacefully between worlds. "You are refusing access to the accumulated knowledge of 5,000 years of civilization. You are refusing technologies that would eliminate disease, extend your lifespans, and solve your energy problems. You are refusing the protection of the most powerful military force in galactic history." Zexthor's voice grew harder, And in exchange for what? The privilege of remaining isolated? Of facing pirates, hostile species, and cosmic threats alone? Of watching other species advance while you stagnate? Is this really what Earth wants? Elena had prepared for this. She kept her voice level and professional. High Arbiter, with respect, you're not offering us those things freely. You're demanding we pay for them with our independence. 40% of our resources, our most advanced technology, our citizens to serve as soldiers in your conflicts. That's not protection, that's subjugation. It is the price of civilization. Zexthor's composure cracked slightly. Every species pays this price. Every member of the council contributes according to their ability. This is how we have maintained peace for 800 years. This is how we ensure prosperity for all. Peace for whom? Elena asked quietly. Prosperity for whom? We've analyzed your system, High Arbiter. The founding species of the council pay much smaller tributes as a percentage of their wealth. They control the most valuable trade routes. They occupy the seats of real power. Meanwhile, newer species pay heavily for the privilege of serving your interests. That's not a community of equals. That's an empire. A new voice cut through the chamber. She speaks truth, though it is uncomfortable to hear. Elena turned to see one of the council members approaching the central area. She was a Velocian, a species Elena had read about during the voyage. They were humanoid with blue-tinted skin and large black eyes. This particular Velocian wore the robes of a senior council member. According to her identification marker, she was Ambassador Kriath. Zexthor's eyes narrowed. Ambassador Kriath, you overstep. This is a matter between Earth and the council leadership. It is a matter that affects us all, Kriath replied, not backing down. She turned to address the chamber. How many of us remember when our species first joined the council? How many of us remember being presented with these same terms, these same demands disguised as offers? And how many of us remember feeling exactly what these humans must feel now? Murmurs spread through the chamber. Elena saw several delegates nodding slightly, though others looked uncomfortable. The difference, Kriath continued, is that none of us said no. We accepted because we believed we had no choice, because we were told that resistance was futile, that submission was the only logical option. But these humans, they dare to do what we did not. They dare to refuse. She pulled up her own holographic display and Elena's breath caught. It showed human history, wars, battles, revolutions. The images were brutal and violent, showing the worst of what humanity had done to itself over thousands of years. I have studied Earth, Kriath said, her voice carrying clearly through the chamber. My intelligence division has analyzed their history, their culture, their psychology. And what we have found should concern us all. The display shifted to show nuclear explosions, bombed cities, and casualty statistics that made several council members visibly recoil. This species has spent its entire existence in conflict. They have never known true peace. They have never had a generation without war. They have developed weapons capable of destroying their own world. And they have come within moments of using them. Not once, but many times. Then they are dangerous and should be controlled, Zexthor said. No, Kriath replied. They are dangerous and should not be threatened. There is a difference. Look at their tactics, their strategies, their willingness to accept casualties that we would consider genocidal. These humans have refined warfare to an art form. They practice it constantly, even against themselves. She highlighted specific conflicts. In what they call World War II, they killed over 70 million of their own species. In their nuclear standoffs, they were willing to destroy their entire planet, rather than submit to each other. In countless guerrilla wars, small forces held off armies that outnumbered them hundreds to one through sheer determination and clever tactics. The chamber had gone very quiet. Elena realized that Kriath was doing something unexpected. She was warning the council about what a war with humanity would really mean. Most species in this chamber, Kriath continued, have been at peace for centuries before joining the council. They had evolved past major warfare. Conflict for them was small-scale, limited, civilized. But not humans. Humans have been killing each other in innovative ways for their entire history. And now you want to threaten them with military action? The council's fleets are more than capable of handling one primitive world, Zexthor said, though he sounded less certain now. We have millions of ships, advanced weapons, shields that can withstand anything they could throw at us. Do we? Kriath pulled up tactical data.
When was the last time our fleets faced an enemy that fought back with full force?
800 years ago. 800 years of peace. Of policing actions against pirates with outdated weapons. Of enforcement missions against isolated colonies that surrendered after seeing our ships. When did we last face an enemy willing to die rather than submit? Elena decided to press the advantage. If I may, High Arbiter, the ambassador raises an important point. Your fleet may be powerful, but are they ready for an enemy that uses nuclear weapons as point defense? That will sacrifice entire ships to destroy one of yours? That considers mutual destruction an acceptable outcome? You would doom your own people? Zexthor asked, seeming genuinely confused. We would fight for our freedom, Elena replied. There's a difference. Throughout our history, humans have chosen death over slavery again and again. We've fought impossible odds. We've held positions that couldn't be held. Won battles that couldn't be won. Survived situations that should have killed us. Not because we're stronger or smarter, but because we refused to accept defeat. She gestured to the screen, still showing that single word. That's what no means to humanity. It means we're willing to pay whatever price necessary to remain free. You can take our resources by force, but you'll bleed for every shipment. You can occupy our planet, but you'll face resistance that never ends. You can try to break us, but we've been breaking each other for thousands of years and we're still here. This is insanity, said another council member, a being that looked like a floating jellyfish. You would throw away peace, prosperity, and advancement for what? Pride? For the right to choose our own path, Elena said. For the right to make our own mistakes and claim our own victories. For the right to stand as equals rather than subjects. If you can't understand that, then you've been part of the system too long. Zexthor slammed his hand on his podium, creating a booming sound. Enough. The council has been patient with this display of primitive defiance, but I will not allow one backward species to question millennia of peaceful order. You want to refuse our protection? Very well. You will get exactly what you're asking for. He turned to address the full chamber. I call for an immediate vote on initiating enforcement proceedings against Earth. They have refused council membership and demonstrated hostile intent. According to our bylaws, we can authorize military action to secure compliance. All in favor? Lights began appearing across the chamber as delegates voted. Most were green, indicating approval. But Elena noticed something important. A significant minority were red, voting against, and many delegates weren't voting at all, their screens remaining dark. The vote passed, but not by the overwhelming margin Zexthor had clearly expected. Out of thousands of delegates, nearly a third had either voted no or abstained. That was remarkable for a council that was supposed to be unified. The measure passes, Zexthor announced. Fleet Admiral Thunderek will assemble an enforcement fleet and proceed to the Earth system. They will be given one final chance to comply. If they refuse, they will be subdued by force and their government replaced with one more amenable to reason. He looked down at Elena with something that might have been pity. Ambassador Vasquez, you and your delegation will be held here on the Concordat for your own safety during the enforcement action. I hope you understand that what happens next is entirely your species' choice. Submit peacefully, and Earth will be welcomed into the Council. Resist and you will be teaching your children a very painful lesson about the price of pride. Elena had expected this. I'm afraid I must decline your hospitality, High Arbiter. My place is with my people. If the Council sends a fleet to attack Earth, then Earth's ambassador should be there to witness it. That is unacceptable. You will remain here. With respect, High Arbiter, I am not a member of the Council and therefore not subject to your authority. My ship is prepared to depart immediately. If you try to prevent me from leaving, it will be an act of war against a diplomatic mission. I'm sure even the Council has laws about that. Zexthor's eyes narrowed, but he didn't argue. Apparently, even in his anger, he wasn't willing to violate the basic principles of diplomatic immunity. Fine. Return to your dying world, Ambassador. Watch as your people's defiance brings them ruin. And know that you could have prevented it. Elena bowed slightly, mockingly polite. I will tell Earth that the Galactic Council sends its regards, and I will tell them to be ready, because you're about to learn what happens when you threaten humanity. She turned and walked out of the chamber, her delegation following. The murmur of voices rose behind her, but she didn't look back. They had done what they came to do. Earth had given its answer, and that answer had shaken the Council more than anyone had expected. On the shuttle back to the Endeavor, Colonel Webb was reviewing tactical data on his tablet. Fleet Admiral Thunderek,
I've got his service record here. He's commanded 17 enforcement actions over his career. All of them were quick and bloodless. Show up with overwhelming force, watch the target surrender, accept their compliance, leave. He's never actually fought a battle. Good, Elena said. Then he's never fought an enemy that fights back. The fleet will take about 3 weeks to reach Earth, Webb continued. That gives us time to get back and help with final preparations. But Elena, we need to be realistic. Even if we bloody their nose in the first engagement, they can send more fleets. Earth can't win a war of attrition against the entire Council. We don't need to win a war of attrition, Elena replied. She was thinking about Ambassador Kriath's speech, about the way some delegates had voted against enforcement, about the uncertainty she had seen in the chamber. We just need to win the first battle and make it clear that every future battle will cost them. The Council isn't popular with everyone. If we can crack their image of invincibility, other species might start questioning the system. You're trying to start a rebellion, Webb said quietly. I'm trying to show the galaxy that rebellion is possible, Elena corrected. The Council's whole power structure depends on everyone believing they can't be resisted. If we prove that wrong, even if we ultimately lose, it might inspire others to stand up. And if enough species stand up... She didn't finish the sentence, but Webb nodded understanding. The Council couldn't maintain control if too many species refused to comply. Their whole system was built on submission. Defiance was contagious. The Endeavor broke away from the Concordat and engaged its faster-than-light drive. As the station shrank behind them, Elena thought about what she had just done. She had committed humanity to a war it probably couldn't win. She had rejected peace and prosperity in favor of a fight for independence. History would either remember her as a hero or as the fool who doomed Earth. But as she thought about that word still glowing in the Council chamber, that simple, defiant, very human word, she knew she had made the right choice. Some things were worth fighting for. Some things were worth dying for. Freedom was one of them. The journey back to Earth took 20 days. The crew used every minute preparing. Combat drills, tactical simulations, weapons checks. They analyzed what little they knew about Council fleet tactics and developed counters. They planned ambushes, fallback positions, and desperate last stands, and they watched the news feeds from Earth. The planet was mobilizing like never before. Every nation had committed its military forces to the Unified Defense Command. Factories were running triple shifts producing missiles, drones, and ammunition. Civilian ships were being retrofitted with weapons. The entire solar system was becoming a fortress. Public opinion on Earth was divided. Some people were terrified, certain they were about to be destroyed for the sake of pride. Others were defiant, echoing the sentiment that humanity would never bow. Protests and rallies filled cities across the globe. Some demanded the government reconsider. Others demanded they stand firm. But everyone was preparing, because whatever they thought about the decision, humanity was about to face its first test on the galactic stage. Win or lose, the galaxy would remember what happened when someone told humanity no, and humanity said no right back. As the Endeavor approached Earth, Elena stood at the viewport and looked at her home. It had never looked more beautiful or more fragile. Soon, one of the most powerful forces in the galaxy would be coming here to punish Earth for its defiance. She just hoped that Admiral Chen and Colonel Webb were right. That humanity's violent history, its refusal to accept defeat, its willingness to fight dirty and die hard, would be enough to make the Council regret this decision. One word had shattered the Council's expectations and challenged millennia of unquestioned authority. Now they would see if one species could back up that word with action. Fleet Admiral Thunrek stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Eternal Harmony, and watched as 300 Council warships emerged from faster-than-light travel at the edge of Earth's solar system. The display before him showed a small, yellow star with a collection of planets, one of which was inhabited by the stubborn primitives who had dared to refuse the Council's generous offer. He had done this 17 times before. Show up with an overwhelming force, broadcast demands, watch the local government scramble to comply. Usually it took less than an hour. Occasionally, some particularly foolish species would fire a few token shots, then surrender after their primitive weapons accomplished nothing against Council shields. Either way, the result was always the same. Thunrek was a Corvin, a species that had been part of the Council for over 2,000 years. He stood nearly 4 meters tall, with 4 arms and thick armor plating that was as much ceremonial as functional. He had never personally fired a weapon in anger. He had never needed to. The mere presence of a council fleet was usually enough. "Commander," he said to his second-in-command, "scan the system. Show me their defenses." The tactical officer, a crystalline being named Shira, manipulated the controls. "Sir, I'm reading multiple orbital platforms around the third planet. Approximately 200 defensive stations with what appear to be missile batteries and energy weapons. Also detecting a fleet of smaller ships in various orbital positions. Current count is 470 vessels." Thunderek chuckled. 470 ships against our 300? They don't understand the difference in capabilities. Our shields alone could withstand anything they can produce. What about their technology level? Primitive by our standards, sir. They only achieved faster-than-light travel 47 years ago. Their energy weapons appear to be early-stage plasma or laser systems. Their ships are small, mostly under 500 meters in length. Our capital ships are 3 times that size with exponentially greater firepower. Then this will be over quickly. Thunrek settled into his command chair. "Open a communication channel to Earth. Let's give them one last chance to see reason." The channel opened, and after a moment, a human face appeared on the screen. It was a male, older, with gray hair and wearing what appeared to be a military uniform. The human looked tired but determined. "This is Admiral James Chen of the United Earth Space Defense Force. You're in our system without permission. State your intentions." Thunrek found the human's tone amusing, as if they were equals. "I am Fleet Admiral Thunrek of the Galactic Council. We are here to enforce compliance with Council membership requirements. Your Ambassador Vasquez refused our generous terms. We are here to show you the consequences of that refusal and offer you one final opportunity to submit peacefully." Chen's expression didn't change. "Then I'm afraid you've wasted your time, Admiral." Earth's answer remains the same. "We will not submit to your tribute demands. We will not surrender our independence. Leave our system immediately or face the consequences." Thunrek laughed. Several of his bridge crew joined him. "Consequences? You have primitive ships and outdated weapons facing the might of the Galactic Council. What consequences could you possibly pose to us?" The human admiral smiled, and something about that smile made Thunrek's amusement fade slightly. It was the smile of someone who knew something you didn't. "You're about to find out," Chen said. "I'll give you the same chance you gave us. Turn your fleet around and leave. This is your only warning." "You dare?" Thunrek stood from his chair. "You face 300 warships, each capable of leveling a city. Surrender now or we will destroy your defensive platforms and occupy your planet. This is not a negotiation." "No," Chen agreed. "It's not. Communications, send the signal." The transmission cut off. Thunrek stared at the blank screen for a moment, then turned to his tactical officer. "Foolish primitives. All ships advance to weapons range. Prepare to disable their platforms. Try not to kill too many. We'll need some of them alive to operate their industries once we take control." The Council fleet began moving forward in perfect formation. 300 ships, their shields glowing with power, their weapons priming. It was a sight that had made civilizations surrender for centuries. Then space exploded. "Multiple nuclear detonations," Shira screamed. "Sir, the space ahead of us is filling with radiation and debris." Thunrek grabbed his chair for support as the Eternal Harmony's shields flared, absorbing energy from what appeared to be dozens of nuclear weapons detonating simultaneously. The view screen showed space ahead turning white with nuclear fire. "How did they mine our approach vector?" Thunrek demanded. "We only just arrived." "They must have seeded the area with devices after choosing the most likely approach path," Shira replied, her crystalline form flickering with stress colors. "Sir, damage reports coming in. The shields are holding, but several ships in the vanguard took damage. The Serene Dawn reports shield failure and hull breaches. The Peaceful Resolution has lost engine power. 2 ships damaged from primitive nuclear weapons." Thunrek couldn't believe it. "How is that possible?" "The explosions weren't meant to destroy us directly," his science officer called out. "They're creating a debris field and radiation interference. Our sensors are compromised. And sir, I'm reading massive energy buildups from the orbital platforms around Earth." The human defenses opened fire. Thousands of missiles streaked out from the platforms, far more than the initial scans had suggested. The Council fleet's point defense systems engaged, destroying the incoming projectiles. But there were so many of them. "Some are getting through," Shira reported. "Multiple impacts across the fleet. Shields holding but taking damage." "Sir, these aren't normal missiles. Some of them are accelerating to near-relativistic speeds. If they impact at those velocities..."
"Even our shields might not." The Eternal Harmony shook violently as something hit its forward shield at an appreciable fraction of light speed.
Alarms blared across the bridge. "Shield at 60%, Shira called out. "Sir, recommend we fall back and reassess." "Fall back?" Thunrek's pride warred with tactical sense. "We outnumber them. We have superior technology. We will not retreat from primitives." But the humans weren't fighting like primitives. As the Council fleet pushed forward, human ships emerged from behind asteroids, from orbital positions that the sensors had missed, even from inside the debris field created by their own nuclear mines. They swarmed like insects, dozens of small ships targeting individual Council vessels. "They're using kamikaze tactics," someone on the bridge shouted. 3 human ships just rammed the rising tide. Her shields couldn't handle the kinetic impact. She's breaking apart. Thunrek watched in horror as the Council ship, a beautiful vessel that had served for 300 years, was torn apart by the sacrifice of 3 primitive human vessels that had accelerated to maximum speed, and simply crashed into it. The humans had turned their own ships into weapons. "All ships tight formation," Thunrek ordered. "Concentrate point defense. Don't let them get close," but the humans adapted. Their AI-controlled drones swarmed in first, drawing fire from the point defense systems. Then their manned ships came in during the reload cycles, firing missiles at close range where the Council's long-range weapons couldn't track fast enough. It was chaos. Beautiful, terrible chaos. The kind of warfare Thunrek had only read about in ancient histories. The kind of warfare that civilized species had evolved beyond. "Sir, the humans are using nuclear weapons at close range." Shira's voice was panicked now. "They're detonating them near their own ships. They don't care about their own casualties." A human vessel accelerated toward a cluster of Council ships, fired all its missiles, then detonated what appeared to be multiple nuclear warheads inside its own hull. The explosion took out 2 Council ships whose shields had already been weakened by the conventional attacks. "They're insane," Thunrek whispered. "They're actually insane." The battle that was supposed to be a quick show of force had turned into a nightmare. The humans fought like nothing the Council had faced in living memory. They used the asteroids for cover. They sacrificed ships without hesitation. They employed weapons that endangered their own forces. They fought with a ferocity that seemed more suited to cornered animals than sentient beings. "Fleet-wide communication," Thunrek ordered. "All ships fighting retreat. Fall back to the outer system. We need to reassess." "Sir, the humans are pursuing." Of course they were. Thunrek watched as human ships chased his fleet, firing missiles and continuing their aggressive tactics even as they took casualties. They were outnumbered in terms of firepower, but they fought like they were winning. The Running Tide, a destroyer that had been part of the Vanguard, suffered a catastrophic shield failure and was swarmed by a dozen human ships. They tore it apart with concentrated fire, celebrating their kill even as Council weapons destroyed half of them in return. "Casualty report," Thunrek said quietly as the fleet finally managed to pull back beyond immediate weapons range. Shira's voice shook as she read the numbers. 47 ships destroyed or disabled. Another 30 with significant damage. We've lost approximately 15% of our fleet strength in less than 3 hours of engagement. 15%. Against primitives, against a species that had barely reached the stars. It was impossible. It was humiliating. It was terrifying. What about the humans? Their casualties are higher. Approximately 120 ships destroyed. But sir, they seem to consider this acceptable. They're reforming their formations and their defensive platforms are still fully operational. Thunrek slumped in his chair. He had been so certain this would be simple. Show up, make threats, watch them surrender. Instead, he had lost nearly 50 ships and the humans were still fighting. "Open a channel to the Council," he said finally. "We need reinforcements." The transmission took several minutes to reach the Concordat due to the distance. When High Arbiter Zexthor appeared on the screen, he looked confident. Clearly, he had been expecting news of a quick victory. "Admiral Thunrek, report. Has Earth surrendered?" No, High Arbiter. They have not. We have engaged in combat and encountered unexpectedly fierce resistance. I am requesting additional fleets to complete the pacification. Zexthor's expression shifted from confidence to confusion to anger. You have 300 ships. How can a single primitive world resist the might of the Council fleet? They fight like nothing we have faced before, Thunrek tried to explain. They use suicide tactics. They mine space with nuclear weapons. They sacrifice their own forces without hesitation to destroy ours. They don't fight to win, High Arbiter. They fight to kill as many of us as possible, regardless of cost to themselves. There was a long silence. Finally, Zexthor spoke. How many ships have you lost? 47 destroyed, 30 damaged. Another silence. Thunrek could see the High Arbiter processing this information, trying to reconcile it with his expectations. Fall back, Zexthor said finally. Maintain position at the edge of their system, but do not engage further. I need to consult with the Council leadership. This situation has become more complicated than anticipated. The transmission ended. Thunrek looked around his bridge at his shaken crew. They were the pride of the Council, trained in the finest academies, equipped with technology that made them superior to nearly every species in the galaxy. And they had just been bloodied by humans using primitive ships and pure aggression. Sir, Shira said quietly. The humans are broadcasting a message. Audio only. Play it. Admiral Chen's voice filled the bridge. Fleet Admiral Thunrek, this is your second warning. Leave our system now. You came here to show us the consequences of defiance. Instead, we've shown you the cost of threatening humanity. We didn't want this fight, but since you brought it to us, we're going to finish it. Come closer and we'll destroy more of your ships. Try to bombard our planet and we'll turn this entire system into your graveyard. This is what happens when you pick a fight with humans. We don't surrender. We don't negotiate. We fight until you leave or until one of us is dead. Your choice. The message ended. Thunrek sat in the command chair and tried to think of what to do next. He had been trained in tactics, strategy, and command. But he had never been trained for this. No one in the Council had been trained for this. Because no one in the Council had fought a real war in 800 years. They had forgotten what it meant to face an enemy that refused to quit. An enemy that measured victory not by territories gained or objectives achieved, but by how much damage they could inflict before they fell. An enemy that had spent their entire history perfecting the art of killing. The humans had grown up in a galaxy of one world, where the only enemies were other humans. So they had learned to fight humans, and humans, Thunrek was beginning to realize, were very, very good at war. Looking at the casualty reports, at the images of destroyed Council ships, at the human defensive platform still standing and ready for another round, Thunrek understood something that the Council leadership needed to learn quickly. Earth had said no, and Earth was willing to make that no stick no matter what it cost. On the bridge of the UNSS Endeavor, now in high orbit above Earth, Elena Vasquez watched the tactical display showing the Council fleet pulling back. Beside her, Admiral Chen allowed himself a small smile. They weren't expecting that, he said. No, Elena agreed. They were expecting us to fold. They've never faced a species that fights back with everything it has, but now they know. This isn't over, Chen warned. They'll regroup, call for reinforcements, come back with a larger fleet. I know, Elena said. But we've bought time. And more importantly, we've shown them that humans don't break easily. The word will spread across the Council. The species that said no. The species that made the Council bleed. That message is going to reach a lot of ears. You think it will make a difference? Elena thought about Ambassador Kriath, about the delegates who had voted against enforcement, about all the species paying tribute to maintain a system that enriched the Council's founders.
I think we've planted a seed, she said.
Whether it grows into something that changes the galaxy, we'll have to wait and see. But at least now, other species know that resistance is possible. The Council isn't invincible. They can be hurt. They can be stopped. She looked down at Earth, at the planet that had just fought off the most powerful force in the known galaxy, the planet that had refused to bow. We said no, Elena whispered, and we meant it. The emergency session of the Galactic Council had been running for 6 hours, and High Arbiter Zexthor could feel his authority crumbling with every passing minute. The Council chamber, usually a place of orderly debate and predictable outcomes, had descended into something he had never witnessed in his 200 years of service. Open rebellion, 47 ships, Ambassador Kriath's voice rang out across the chamber. 47 council vessels destroyed by a single primitive world that has been in space for less than 50 years. And you want to send more ships? How many more must die to maintain this charade? A chorus of voices rose in support. Not all of them, but enough to be significant. Species that had never questioned the Council's decisions were now standing up and demanding answers. The humans attacked our peacekeeping fleet, Zexthor argued, though his voice carried less certainty than before. They are the aggressors. They refused our generous terms and then murdered Council personnel. They must be brought to justice. Justice? A delegate from the Therian Collective stood up, his insectoid body clicking with agitation. We call it justice when we demand 40% of a species' resources? When we take their citizens as soldiers? When we threaten them with destruction if they refuse? What word would we use if someone did this to us? It is the system that has maintained peace for 800 years, Zexthor said, falling back on the familiar argument. But it sounded hollow now even to his own ears. Peace for whom? Another voice, this time from the Azurian delegation. My species has paid tribute for 300 years. In that time, our homeworld has grown poorer while Council founders grow richer. We are told this is the price of protection, but protection from what? The only threat we face is from the Council itself if we refuse to pay. Zexthor saw the careful order he had maintained beginning to fracture. The tribute system had always worked because no one questioned it. New species joined, paid their dues, and eventually became established enough to reduce their burden. It was a pyramid, with the oldest members at the top benefiting from the contributions of those below. But the whole structure depended on everyone accepting it as inevitable. The humans had shattered that acceptance by refusing and then making the Council bleed for trying to enforce compliance. They had shown that the system could be resisted. Now species that had paid for centuries were asking why they had never tried to say no. We must maintain unity, Zexthor pleaded. If we allow one species to refuse, others will follow. The entire structure of galactic civilization will collapse. Then perhaps it should, Kriath said quietly. Perhaps a structure built on forced compliance and tribute deserves to fall. The humans have shown us something we had forgotten, that there are things worth fighting for, that freedom has value beyond convenience. That saying no is always an option, even when facing overwhelming force. The chamber erupted in argument. Some delegates supported Zexthor, warning of chaos and disorder if the tribute system was dismantled. Others supported Kriath, calling for reform or complete restructuring. And many remained silent, calculating which side would ultimately win and where their interests lay. In the middle of this chaos, a new transmission arrived. It was from the Velosian Confederation, Ambassador Kriath's government. The message was brief and shocking. The Velosian Confederation was formally withdrawing from the Galactic Council, effective immediately. They would no longer pay tribute, no longer provide ships for Council operations, and no longer recognize Council authority over their territory. They invited other species who desired independence to join them in forming a new alliance based on mutual cooperation, rather than forced compliance. The chamber went silent. In 3,000 years of Council history, no major species had ever voluntarily left. There had been expulsions, species removed for violating Council law. But a voluntary departure, especially by a species as influential as the Velosians, was unprecedented. Kriath stood calmly as her delegation prepared to leave. My government has decided that the human example is one worth following. We will not fight the Council, but we will no longer serve it. Other species are free to make their own choices, but the Velosian people choose freedom. She walked out, her delegation following. For a moment, no one moved. Then another delegate stood up. The representative from the Kyrian Assembly announced they were also withdrawing. Then the Nethian Alliance. Then 3 smaller species together. By the end of the day, 12 species had formally withdrawn from the Council. Dozens more had demanded emergency referendums to allow their populations to vote on continued membership. The galactic news networks were exploding with coverage. The Battle of Sol, as it was being called, had become a symbol, not of human victory, but of the possibility of resistance. High Arbiter Zexthor watched his empire crumbling and knew he had 2 choices. Double down, send a massive fleet to Earth and crush them as an example, risking further rebellion and potentially a real war, or accept that the system he had maintained was broken and needed to change. Neither option was acceptable. But as he looked at the empty seats where loyal delegates had sat for centuries, He realized that the decision might be out of his hands. On Earth, Elena Vasquez stood before the United Nations General Assembly and delivered her report on the Battle of Sol. The casualties had been significant. 123 ships destroyed, over 15,000 people dead. Multiple orbital platforms damaged. Cities on high alert for potential bombardment that, thankfully, never came. But Earth had survived. More than survived. They had sent the Council fleet running. The Council has not returned, Elena told the assembled representatives. Our intelligence suggests they are dealing with internal problems. Multiple species have withdrawn from the Council in protest of the tribute system. Others are demanding reforms. What started as Earth saying no has become a galactic movement questioning the entire structure of Council authority. Secretary General Okafor addressed the Assembly. We did not seek this fight. We simply refused to surrender our independence. But in doing so, we have apparently inspired others to question their own subjugation. The galaxy is changing, and Earth is at the center of that change. The Assembly debated long into the night about what to do next. Some argued for fortifying defenses, expecting the Council to return with a larger fleet. Others suggested reaching out to the species that had withdrawn, forming alliances, building a coalition of free worlds to counter Council power. In the end, they decided to do both. Earth would continue strengthening its defenses while simultaneously engaging in diplomacy with other species. If the Council wanted war, Earth would be ready. But if the Council wanted peace, it would be peace between equals, not between master and subject. Admiral Chen led the military preparations. New ships were built, incorporating lessons learned from the first battle. Defensive platforms were expanded and upgraded. The asteroid belt was seeded with more weapons, more sensors, more surprises for any fleet that dared approach Earth again. But it was Elena's diplomatic efforts that proved most significant. She reached out to the Velocian Confederation first. Ambassador Kriath responded warmly, suggesting a meeting on neutral ground to discuss cooperation. Other species followed. The Kyrians, the Nethians, and even some species still technically part of the Council, but exploring their options. 3 months after the Battle of Sol, Elena stood on a space station in neutral territory, hosting the first meeting of what they were calling the Free Worlds Alliance. Representatives from 15 species gathered to discuss an alternative to the Council's tribute system. We're not trying to replace the Council, Elena explained. We're trying to create an alternative, a framework for cooperation based on mutual benefit, rather than forced compliance. Free trade, defensive alliances, shared technology, but no tribute. No forced military service, no surrender of independence. Ambassador Kriath nodded in agreement. The Council model worked when the galaxy was younger and more dangerous. But we have outgrown the need for a central authority that demands submission in exchange for protection. It is time for something new. The representatives debated for days. Some species were cautious, worried about Council retaliation. Others were enthusiastic, seeing an opportunity to escape centuries of tribute. Slowly, carefully, they began drafting the foundation of what would become a new galactic order. Meanwhile, the Galactic Council was tearing itself apart. More species withdrew every week. High Arbiter Zexthor tried to maintain control, but his authority was evaporating. The founding species, the ones who had benefited most from the tribute system, demanded action. Send the full might of the Council fleet to Earth, they argued. Destroy this rebellion before it spreads further. But others counseled caution. The military commanders who had reviewed the Battle of Sol reports were less confident than before. The humans had fought with a ferocity that suggested they would turn their entire system into a death trap before surrendering. And with multiple species now in open rebellion, committing the full fleet to Earth meant leaving other territories vulnerable. The Council was paralyzed by indecision and internal conflict. For the first time in centuries, they faced a problem that couldn't be solved by simply showing up with overwhelming force. 6 months after the Battle of Sol, Zexthor received an official communication from the Free Worlds Alliance. It was an invitation to talks, not surrender terms, not a plea for mercy, an invitation to negotiate as equals. He stared at the message for a long time. Everything in his training, his experience, his understanding of how the galaxy worked, told him to refuse. The Council did not negotiate with rebels. The Council crushed opposition and maintained order. But as he looked at the status reports showing 43 species now withdrawn from the council, with 17 more holding referendums on membership, he realized that crushing opposition was no longer an option. The old order was dying. The only question was whether something better would replace it, or whether the galaxy would descend into chaos. Reluctantly, bitterly, Zexthor accepted the invitation. The peace talks were held on the same neutral station where the Free Worlds Alliance had formed. It was deeply symbolic. The Council, which had dictated terms to countless species, now came to negotiate. Elena led the human delegation. Kriath represented the Velosian Confederation and the broader alliance, and Zexthor came with a small group of council representatives looking older and more worn than when Elena had first met him. "You have brought chaos to the galaxy," Zexthor said as the talks began. "Centuries of peace and order disrupted because one species was too proud to accept their place." "We disrupted a system that was unjust," Elena replied calmly. "Peace built on subjugation isn't true peace. It's just delayed conflict. You force species to pay tribute, to surrender their sovereignty, to serve your interests. Did you really think that would last forever? It lasted 800 years. And it could have lasted 800 more if you had been willing to evolve. But you weren't. You held on to your power, your privileges, your tribute, even as the galaxy changed. We didn't destroy the Council, Arbiter. The Council destroyed itself by refusing to adapt. The negotiations were difficult. The Council representatives wanted to maintain as much of the old system as possible. The Alliance representatives demanded fundamental reforms. Elena found herself in the role of mediator, trying to find common ground between those who wanted revolution and those who feared it. Weeks passed. The talks almost collapsed several times, but slowly, painfully, a new framework began to emerge. The tribute system would be abolished for all species. No more forced payments, no more mandatory military service. The Council would transition from a hierarchical empire to a true confederation of equals. Species could choose their level of involvement, from full membership with voting rights to simple trading partnerships with no political obligations. The most difficult issue was enforcement. How would the new system maintain order without the threat of overwhelming force? Through cooperation and mutual interest, Kriath proposed. Instead of forcing compliance, we offer benefits that make cooperation attractive. Free access to trade networks, shared technology development, collective defense against genuine threats. Species join because they want to, not because they're afraid not to. And if species choose conflict? Zexthor asked. If they attack others, if they threaten peace, how do we respond without central authority? We defend ourselves and our allies, Elena said. But we don't conquer. We don't occupy. We don't impose our system on others. We show them that cooperation works better than domination. And if they still choose violence, then they face the combined response of free species working together, not subjects following orders. It was a radical shift from everything the Council had been. But as the talks continued, even some of the Council representatives began to see the wisdom in it. The old system was broken. Something new had to replace it. 3 months after the talks began, they reached an agreement. The Galactic Council would be dissolved. In its place would be the Galactic Confederation, an alliance of free and equal species. The founding members included the old Council core species, the Free Worlds Alliance, and dozens of species who had been waiting to see which way the wind blew. High Arbiter Zexthor resigned his position. He had been the face of the old order, and the new one needed new leadership. The first election for Confederation president was held, and to many people's surprise, Ambassador Kriath won in a landslide. She had stood up to the Council, spoken truth to power, and helped craft the new system. She represented the future. At her inauguration, Kriath gave a speech that was broadcast across the galaxy. Today marks the end of 800 years of enforced peace and the beginning of something better. True peace built on cooperation rather than fear. The humans taught us a lesson we needed to learn. That freedom matters. That dignity matters. That some things are worth fighting for. She looked directly at the cameras, at the billions of beings watching across thousands of worlds. One species said no. One word changed everything. Let us build a galaxy where every species has the right to say no and the right to say yes. Where we stand together not because we must, but because we choose to. The transition wasn't easy. Some species that had grown dependent on the tribute system struggled initially. Pirates and raiders, no longer kept in check by overwhelming council force, became bolder. There were conflicts, disputes, and growing pains, but slowly the new system stabilized. Species found that cooperation brought more benefits than tribute had. Trade flourished as barriers fell. Technology advanced as species shared knowledge freely instead of hoarding it. And when genuine threats appeared, the Confederation's voluntary defense forces proved surprisingly effective, motivated by protecting their homes rather than following orders. Earth became a symbol of the new era, the world that had said no and meant it. The species that had shown the galaxy that resistance was possible. Human ships traveled across the Confederation, welcomed now as equals rather than viewed as primitives. Elena Vasquez retired from active diplomacy, but remained an advisor to the Earth government. She watched with satisfaction as humanity took its place among the stars, not as subjects, but as partners. One day, 5 years after the Battle of Sol, she received a visitor at her home in Geneva. It was Zexthor. The former High Arbiter looked smaller somehow, less imposing than he had in the council chamber. "Ambassador Vasquez," he said formally, "I hope I am not intruding." "Not at all," Elena replied, surprised but welcoming. "Please come in. Can I offer you anything?" They sat in her garden, looking out over Lake Geneva. For a long moment, neither spoke. Finally, Zexthor broke the silence. "I came to apologize." Elena looked at him in surprise. "Apologize? For threatening your world. For being too blind to see that the system I served was unjust. For valuing order over freedom. You tried to tell me and I wouldn't listen. It took the destruction of the system I had dedicated my life to for me to understand." Elena considered her words carefully. "You were a product of your time, Arbiter. The council system worked for centuries. It brought peace, stability, prosperity for many. It's not that it was entirely wrong. It's that it had outlived its usefulness and needed to change. But it took your species with your violent history and stubborn defiance to force that change. Do you know what troubles me most?" Zexthor looked at her with his yellow eyes, and she saw sadness in them. It wasn't that humans said no. Many species probably wanted to say no over the centuries. It was that you meant it. You were willing to die for it. And we, the civilized galaxy, had become so comfortable, so complacent that we couldn't understand that kind of conviction anymore. "Maybe that's the real lesson," Elena said. "Civilization shouldn't make you soft. It shouldn't make you forget what principles are worth defending. The galaxy needed someone to remind it that freedom matters, even if that someone was a species that had barely reached the stars." Zexthor nodded slowly. "Your species frightens many in the Confederation. You are so young, so aggressive, so willing to fight. But I think that's exactly what we needed. A reminder that peace without the will to defend it is just surrender in slow motion." He stood to leave, then paused. "That word you transmitted. That single word that shattered the council. Do you know how many species have adopted it as a symbol? How many worlds now display it as a reminder that they are free?" Elena smiled. "No, the word isn't about humans. It's about the idea that everyone, every species, every individual has the right to refuse what's unjust, to stand up for what they believe in, to fight if necessary for their freedom. We just happen to be the first ones to say it out loud in a very long time." After Zexthor left, Elena sat in her garden and thought about everything that had happened. One word, one simple, defiant, very human word had changed the entire galaxy. Not because it was profound or eloquent, but because it represented a truth the galaxy had forgotten. That submission is always a choice. That resistance is always possible. That freedom is worth fighting for. Her communicator chimed. It was Admiral Chen, now retired like her. "Elena, are you watching the news?" "No, why?" "The Confederation just opened a new academy for joint military training. They're teaching tactics, strategy, asymmetric warfare. They're calling it the Sol Academy. They want humanity to teach the galaxy how to fight." Elena laughed. From threats of destruction to requests for military training. That's quite a change. They learned the lesson. A civilization that can't defend itself will eventually be conquered by external enemies or internal corruption. And humans, for better or worse, are very good at teaching people how to fight. Let's hope they also learn when not to fight, Elena said. That's the harder lesson. She ended the call and looked up at the stars. Earth had come to those stars expecting to find wonders and new friends. Instead, they had found an empire that demanded submission. And by refusing that submission, they had helped birth something better. The galaxy was far from perfect. There were still conflicts, still problems, still species that struggled with the transition from the old order to the new. But it was better. It was freer. It gave every species the chance to determine their own destiny. All because humanity had looked at the most powerful organization in the galaxy and said one word: no. Elena smiled and whispered to herself, and we meant it. Across the galaxy on thousands of worlds, the story of Earth's defiance had become legend. Children grew up hearing about the species that said no. Artists created work celebrating the Battle of Sol. Historians analyzed how one word had shattered centuries of established order. But for Elena, for Admiral Chen, for all the humans who had lived through those tense months when war seemed inevitable, it wasn't legend. It was a choice they had made, a choice that could have doomed their world but instead had freed a galaxy. The story of humanity's entry onto the galactic stage would be told for generations. How they achieved faster than light travel and reached the stars with hope and wonder. How they met the Galactic Council and were offered subjugation disguised as membership. How they answered with a single word that echoed across the galaxy. And how that word changed everything. In the end, it wasn't about humanity being special or superior. It was about the power of conviction, about standing for something even when it would be easier to bow, about remembering that freedom is never given, only taken, and must be defended. The humans hadn't just joined the galactic community. They had transformed it. They had reminded civilizations that had grown comfortable and complacent what their ancestors once knew. That liberty is precious, that independence is worth fighting for, that sometimes the right answer to tyranny, no matter how powerful or how ancient, is simply and completely no. Captain Sarah Chen stood at the massive viewing window of Luna Station, watching the final construction work on humanity's greatest achievement. The ship before her stretched nearly 3 kilometers from bow to stern, its dark hull gleaming under the artificial lights of the shipyard. After 15 years of secret construction, the Prometheus Unbound was finally ready. Sarah had been chosen to command this vessel after a career spanning 25 years in Earth's defense fleet. She had fought pirates in the outer colonies, defended mining stations from raiders, and earned respect throughout human space. But nothing had prepared her for this moment. The ship's design broke every rule of conventional space warfare. Where other vessels relied on thick armor plating, the Prometheus Unbound used something called quantum folded protection. The scientists explained it as armor that existed in multiple dimensions at once, making it nearly impossible to damage. Sarah didn't pretend to understand the science, but she had seen the test results. Admiral Martinez approached from behind, his footsteps echoing in the observation deck. "Impressive, isn't she?" he said, joining Sarah at the window. "She's massive," Sarah replied. "I've never seen anything like her." "That's because there's never been anything like her," Martinez explained. "This ship represents everything humanity has learned about warfare, engineering, and survival. We've poured our best technology into her hull." Sarah studied the weapon systems visible along the ship's exterior. Strange barrel-like structures emerged from the hull at various points, unlike the standard laser batteries found on other human ships. "Those aren't normal weapons, are they? Stellar plasma manipulators," Martinez said with a slight smile. "They can draw energy directly from the nearest star and focus it into concentrated beams. The engineering team calls them Star Eaters." A chill ran down Sarah's spine. Humanity had built weapons that could harness the power of stars themselves. The implications were staggering. "There's more," Martinez continued. "The AI core processes tactical information faster than most alien species can think. It can calculate battle scenarios, predict enemy movements, and coordinate defensive systems in microseconds." Sarah had heard rumors about the ship's artificial intelligence, but seeing the massive processing centers during her preliminary tours had been shocking. The computer systems took up 3 entire decks of the ship. "Why all the secrecy?" Sarah asked. "Why build this in hidden sections of Luna Station?" Martinez's expression grew serious. "Because the Galactic Council has treaties limiting military development. Ships can only be so large, weapons can only be so powerful. and certain technologies are completely banned.
Yeah, with that being said.
And this ship violates those treaties?
ICB,
Every
what's
single
up?
one of them, Martinez
Blame
admitted.
Hostile, they were here
The
before
Council
you even
believes in
started.
maintaining balance
Medusa,
between species.
with
They
the
think no
popcorn,
one
she's got the
civilization should have
popcorn, she's ready to
overwhelming
watch.
military advantage.
Tweet T furry
Sarah
back.
understood now
Hey,
why her
fellas,
assignment had come with such
your
strict
favorite,
confidentiality agreements.
fluffer is in
Humanity
the
had
house,
deliberately
that's true,
built
yeah.
something that would terrify the
Fairy
rest of the
Goddess,
galaxy.
what's up? Tommy
The inspection
D.
fleet arrives tomorrow,
Peace, love, smiles.
Martinez said.
Good
The
support,
Galactic
that's right,
Council
we got
sends
called
representatives
O.
every few
Get
years to
called.
check our shipbuilding facilities. They're
Rumor
expecting to
has it,
find the
always
usual
good to say
destroyers and
rumor
cruisers.
has it.
Instead, they'll
Obviously,
find
free
this.
side,
Yes,
quick
and when
bit.
they do, everything changes for humanity.
Who else we got here?
Sarah spent the next several hours touring her new command. The bridge alone was larger than the entire command deck of her previous ship. Holographic displays showed star charts, weapon systems, and defensive capabilities that seemed almost magical. The crew quarters could house 5,000 personnel, far more than any human vessel had ever carried.
I hope I didn't miss
The engine
anyone
room
if I
left her
did.
speechless. 3 massive
Golden
reactor
Eyes.
cores provided power
I
that
didn't
could
even
supply
see
an
her.
entire
There you
planet.
go.
The chief engineer, Commander Rodriguez, explained how the quantum drives could fold space itself, allowing the ship to travel
Native.
distances that would take
We're all
other
scared of
vessels
you.
weeks to cover.
Why is
We
Con-
can literally
Connie
step
mad? We're gonna
outside
find
normal
out.
space,
So we're
Rodriguez
gonna watch
said,
the stream from
his
last
eyes
night.
bright with excitement.
Um,
The math says we can
I was
appear
informed
anywhere
of
within
it,
100 light-year radius almost instantly.
3/4 of the
Sarah's
way into the
tactical
stream
mind
of
began
last
working
night.
through the
Connie was
possibilities.
burning.
A ship that
Pretty
could appear
good.
anywhere without warning, armed with weapons that drew
Normally we
power
do
from
live
stars,
about,
protected by
Connie or
armor that
Rebel
existed
or
in multiple
Constantino,
dimensions.
whatever we call them nowadays.
Humanity had built
'Cause I
something
don't
that could
dislike
reshape
him.
the balance
I
of
don't-
power
I
in the
don't dislike
galaxy.
him at all.
That
But
evening, Sarah reviewed the
that
crew
being
assignments
said,
in her
we said a lot of
quarters.
shit last night,
The best
and, we
officers
need
from
to address
throughout
some
human
stuff.
space had been
That's right,
quietly
should-
transferred to
should
Luna
us.
Station
He
over the
was all
past
the
year.
money, you know what I'm saying?
Engineers, weapons specialists,
Clearly
pilots,
you
and
did,
medical
'cause we got
staff.
proof. There's a photo
All of them
it.
had signed the same
It was my
confidentiality
thumbnail.
agreements. And all of them understood they were part of something
I think he
unprecedented.
got mad 'cause y'all
Her
weren't
door
allowed to jump
chimed,
right- No, that's not it.
and Sarah
I
looked
can
up
tell
to
you
see
that's
Dr.
not it.
Elizabeth Park,
Nope.
the ship's
Not it.
chief science officer.
I
Captain, I
don't know
wanted
if
to
he
discuss
actually
the first
knows why he's
activation
mad at us.
sequences.
He just knows
Problems? Sarah
that
asked.
he knows.
Not problems exactly. But the ship's systems
I
are
don't know
so
what that
advanced
means,
that we're still learning
but,
what they
we'll
can
find
do.
out.
The AI, for
He had a lot of
instance, has
things to
been
say,
running
so I'm gonna play this, and
simulations
then I'm
of
just gonna
combat
comment about it.
scenarios.
Anyone's allowed
Its
to come
predictions
up.
are disturbing.
The
Sarah
StreamYard's
gestured for
there,
Park
you
to
can
sit.
pop up here,
Explain.
but
The
really, it
computer
just has to do with
calculates
me.
that this
I
single
mean, it
ship
has to
could
do with
defeat the
whole community,
combined
I guess,
fleets
but
of most
this
galactic
situation has to do with
civilizations.
me, Bird,
Not
and
damage them,
stuff.
Captain.
He has
Defeat them
lots of
completely.
things to say.
The weight of command had never felt heavier. Sarah had accepted
address it.
responsibility for a weapon that could potentially destroy entire star
So-
systems. The
And
inspection
let me know
fleet
if
will
you
arrive
hear
in the
it okay.
morning,
I think
Sarah
I have
said.
turned up,
What
but,
happens when they see what we've built?
I'm still
Park
in
was
the
quiet for a moment.
being sold out
According to the AI's analysis, they'll demand immediate destruction of the ship.
because people in this
When we
community have been
refuse,
making
they'll
pretend
attempt
for,
to
like,
take it by
such a long
force.
time.
And then we find out if humanity's greatest
So
achievement
you
is
couldn't
also
even
our
call it
greatest
bad
mistake.
if you wanted to.
The next morning came too quickly. Sarah stood on the bridge of the Prometheus Unbound as 3 alien vessels approached Luna Station. The inspection
Alright,
fleet
since I'm
consisted of
buffering,
ships from
just
different
let me know
Galactic
when I'm
Council
not
member
buffering.
species, each one representing the standard military
When I
technology
get 5
that
people
governs
saying,
space
yeah, we're good to
warfare
go now,
incoming.
and we're not buffering,
Transmission,
I'll keep going.
reported Lieutenant Hayes from the communications station. On screen,
Good
Sarah
apples,
ordered.
bitch. Okay,
The main
good,
display
good.
showed a reptilian
Good.
face with large eyes and a prominent crest.
All right.
Inspector
My
Vorthen of the
girlfriend
Galactic
says
Council
good,
had
good,
conducted
okay,
these
cool.
inspections for over a decade.
All right.
Greetings, Luna
go
Station.
here.
Vorthen said in
like to
accented
get
English.
sold
We
out by
request
people out
permission
here.
to begin our
by the
scheduled
way, guys,
inspection of human military
We're gonna watch
facilities.
this, polls,
Admiral
obviously,
Martinez appeared on a
comment.
secondary
It
screen
might
from the
take
station's
if anyone
command
wants to
center.
come up. I mean,
Permission granted, Inspector.
Yeah.
However,
Steph, if
I should
you're
inform you
listening,
that we
if
have a
wanna
new
come up, I
vessel
think if
undergoing
you
final
StreamYard, if everyone's
preparations.
StreamYard, they can come up
new vessel.
and make
Vorthen's
comments
crest
about it all.
flattened slightly. What
But I
class
don't
of
wanna
ship?
lose track of
Sarah
what's
watched
going on
Martinez
here, 'cause
pause
it's-
before answering.
It's pretty
I
delusional.
believe you'll need
mean,
to see it for
obviously it's always
yourself.
Delusional. But I mean,
20 minutes
the
later,
delusions are real bad
Inspector
now.
Vorthen and his team
Super
materialized
delusional
on the
because he doesn't know
observation
what he's
deck where
delusional
Sarah had
about.
first seen her ship. The inspector's reaction
he's
was
trying to
immediate
connect
and dramatic.
pieces that aren't
His crest
there,
turned bright red, and he
whatever.
began speaking rapidly in his native language.
Yeah,
This
sure, Chris,
this
I know
cannot
you're
be
backstage,
permitted
right?
to
You're always
exist,
backstage.
Vorthen finally said in
But,
English. The size alone
yeah, so
violates
that's
17
where we're
different
at with
treaties.
that.
The weapon systems systems.
Let me continue with
He
this guy.
paused, studying the readings on his
over
scanner.
such petty
These
shit.
readings cannot be correct. They're correct, Martinez said calmly.
During
This
all
ship
this
must
shit,
be destroyed immediately, Forthen
it's
declared.
like
It represents a clear violation of galactic law and a threat to established peace. Sarah stepped forward. Inspector,
like
this
all of
ship
them are
represents
desperate. My mom's
humanity's
great.
right to defend itself. Vorthen turned
But
his
even the
large
ones who
eyes
aren't really
toward
taking
her.
part in it,
You are the commander of this
but they're still like
abomination?
getting support from the same
I'm
people
Captain Sarah
who are
Chen,
paying
and this
people
is
to do
my
that
ship.
shit to my mom's grave.
Then you will oversee its destruction,
Sort of like you guys
Captain.
are also doing
The
it.
Galactic Council will not permit this vessel to remain operational. Sarah looked at Admiral Martinez, who nodded
I hear you
slightly.
quick, Vic,
They had
about
expected this
why do
response.
people
I'm
cover
afraid that won't be
Connie?
happening,
I'll never
Inspector,
understand.
Sarah said quietly.
I don't disagree. And
Vorthen's crest
do you ever
flared
see me
again.
cover Connie?
Then humanity has
Don't.
chosen to place
You know what I
itself
mean?
outside galactic
One,
law.
because it's
The
just
consequences will
don't
be
think there's
severe.
anything there to cover.
As
that
the
hasn't
inspection
ever
team
been covered
transported
before,
back to their
right?
ships, Sarah knew that
I think
everything
I'm
had
covering them
changed.
now in
Humanity had
reference to this
revealed its
because
greatest
it's just a
weapon,
delusion,
and the
then,
galaxy would never see
I mean,
them the
he's
same
spending
way
my name
again.
out a mile a minute.
3
So,
days after Inspector Vorthen's
I'm gonna
departure
answer.
from
You know
Luna
what I mean?
Station,
And he
the
can come
long-range
up here and
sensors
give me his
detected them.
2 cents of
Sarah Chen studied
where
the
he
tactical
comes up with
display.
all this shit.
On the bridge of the
I'd love to
Prometheus
see how
Unbound
those
is
pieces
12
connect,
massive
but,
ships dropped out of hyperspace at
yeah.
the edge of the
Yeah,
solar
you'll hear what I'm
system.
saying. The delusion's
Zephyrian
just
fleet
super
configuration,
delusional.
reported Commander
You
Williams
wanna
from
know
the
what's
tactical
the funniest part
station.
about it?
3 dreadnoughts, 6 heavy cruisers, and 3
Is like
support
these people
vessels.
could give a fuck
Sarah
about
had fought Zephyrian
your
pirates
fake-ass
before,
pretend
but she had
support
never
on
seen a
here.
fleet this large operating
Then in a few
together.
months,
The hegemony
you
of
know, they're just
Zephyrian
gonna
worlds
run
was the galaxy's
and hide
dominant
again.
military power, and they had just sent enough
And obviously
firepower to
that's
level
hit
a
on
small
me,
planet.
You know, that
Incoming transmission,
occasionally I just want to break
announced
and I
Lieutenant
leave
Hayes.
for a little bit, and I come
The
back.
main screen flickered to life,
I think
showing
people
the
think
bridge
I
of a
can trigger
Zephyrian
or something.
dreadnought. The
But,
Zephyrians
you know,
were humanoid
life
in basic
is,
shape,
you know, I know
but
that if I
larger
step
and stronger
away,
than humans with natural armor plating covering their
reset
skin.
myself, I'm good.
Human
the
vessel.
funniest thing.
Kethvar's voice rumbled through
And
the ship's
chances are the
speakers.
reason why they're hiding
You
is
will
from
power
tax
down your
evasion
weapons and prepare to be escorted to
or some shit.
decommissioning facility Gamma 7.
Like
Your
the
ship
reason why
violates
Paul keeps
43 interstellar laws and
erasing
poses a
these YouTube
threat to
channels and
galactic
coming back
security.
and erasing these
Sarah
Discord
stood from her
servers and
command
coming-
chair.
Oh, I want you
Admiral
to hear this,
Kethvar,
guys. You hear
this
that?
is
The
Captain
reason
Sarah
Paul
Chen of the
Lee,
Earth Defense Fleet. This ship
deletes
operates under the
his
authority of the
Discord
human
servers
government
keeps
and
coming
will
back
not
and
submit
going,
to
come back. I
unlawful
want you to hear
seizure.
this, what he thinks that
Kethvar's
is.
eyes narrowed.
I want you to hear. That's
Captain
great.
Chen, you
Listen.
command an illegal
Back.
weapon of mass destruction.
He
The
just doesn't
Galactic
want the
Council has
government to keep
authorized
track
its
on the
immediate
money he's
destruction
making
if you
on here.
refuse to comply.
Meanwhile,
He doesn't.
Then you'll
want
have
the
to take it
money
from us, Sarah
to be
replied calmly.
tracked. What fucking
The transmission
money?
ended, and Sarah turned to her crew.
Ain't nobody
These
give me
men
no
and women had
motherfucking
trained for
money.
months on the ship's systems, but
Not
none
a
of them had
dime.
experienced actual combat in the Prometheus
I've been up and
Unbound.
back for 3 months, and I
Today
won't hit
they
that
would
Cash
discover
App
what
or
humanity
PayPal,
had truly
so,
built. All hands battle stations,
I don't know what the fuck he's
Sarah
talking
announced
about, but
over the
that's
ship's
cool.
communication
stabbing
system.
people on the back
This is
left
not a
and right
drill. The
all the
bridge
time,
transformed as
year
combat
after year.
systems came
One of the
online.
biggest sellouts out here.
Holographic displays showed the approaching
You know,
Zephyrian fleet,
I'd
their
even go
weapons
as far as to
charging
say
and
Paul
shields
was
at
just as
maximum
bad as
power.
ASMR.
The enemy
If
ships
not
moved in
almost
perfect
worse, but how
formation,
much
a
he's able to get
testament to
away
their
with it, more
military
than
discipline.
ASMR, for being
Captain,
just as much of a piece of shit.
called Dr. Park from the science station. The AI is requesting permission to
And
activate
that's-
full
that's
combat
my
protocols.
honest opinion.
Sarah hesitated
That's
for a
honest
moment.
opinion, people.
The artificial intelligence had been designed to coordinate the ship's impossible
I'm just
weapon
gonna talk
systems,
over it. I'm not gonna
but giving
pause
it
Fuck
complete
that.
control felt like
This will
crossing a
last
line
forever
they
if I
couldn't
do that.
return from.
And Bird, you too.
Permission granted, she
Like,
said.
don't you ever
The change
fucking
was
try
immediate.
to lie.
Every
and say you're
system
not
on the
getting money
ship
from people
hummed
like
with
Sugar
new
Grits or some
energy.
shit.
As the
Oh,
AI
my
took
sugar.
control
Like,
of
you all are
weapons
just
targeting,
assholes.
defensive
Oh,
measures,
good
and
money.
tactical
Pretend like you make all this
positioning.
good money in real life when
The
you
bridge
need these
display
people's
showed
money on you.
calculation streams
So
moving
much
too
so
fast
where
for
you're not
human
even
eyes to
gonna talk about
follow.
Brett. You're gonna shut the fuck
Enemy
up when
fleet
they pay
entering
you
weapons
money
range,
and tell you to shut the
reported
fuck up.
Williams.
You're going
They're
to.
spreading out to surround
Okay,
us.
so obviously,
Sarah watched the tactical
I said I wasn't
display
gonna
as the
pause it,
Zephyrian
but-
ships positioned themselves in a classic
it's
encirclement
funny 'cause I
pattern.
can do streams like
It
this
was a
pretty good.
formation designed to prevent
what's
escape
up
and
there,
concentrate firepower on a single
yeah,
target.
so here's the deal.
Against
He's-
any normal
what's
vessel, it
really-
would have been
there's two
devastating.
parts of this that he's
Captain,
mad about in reference
The
to
AI's
me,
voice spoke
Steph,
through the ship's speakers.
and Bird.
Recommend
The first one
immediate
is,
activation of
he
quantum
thinks
fold
that we're
armor and
talking
stellar
too much
plasma
about
weapons.
JoJo.
Enemy vessels pose minimal
and,
threat under current tactical conditions.
The
Minimal
second
threat.
part is
Sarah almost
he
smiled
wants
at the
us to
AI's
be going
assessment.
after people
The
like
Zephyrian
Tonic
fleet
and-
represented enough
and
firepower to
Brad
destroy
and,
entire
you
star
know,
systems.
whatever.
And their computer
Which
dismissed them as a minor
I'm sure we don't have no
concern.
problem doing.
The Zephyrians are opening
It's
fire,
pretty,
Williams
you know, it's
announced.
pretty played out and
Sarah
more focused
watched
on,
as hundreds of
JoJo
energy
and
beams
his
and missile
douchebaggery
salvos
and this.
streaked toward the Prometheus Unbound.
Either way,
The weapon
that's what
impacts
he's
would
mad
have
about.
vaporized any
So,
other human ship
Because at
instantly.
least you'll see
Instead, something
real extra
impossible
money there.
happened.
The enemy
But you're
fire
successful
passed
in
through
real life,
sections
though.
of the
Yeah,
ship's
real
hull as if they
successful.
weren't there,
So much so that
while
you can
other
be
portions
told to
absorbed
shut the fuck
impacts
up by
that should have
iconic
breached the
people.
armor.
Keep in mind, people.
The quantum-folded
I'm
protection was
familiar with
working
this.
exactly as
This isn't
designed. No
measured
damage
by
reported,
money.
called the damage
It's
control
measured
officer.
by happiness.
All systems operating normally. Admiral Kethvar's voice crackled over the
Whatever.
emergency
You
communication
need to have
channel.
money to live, right?
Impossible.
Which is okay.
Our sensors show direct hits on your
Support
vessel.
him. Pay
Admiral,
him. But pay
Sarah
you too,
replied.
And pay
You're
Brett
about
too.
to see what happens when humans
And it's
decide to
fucking
break the
funny. So,
rules.
like, all this is just
She
acting.
nodded to
It's all
Williams,
just a
who
big act to
activated
you
the
guys.
stellar
You're
plasma
just performing and
manipulators.
acting.
The
Could probably be
strange
shaking
barrel-like
fucking,
weapons along the ship's hull began
Vegas
drawing
Valley's hand
energy
behind the scenes.
directly
No one
from
would
the
even fucking
sun.
know. While you
Sarah
both are
watched in
stacking up fucking
fascination
money
as
on
streams of
fake
stellar
drama, y'all
fire
are causing
collected
each other
and
shit.
focused into concentrated beams.
So he
Firing,
thinks we're in good
Williams
hands with
announced.
Vegas Valley. We're all
The first beam struck
just
the lead
buddies, and we're
Zephyrian
like, oh my
dreadnought.
God, let's just
The massive ship's
straight
shields
drum.
flared and died instantly,
Community full of
overwhelmed
fucking
by the raw
fakes. You
power
people
of
are
solar
frauds.
plasma. The beam
All of you.
continued through the hull, cutting the
Everyone's a
vessel in
fraud.
half.
You panelists.
Secondary explosions tore through both sections as the dreadnought's
Fucking
reactor
frauds.
cores overloaded. Second target acquired. The
I think
AI
Polly
reported.
just like came back
Another
not
beam
even 3
lanced
months ago
out,
doing like
this one
panels,
striking a
live
heavy
streams.
cruiser. The
How are we
Zephyrian
getting
ship
more than
simply
20 likes on the screen?
disintegrated.
Mhm.
Its
There's something
molecular
else going on
structure
at play,
unable to
motherfucker.
withstand the temperatures
Nobody
found
just
in the
comes
heart
back
of a
into this
star.
community
They're
out of
trying to
fucking
retreat, Williams
Not even you,
reported,
Polly.
but his
No,
voice
not
held a
even.
And
note
just
of
out of nowhere,
confusion.
just you're getting all the support.
Sarah
and shit.
looked at the
As if
tactical
you're making
display
good
and
content
understood
again,
his
which it's not.
confusion.
It's just fucking shit
The
content, like
Zephyrian
it's always
ships were
been.
attempting
Yeah,
to
right.
flee,
It's always been.
but they were
Fucking do.
moving impossibly
I don't
slowly.
disagree.
Space around them seemed to
So
be
it really
distorting.
makes no fucking sense.
Gravity well
And you
generators
surely don't
active,
have that
the
many
AI
people over
explained.
there.
Enemy
So
vessels
who the
cannot
fuck is
achieve
selling-
escape
who
velocity.
are you selling yourself out
Sarah
to
had
like
read
a
about
whore?
this system
The
but had never
devil.
seen it in
There,
action.
The
And the
devil.
same as you,
Prometheus
Steph, and the
Unbound
rest
could
of you.
create
Who
artificial
are y'all
gravity
selling
fields
yourselves
that
out to,
trapped
like,
enemy
fucking
ships
hookers
like
out here?
insects in
Lucifer.
amber. The Zephyrian fleet was
And for how
caught, unable
much?
to retreat or maneuver
Are you willing to
effectively.
turn a blind eye to people
Captain,
desecrating people's
Hayes
great
called from
fucking sites?
communications. Admiral
Yeah, so
Kethvar
that-
is requesting
Again,
immediate
he's mad
ceasefire.
about the whole
On screen, Sarah ordered.
gravesite thing going
Kethvar's
on.
bridge was a chaos of
And,
sparks and
he's gonna
smoke.
get into
The Admiral's
a little
usual
bit of
composure had cracked,
that.
revealing fear in his eyes.
um
Captain Chen, we surrender.
yeah,
Stop
he's
your
jealous.
attack.
I mean, he's
Stand
jealous.
down your
I get- he's a
weapons and
little
withdraw
jealous
from
too,
the
I guess.
system. Sarah
but
replied.
I-
You came here to
there's
destroy my
nothing to be
ship.
jealous about over
I'm
here,
giving
I
you a
can tell
chance
that.
to leave with your lives.
Uh,
Our weapons
the
are
bottom line
offline.
is this, though.
Our engines are
He's
trapped.
mad.
You
He
must
feels
release
like
us.
we should
Sarah
be
looked at Williams, who shook his head.
having his back, right?
3 ships destroyed,
Which,
Admiral.
by the way,
The rest are disabled
I
but
think
intact. Sarah
awful.
made her decision.
I gotta be honest with
AI
you, I
released
made
the
it
gravity
pretty
wells.
clear, and
Allow the
everyone
surviving
has
ships to
chastised
withdraw.
me for years about
The
it.
distortion in space
And I
faded and the
stand
remaining
with it.
Zephyrian
I
vessels
don't
limped
really
away
have a
from the
problem
battle
with Rebel.
zone. Admiral
Rebel
Kethvar's
is,
face reappeared on the screen.
Definitely someone
Captain
who has some
Chen,
mental
he
issues,
said
in my
slowly,
opinion, who's
what you have
probably
done here will not be
bipolar or
forgotten. Every
definitely
civilization in the
capable
galaxy
imbalance,
will
maybe
learn
a
of this
slightly
day.
Schizophrenic.
Good,
I don't have to
Sarah
from that
replied.
last part,
Let
but
them know that
that's what I
humanity
think.
will defend itself. As the
with that being
Zephyrian fleet
said,
disappeared into hyperspace,
I've had
Sarah
many
realized the true
conversations with people
magnitude
like,
of what
"Why
had
you
just
kick off
occurred.
for it? Why blah, blah,
The most
blah, blah,
powerful
blah."
military force
Hey,
in the
there's
galaxy
things
had
that
attacked them
I know Rebel
with
does that's
overwhelming
horrible,
numbers and superior
and,
positioning. The battle had lasted less than 10 minutes,
but I don't.
and the
in my
Prometheus
opinion,
Unbound
I'm
had
not a
suffered
big
no
fan of the
damage
whole
whatsoever.
mother thing, and
Captain,
you know,
Dr. Park
going
said
after his
quietly,
mom
our
or
sensors
saying
detected
things
the
about his
Admiral's final
mom.
transmission before
I
they
think
jumped to
that's low-hanging
hyperspace.
fruit.
He sent a galaxy-wide emergency broadcast, and what did he say? That
When there's
humanity
stuff
has
like
created
this
a
that you
weapon
can
that
just comment
threatens the
about,
established
frankly, to be
order
honest
of
with you.
power. He's calling
But
for
that's my
immediate
belief.
action by all
And-
member
and other
civilizations
people
of the
have different
Galactic
beliefs.
Council. Sarah nodded grimly.
Which,
The battle
years
was
ago,
over,
I had no problem
but the war
allowing
was
them
just
on my panel
beginning.
for them to talk
Commander
about their
Rodriguez
beliefs,
joined
you know
them
what I
on the
mean?
bridge,
And I
his
would
face
like to
flushed
know
with
how I felt
excitement.
about it.
Captain, the
Regardless,
engineering
that's
teams
how
are
I feel about it.
analyzing the weapon
So-
performance data. The stellar plasma manipulators operated at only 15% capacity. We could have destroyed the entire fleet in the first
Keep in
salvo.
mind, I have this, like,
Sarah felt a
1.8
chill run down her spine.
He just
If they had been
pauses
using
really-
only a fraction of the ship's true power,
in between shit.
what would happen when they faced a larger enemy force? Force. Send a message to Earth Command, Sarah ordered.
And again, don't forget
Tell them
to
the
hit that like
galaxy
button.
now knows
Steph
what
is a
we've built.
two-faced fucking bitch.
Request immediate
Well,
instructions on how to
bitch.
proceed.
That's true.
As the bridge crew carried out her orders, Sarah
bitch is
stared at the
doing
tactical
those.
display. The dots
Even after
representing
all
the
the shit that
retreating
Prime has said
Zephyrian
about my
ships
mom,
were fading from the
Frank raped my
screen,
mom.
but she knew they would
She still
return.
is friends with Prime. Like, it's
And
just
next
like,
time,
By
they
the way,
wouldn't come
rape
alone.
Or grape.
The Prometheus
Bad.
Unbound had won its first battle, but Sarah understood
You-
that victory
you're
had
friends
come at
with
a
Prime.
terrible price.
Polly,
Humanity had revealed the
You're
full
cool with
extent
Prime.
of their technological
you
advancement.
piece of shit. Like,
and
you
the
know,
galaxy
like, you're
would
doing
never
it
trust
whether
them
you're doing
again.
it to entertain sugar crits or
Every
whatever.
alien
Old lady out
civilization
here
would now
throwing
see
money, but you're
humans
doing
as a
it to
threat
entertain
that
somebody.
needed to be eliminated.
Okay. I don't know
She looked
how
around the
even
bridge
that
at her crew.
correlates, to be honest with you.
These
I'm
brave
doing
men and
it
women
to
had just
entertain
participated in the most
sugar
one-sided
kids.
space
I'm
battle in
talking
recorded
private.
history.
I-
They had proven that human
I need
ingenuity
you
and
guys to
determination
understand
could
the
overcome
delusion we're
seemingly
talking about
impossible
here.
odds.
The
But Sarah
delusion
also knew
is
that their greatest
super
challenges
deep
lay
right
ahead.
now. It's like super
The galaxy
deep.
was
And it
vast,
gets even
filled with
worse.
countless
It's gonna get
civilizations
super
and
worse
unimaginable
throughout the-
military forces.
I
Today
don't
they
think
had
it's because
defeated
people
one
really wanna
fleet.
do it. You're just
Tomorrow
doing
they
it
might
at this
face
point,
1,000.
like prostitutes.
2
selling
weeks after the
themselves
battle with the
for some chump
Zephyrian
change,
fleet,
fucking pussies.
Sarah Chen watched the long-range sensor displays with growing concern. Ships were gathering at the edge of human space
Hey,
in
you
numbers
guys
she
can
had
call me
never
the low-life
imagined
bucks. I'm gonna call all
possible.
of you
The
the low-life
galaxy had
bucks
responded to
because
Admiral
you're willing to
Cathvar's
fucking do
emergency
performance
broadcast
puppet
with
dances for these
unprecedented
motherfuckers.
unity.
For pennies on the
Current
fucking
count
dollar.
stands at over 8,000 vessels, reported Commander Williams from the tactical station. Representatives from
fucking
47 different species.
All of you in
Sarah
the
studied the
community,
massive
fucking
fleet
bums.
composition on the main display. Crystalline collective ships that
I wouldn't
looked
even know
like
if you call
floating
it a community, whatever,
gemstones
this
hung
community, that
alongside the
community.
organic
The
vessels
people-
of the
act with
symbiont
people who are
union.
paid off by sugar crates. I don't even care
Mechanical
what you call it at this
constructs
point.
from the machine Concordat moved in perfect formation near the chaotic swarms of hive mind drones. Species that had been at war for centuries were now working together for a single purpose.
You bunch
Any
of
word from
motherfucking
Earth
pussies.
Command? Sarah asked. Lieutenant Hayes shook his head.
Sugar kids.
Still no response,
You must have
Captain.
a lot of money
All
if you're paying
communication
all these
channels to Earth have been jammed for the past week. The isolation was intentional. The Galactic Alliance wanted to ensure that the Prometheus Unbound received no support or reinforcement from the rest of humanity.
Steph's out there
They had effectively cut off one
supporting
ship from
Steph
the
for, like-
entire human race.
Steph's out there supporting
Dr.
Brett for
Park
like 5
approached
years.
from the science station,
Like this
her face
piece of shit
pale.
Brett would like disrespect her every
Captain,
time.
I've been
calling her a man's
analyzing
name,
the sensor
calling her
data from the
Steve.
assembled fleet. The
Because that's how
technological
much he gave
diversity
a
is staggering.
fuck. That's how
They've
much
brought
he was willing to-
capabilities we've
he was
never encountered
disrespecting her right to
before.
her face, and she just laughed.
Explain,
And she
Sarah
just take
ordered.
it.
The
This stuff is
Crystalline
that
Collective
stupid.
has ships that can phase shift between dimensions. The
Steve.
Voidwalkers have brought reality-bending specialists, and the quantum
I'm gonna call it
signatures from the
Steve
ancient
from now
vessels.
on. Steve.
Park paused, checking her readings again. The ancients have actually emerged from their isolation to
And
join
not
this
only-
alliance.
I mean, you guys will be
Sarah
like,
felt
oh,
the
Rebels
weight of that
exaggerating.
revelation.
Oh, I know, I'm
The
exaggerating.
ancients
That's
were a
why
mysterious
Steph
race that
poured
had
herself out
mastered
selling
space
her
travel
picks.
millions of years before humans had
Buddy,
even
I don't
evolved.
think you're
They
exaggerating.
rarely
I
interfered
have
in
to
galactic
listen to Rebel
affairs,
One again.
preferring to
Rebel, I
observe
put
from their
you
hidden
link down below.
territories.
You know, you can always
If they
jump
had
up
joined
and
the
let me
alliance
have it,
against humanity,
or tell me what
the
your
situation
truth
was
is.
far more serious than anyone had imagined.
And I'm not going to yell at you.
Incoming
I'm just
transmission,
asking you
Hayes announced. Multiple
straight
sources
blank where you
broadcasting
come up
on
with
all
some shit
frequencies.
at and where you're connecting
Main
dots,
screen,
but,
Sarah ordered. The display
You're-
split into
you're
dozens of
borderline
smaller images, each showing a different
delusional.
alien representative.
You can't live life
Sarah
like that, where
recognized
you're
some of the
just connecting
species from
dots that aren't
diplomatic
there.
files, but others were completely unknown to
that
human
good?
science.
Because they won't
A
pour
familiar
themselves out
blue-scaled
for sugar
face
money,
appeared
right?
in the center of the display. Admiral Cathvar spoke first,
Think
his
about
voice
it.
carrying a tone of grim determination.
Think about it,
Captain
people.
Chen, you see before you the united civilizations of this galaxy. Your weapon of mass destruction has forced us to set aside
Polly
centuries
know
of
better.
conflict to address a
And we
common
all
threat.
know it.
A crystalline
You
being
know,
that
people.
sparkled like a living diamond spoke next, its voice
Slippery
creating harmonic
I'm
overtones.
slippery like
The
that
vessel you
snake.
command
I'm a-
violates the
I'm a
fundamental principles of
snake.
galactic law.
I'm a
It
slippery
possesses
little
capabilities
snake.
that no single civilization should control. Sarah stood from her command chair, knowing that her response
But we
would determine
all
the
know
course
it.
of the coming battle. Representatives of the Galactic Alliance, I am Captain Sarah Chen of the human vessel, Prometheus
It gets good
Unbound.
people, trust
This
me.
ship was built
And
to
Polly,
defend
whenever you try to
humanity's
be nice
right
to me
to
after the
exist
fact
in
with
this
all this
galaxy.
shit you
Your right
caused
to
me and my
exist
mom,
is
all
not
this
in question,
fucking hell you caused all of
replied
us.
a new voice. Sarah looked at the speaker and felt her breath catch.
It-
The being
By
on the
the way,
screen was clearly
the
one of
hell
the
that he
ancients.
thinks that calls, he'll
Tall,
explain here,
ethereal,
in a little bit.
with features that
It's
seem to
reference
shift
2 years
between
ago
solid
that I
and
let
energy.
people up on panel that
What
would
is in
have a
question
picture
is
of
your
his
right
mom.
to possess
You know what I mean?
technology that threatens all life in this
They
galaxy.
would make comments.
The ancient continued.
I never made any comments.
I am eternal
because I
watcher
don't
of
like that
stars.
Stuff, but
I have observed the rise and
doesn't
fall
matter
of
to him.
countless
He just-
civilizations across millions
let
of
him up.
years.
so I gave him a
Never have I
platform,
seen a single
and that's
vessel
that.
with the capability to destabilize the cosmic order itself. Sarah felt the weight of those words. When
It's like-
beings that old and wise considered her ship a threat to the galaxy itself,
That's the best way to
perhaps
put
they
it.
had built something too
I'm
powerful.
sure you'll put it some way.
Another voice joined the conversation.
You're only nice to
This
people
one mechanical and
so
precise.
that other people can see you being
Analysis
nice to people.
indicates that your vessel's weapon
I'm
systems
only
draw
nice
energy
to people
directly
so
from
other
stellar
people
sources.
Can see that I'm
Continued
nice to
use of
people.
such technology could destabilize star systems
Well,
throughout this galactic
that's
region.
Quite the
Dr.
plan
Park
there.
quietly handed Sarah a datapad with tactical analysis. The numbers were
And I
staggering.
never wanted.
The assembled fleet represented the combined military
be
might
nice
of
to the
nearly
galaxy.
half the known galaxy. Even with the
Not you,
Prometheus
not Steph.
Unbound's advanced capabilities, the odds seemed
Like, if you were
impossible.
always a piece of shit,
Captain Chen,
show you're a
Admiral
piece of shit, because
Kethvar
I
continued.
don't pity you.
We offer you one
I don't
final
pity you one
opportunity.
bit. I think you could
Surrender
fix
your
the
vessel
problem
for
if you wanted to.
decommissioning, and humanity will be permitted to maintain its current
You just
territories
don't.
and technology levels.
That's okay.
Refuse,
I
and
mean,
we will
it's your
take your
life,
ship
your
by
choice.
force. Sarah looked
But it's
around the
your
bridge at her
choice.
crew. These
Don't
men
be
and
wrong.
women had volunteered for
pretend.
this mission knowing the risks.
because that's more annoying.
They had families
It
on
pisses
Earth,
me more
dreams
off.
of returning home, and
It
every
pisses other
reason
people
to
more
accept
off,
the
but
galaxy's
pretending
terms.
Doesn't
But
cut
they
it.
also understood what
Just
surrender would
because
mean
you
for
think you're
humanity's future.
anti-community,
How long do
anti-red,
we have to consider your offer?
or
Sarah asked.
12
standard refusal. The transmission
Yep, I
ended,
don't like
leaving the
him.
bridge in silence.
Don't like him.
Sarah stared
Everyone
at the
knows I don't
tactical
like him.
display
Don't
showing
like
the
him.
massive enemy
Like, that
fleet.
doesn't make you.
Over 8,000
a good
ships
or better
representing
person in
technologies
this
that
shit.
humanity barely understood.
Like, you guys can't
all
just wash
focused on
away the
destroying
fuck
or
shit
capturing
done
her
throughout
vessel.
these years either.
Captain,
That's right.
Commander
Okay.
Rodriguez's voice came
Just as
through
much
the
as I never
communication
did.
system.
Right.
Neither can you
Request permission
motherfuckers.
to
I
join you
agree.
on the bridge.
Okay, cool.
Granted, Sarah
Don't
replied.
disagree with that.
Rodriguez arrived a few minutes later,
I don't know what you're
followed by
talking
the
about.
senior staff
Shockwave.
from
You're a
engineering,
crackhead. I don't know what the
weapons,
fuck
and
you're talking
navigation. These officers had worked on the Prometheus Unbound since its construction
Old shockwaves in the
began,
chat over
and they
there.
knew its capabilities better than anyone. We've been running simulations,
So community is
Rodriguez
wrong,
began.
crackheads.
The AI has calculated battle scenarios
We got
against
some
fleets of
crackheads
this
in
size,
community. He's not
and
wrong.
the
But it's
computer
just so
predicts a
fake.
73%
It's just so
probability
fake.
of victory if we use all available weapon
Tell us more,
systems,
Rebel. Tell us
Rodriguez said. But the cost would be enormous. Dr. Park
Give us-
pulled up
give
a
us the- give
holographic
us the whole
projection
plot.
showing
Almost like
potential
Hollywood.
battle outcomes.
Okay.
Steph
The stellar
Bird
plasma manipulators operating
has
at
started
full
getting along because
capacity
people started
would
paying them to
require
start
drawing
trying to get
energy
along
from
with
our
each other.
sun.
Yeah.
The calculations show
what it
potential
seems. We're getting
solar
along 'cause
instability
Sugar Crystal's
that
like,
could
"Hey,
affect
guys,
Earth's
we know you
climate for
hate each other,
decades.
But I'm gonna pay
Sarah
you to
studied
like
the
each
projection
other.
with growing
Fuck
horror.
Even if that's not
yourself,
the-
Rebel.
like, even
Winning
if
the
that's not
battle
case,
might save
I don't give a
humanity's
fuck.
right to
You
advance
can go fuck
technology,
yourself, Bird.
but it could devastate
Steph,
their home
stop
planet in the
infecting people, fuck
process.
yourself, and keep
Well,
selling her
there's
fucking
something
feet pics
else,
to random creepy
Rodriguez
fucking guys and
continued.
shit.
What about
The
me?
AI has been
Yeah,
analyzing the
because
enemy
I'm
fleet
fucking-
And a random
composition.
fucking, you know,
Some of those technologies are completely
Medusa
unknown to
that came
human
out of fucking
science.
nowhere.
The
Oh,
reality-bending
Medusa.
capabilities of the Void
And a
Walkers,
stupid fucking
the dimensional
idiot,
phase
fucking Paul
technology of the
Christie,
Crystalline Collective.
Paul
who should have left this
Christie.
community
We
a
don't
good
know
7
how
years ago,
effective our
when he
weapons will
should've.
be against
I
them.
did- I
But yet
wasn't
still
even
doesn't
Commander
give a fuck
Williams
and
joined the
like, you wanna
discussion.
really boss him here?
Captain, I've been monitoring enemy communications.
How rude.
They're not just here to destroy us. They want to capture the
No, I
ship
don't need help
intact
right
and
now.
study our
Unlike Paul
technology.
Christie's eBay
Why?
fuck self,
Sarah asked.
who has a
Because
job,
they're afraid,
who is
Williams
employed.
replied.
Now,
Admiral
no, I don't need
Keithvar's
help.
private communications with his fleet commanders showed
I'm all
genuine
good
terror.
right now.
They believe humanity could
Unlike
build
Paul
more ships
Christie,
like
who's
this one.
employed,
The galaxy is
working at a
uniting not
fucking
just to stop us,
dealership,
but to prevent
making
us
that
from
good
changing the
fucking
balance
money
of power
he's betting on
permanently.
here from all of you.
Sarah realized the true scope of their situation. This wasn't just about one ship or one battle.
Yeah.
The galaxy was trying to prevent
Unlike,
humanity from becoming a major power.
Unlike
They
certain
wanted
people
to
out
keep
here,
humans confined to their small corner of space,
because
dependent on
understand,
alien technology
Paul,
and subject
Steph,
to alien laws.
Bird, the rest of
Captain,
you,
Dr. Park said
if I'm gonna
quietly,
get thrown under the bus,
I've been monitoring civilian
for any
communication
reason at
channels
all,
throughout human
whether it be
space.
sugar crits,
Word is
whether
leaked
it be
about our
somebody else out
situation.
here,
The
I
entire
don't
human
know, whether
population
it's
knows
you
that
guys
their
are being
most
paid
advanced
off from
warship is
or
facing
not,
impossible
whether it's just
odds.
the way that the waves are headed. Like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. But understand, I get thrown under the bus,
Mm-hmm.
I'm calling it out for what the fuck it is. I'm
No.
calling all of you motherfuckers out.
But call it out. Fuck.
Because what does it benefit me to be nice to any of you motherfuckers
I don't know. But what is it being nice
when it's so
have to
worth
do?
it for you people to just shut the fuck up and stay silent in my chat? To not even.
So that's what it is. Stay silent in the chat since we don't take up for him. And by the way, probably would have took up for him if he would have been like, "Hey guys, can you